Part 2. My name is Lin Tao. My father, for his own benefit, found an excuse to force me to marry into the Su family and marry a woman who was in a vegetative state, Susan. This was like a bolt from the blue to me. It was like a death sentence for my future life. I hated my father more and more. Now, I decided to rebel against my father and stepmother. Chapter 9. Susan's Childhood Dream. A beautiful story about violets. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the moonlight was like water in front of the window, and the lights in the Su family's study were on. I dragged my tired body back home. My heart was full of aftertaste of today's experience. Before I sat down to rest, Su Shengtian called Lu Wan to find out my movements. You mean, Xiao Tao stayed with Susan this afternoon? Su Shengtian asked in a low voice, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Lu Wan nodded and replied, Yes, Chairman. Mr. Lin does care about Miss. At least on the surface, he doesn't seem to be putting on a show. However, they didn't have much interaction before. But now he is so enthusiastic, it's a bit too fast. Hearing this, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Sure enough, these people are still worried about me. I can feel that Su Shengtian doesn't trust me. He obviously heard about my reputation in the Magic City before, but he had to bring me into the Su family because of his granddaughter's illness. Keep observing and report to me immediately if there is any movement. Su Shengtian instructed, then waved his hand and let Lu Wan leave. The door closed, and the study returned to silence again. I stood outside the door, but my heart was like the surging waves, and it was difficult to calm down. Do they think I am just putting on a show? How ridiculous. Su Shengtian is worried about me, but what can he do? I have the blessing of the system. As long as I have enough time, I will be able to convince them completely. The next morning, I went out and bought a bunch of Susan's favorite violets. When I returned to Su's house, I already had a plan in mind. Susan, I'm here to see you. I gently pushed open the door, placed Violet on her bedside, and then gently held her hand. The system prompt sounded in my mind, and I was secretly happy when I saw the numbers on the scoreboard change. Everything was going according to my plan. However, when I found that the speed of gaining points was 2 seconds faster than yesterday, I suddenly realized that her favorability was improving. It seemed that my previous efforts were not in vain. In this case, I will redouble my efforts to further improve her favorability. While she was unconscious, I told her the language of violets and the story of Venus in ancient Greek mythology. My voice was low and soft, and I knew she could hear me and feel my deep affection for her. From the moment I held your hand, our destinies were intertwined. I will never let go of your hand again, forever. I said affectionately the words I had carefully prepared. Flowers never wither, feelings never pass on, love is eternal, and violets last forever. At this time, Lu Wan seemed to be moved by my words. She asked curiously, Mr. Lin, is this sentence your original work? I smiled calmly, raised my hand and gently lifted Susan's bangs that were messed up by the wind, and said affectionately, Yes, this is my love for Violet and Susan, which makes me feel emotional. Seeing Susan's eyebrows move slightly, I became more certain. This woman has already had a lot of emotional fluctuations towards me. Next, as long as I continue to behave like this, these people in the Su family will look at me differently sooner or later. Di Tinchang, how many people have you met who are doing nothing like me? Time flies. I stayed by Susan's bedside almost all morning, talking to her even though she couldn't respond. In order to prevent her from developing complications from lying in bed for a long time, I took this opportunity to ask Lu Wan to turn Susan over and pat her back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new, sticking part and reward 100 points. The system's prompt sounded in my mind, and my mood instantly became extremely happy. In just one morning, I earned 900 points. Now the points have reached 1800, enough to exchange for Dancing Magic Hands massage method. But I didn't know that these efforts not only brought me points, but also quietly changed Susan's opinion of me. I didn't expect him to be so patient and take the trouble to turn me over and pat my back. Maybe I really misunderstood him before. A trace of regret arose in her heart. If I was just doing this for show, I would never take care of her so seriously. When I turned her over again, an idea suddenly occurred to me. "Susan, are you bored? Why don't I sing a song for you?" I smiled and said to her, "Don't look at me like this. I actually sing very well." Susan's mind was moved. Lin Tao can sing? What can he sing? Her curiosity was aroused, and she couldn't help but recall her childhood dream, to become a singer. Unfortunately, reality is cruel after all, and her dream has long been shattered. I decided to choose the most suitable song to sing. I opened the music charts on my phone and was shocked by the content inside. The first place was "Chicken, You Are So Beautiful." The next few songs were even more ridiculous. I realized that the music in this world was completely beyond my cognition. Finally, I decided to impress her with my original work. The door was pushed open, and Lu Wan walked in with a golden guitar. I took the guitar and made a decision in my heart. "Susan, I wrote this song when I was confused. I hope you like it." I gently plucked the strings, and a low voice flowed out with the melody of the guitar. "A person as outstanding as me should have lived a brilliant life. But after more than 20 years, how come I am still drifting in the crowd?" Every note and every line of lyrics carries my deepest feelings and helplessness. I can feel that Susan's heart is being touched. This song is an expression of my true feelings, and she is the person I want to talk to the most. Chapter 11. Sing a song for me every day? Susan's expectation. In this quiet and warm room, my fingers dance on the guitar, and my deep voice accompanied by melodious melody echoes in every corner of the room. A vulgar person like me never likes to pretend to be profound, but how come I get distracted when I hear old songs occasionally? A cowardly person like me always has to hold back on everything, but how come I have ever thought of risking my life for someone? The power of music is so strong that I can feel Susan's heart wavering. She must have never thought that I have such a talent in music. This song may be simple, but every note tells of my inner loneliness and struggle. The lyrics are plain, but they can deeply touch people's hearts. At this moment, Susan has been completely immersed in this melody, as if this song is a reflection of her life. She may be wondering, is there still hope for a vegetative person like her? How many people have you met who are as confused as me, as searching as me, and as mediocre as me? How many people are there in the world who are as lonely as me, as stupid as me, and as unwilling to be ordinary as me? Will anyone feel sorry for someone as inexplicable as me? As the last note faded away, only the lingering sound remained in the room. I gently put down the guitar, took Susan's hand again, and felt the slight warmth of her palm. I knew that at this moment, my existence was no longer just a passing visitor. Suddenly, Lu Wan's applause rang in her ears. She wiped her red eyes and praised, "Mr. Lin, you sing so well. You are really a hidden talent." I smiled and said modestly, "It's just a casual creation in my spare time. It's nothing." However, I clearly saw that the seeds of curiosity had been planted in Lu Wan and Susan's hearts, and they had a new view of me. And I also knew that all of this was under my control. "Susan, I will sing a song I wrote for you every day from now on. I hope you will like it." I made the promise affectionately, and seeing that she seemed to respond with joy in her heart, I knew that these words touched her. Just then, an old and hoarse voice came from outside the door. "If she likes it, my granddaughter will definitely like it." Su Shangtian pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. I was shocked. I didn't expect Su Shangtian to suddenly appear. This didn't seem to be in the plot. Logically, he should be busy with company affairs at the moment, but he appeared here. Although I was confused, I still smiled and greeted him on the surface. "Grandpa Su, how come you have time to come here?" Su Shengtian smiled and said, "I just came back to get some documents, and when I heard your singing, I couldn't help but come up to take a look. Xiao Tao, your singing is really good, even better than those pop songs." I sneered secretly, but began to think about how to take advantage of the Su family's crisis and provide help at the critical moment, so as to completely win the Su family's trust in me. However, just as I was secretly planning, the door was pushed open again, and a petite figure rushed in. It was Susan's best friend Chen Kurson. She rushed towards me angrily, with dissatisfaction written all over her face. "Damn you pervert! Let go of my wife's sister." Chen Kursen roared, instantly bringing me back to reality. This little Lolita has a hot temper and has an unusual feeling for Susan. Her arrival is destined to be not peaceful. I stood there, watching her slide down to her knees with an angry look on her face, silently thinking about my next response strategy. Chapter 13 Actually, I also know how to give massages. So, let me try? When I saw Chen Kursen mention the name Su Fan, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I smiled secretly in my heart. According to the plot of the novel, the protagonist Su Yang used the alias Su Fan at the beginning to avoid his enemies. Chen Kursen rejected him in various ways when they first met, but was gradually convinced by him and eventually became his confidant. However, the angry 2D girl in front of me was obviously hostile to me. She glared at me, as if she was on guard against me doing anything wrong. What's that look in your eyes? I'm telling you, I've found a way to cure Sister Sue. When she wakes up, don't even think about having anything to do with her anymore. Chen Kursen said in a firm tone, then turned and looked at the old man who had just walked in. The old man was wearing expensive clothes, with white hair and a youthful face, and he was obviously well-maintained. He was none other than Elder Deng, the most famous doctor in the Magic City. Grandpa Deng, you are too slow. Please teach me your massage method. I want to save Sister Sue immediately. Chen Kursen urged. Elder Deng shook his head slightly and explained helplessly. I have already said that this method is from ancient books, but the ancient books are incomplete, and this massage method is also incomplete, so the effect may not be very ideal. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the room fell silent for a moment, especially Susan on the hospital bed, who was extremely anxious. Ko-Xian is right. Rather than letting me lie here as a vegetable for the rest of my life, I might as well give it a try. No matter how slim the chances are, I am willing to try. Finally, under Chen Kursen's insistence, Deng Lao decided to try this incomplete massage method. He gave instructions while Chen Kursen carefully followed his instructions. Everyone in the room held their breath and watched every move. But I stood aside, and the more I watched, the more I felt something was wrong. This massage technique, why is it so similar to the Danqing Miaoshou massage technique I exchanged in the system? It's just that it's obviously missing a lot of key parts. Stop. I couldn't help but interrupt them. You are pressing the wrong way. Massage requires steady, accurate, skillful, and fast, but you are pressing the wrong acupoints for too long. If you continue like this, not only will you fail to dredge the meridians, but you will also cause confusion in your qi and blood. Chen Kursen turned around and glared at me angrily, almost jumping up. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Do you know more about medicine than Grandpa Deng? However, to her shock, Elder Deng actually nodded in agreement with me. This young man is right. There is indeed a problem. I also vaguely felt it just now, and I just want to try it again. Upon hearing this, Chen Kursen hurriedly looked at Susan, only to see that her face was pale and her forehead was covered with sweat, and it was obvious that something was wrong. Grandpa Deng, what should we do? Chen Kursen almost burst into tears. Elder Deng sighed and said, there was indeed a problem with the massage just now. I will give her acupuncture first, and then use Chinese herbal medicine to recuperate for a few days, but this massage method cannot be used anymore. Chen Kursen's face was filled with disappointment, and she could only accept this fact helplessly. I failed again. How many times has this happened? Am I really destined to be a vegetable for the rest of my life? Susan cried out in despair in her heart, feeling that her hopes had been dashed again, and even felt that life was worse than death. At this moment, I looked at her and said softly, actually, there is nothing wrong with this massage method itself. It's just that you are using an incomplete version. And I happen to have learned the complete version, so why not? Let me give it a try. Chapter 14 Lin Tao takes action, and everyone is shocked. Is he the hope for Susan to wake up? You know how to do massage? Chen Kursen looked me up and down with suspicion. She obviously didn't believe that a young man like me would know such professional medical knowledge. After all, massage requires learning from childhood, which is boring and tedious. Even Mr. Deng beside me was full of doubts. But after seeing my serious look and the clear and logical way I pointed out the problem, he seemed to be shaken. Young man, if you're really confident, then give it a try. I will be watching from the side, but let me be frank with you. If I think there is something wrong with your method, I will stop you immediately. Old Deng stroked his beard with a serious expression. Of course. I nodded confidently and walked towards Susan on the bed, feeling Chun Kursen's questioning gaze on me. She doesn't believe me, but it doesn't matter. Susan seemed to sigh in her heart. Lin Tao also knows massage, but it should be just the basics. After all, even Elder Deng can't cure the disease. What can he do? I could see that she no longer dared to hold out too much hope. After experiencing so many disappointments, she obviously couldn't bear this kind of gap anymore. But I didn't hesitate at all and followed the guidance of the system in my mind and began to massage her body. As I touched different parts of her body, the system prompts sounded one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the sticking part of the head, and the bonus points are 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the sticking part of the back, and the bonus points are 100 points. Despite this, I had no distractions and focused on the massage in my hands. As a gentleman, I would not have any evil thoughts about a helpless vegetative patient. I only had one goal, to cure her. As the massage progressed, I found that Susan's body had already shown signs of atrophy and degeneration due to her long-term bedridden illness. No wonder in the novel she had to stay in bed to recuperate after waking up. But now with the systematic Danqing Miaoshu massage method, these risks can be avoided. Susan's heart also began to change, so sore and numb, and so comfortable. This feeling is completely different from when Chen Kursen gave me a massage just now. My body's perception is becoming clearer and clearer. As I massaged her, she seemed to feel a warm current flowing through her body. Her meridians were gradually opened up, and her originally stiff body became soft. Her inner despair was gradually replaced by a new hope. Maybe Lin Tao can really save me. Not only Susan, but everyone else present was also watching me in shock. They could all see that my technique was as skillful as if I had been immersed in it for decades, and Susan's face also regained its color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Kursen's eyes widened, unable to believe what she saw. I didn't expect this scoundrel to be so capable, but he actually got so close to my sister Sue. I'm so pissed. She gnashed her teeth in anger and kept pulling at her ponytails to vent her anger. The massage lasted for an hour, and I finally stopped, panting, feeling that I had consumed a lot of energy. Massage is really a technical job, Susan said silently in her heart. He must be very tired, but I really feel so comfortable. I haven't had such a strong sense of physical presence for a long time. Maybe the key to waking up is really in Lin Tao. Elder Deng rushed forward to diagnose Susan. After a moment, he looked at me and exclaimed, "Amazing, really amazing. Susan's qi and blood were weak not long ago, but after your massage, she has returned to normal. Your massage method can simultaneously achieve the effects of promoting qi, activating blood circulation, relaxing muscles, and unblocking meridians. This is simply impossible." He turned to me and asked with admiration, "Little brother, can you tell me which famous teacher you learned this technique from?" I shook my head and smiled without saying anything. I couldn't say it was exchanged by the system, could I? Seeing that I didn't want to talk more, Mr. Deng tactfully stopped asking questions and laughed it off. "Little brother, if you can keep massaging this girl every day, maybe she will have a chance to wake up. But I can't predict how long it will take." As soon as these words came out, everyone present had different expressions. Although I looked calm on the surface, I was already very happy in my heart. With the support of Mr. Deng, I can now legitimately give Susan a massage. If I refuse, I am afraid that Sue's family will have to beg me to continue the treatment. Chapter 15. Lin Jianjun's phone call. "You are such a rebellious son. I would rather give birth to a fool than to you." When Lu Wan heard me say that Susan had a chance to wake up, tears welled up in her eyes, and she bowed deeply to me. "Mr. Lin, can you please give Miss a massage whenever you are free in the future? Miss has a very hard life, and now that she has a chance to wake up, please help her." Faced with her plea, I naturally went with the flow and replied righteously, Sister Lu, why do you have to do this? Susan is my future wife. Even without you saying anything, I will do my best. Lu Wan was so moved by what I said that she even bowed to me again. Her gratitude was beyond words, while Susan on the hospital bed had mixed emotions and didn't know how to react. At first, I just regarded Lin Tao as a tool for getting married and never thought about anything happening between us. But now, he might actually wake me up. If I really wake up, should I really treat him as my husband? But ever since that incident, my resistance to men has been deep-rooted. Wait, I don't seem to be that resistant to Lin Tao. Susan's thoughts were all over the place, but her best friend Chen Kursin was gloomy, with veins on her forehead almost popping out. Will this guy be able to hang out with Sister Sue every day? And it's legitimate. Damn it, I'm so jealous. She was so angry that she pulled her ponytails and was completely lost in her own world. I continued to concentrate on massaging Susan, feeling secretly proud. This kind of close contact will become my daily routine from now on. As the sky gradually darkened, Mr. Deng stood up to say goodbye, dragging the reluctant Chen Kursin away. On the way back, Chen Kursin was in a low mood, and she yelled that she would stay by Susan's side every day to prevent her from being taken advantage of by me. In order to divert her attention, she opened her own B station and watched videos. Suddenly, she found that a video on the hot list instantly topped the list, and the number of views exceeded 1 million in just a few hours. The title read, Tears, the best tear-jerking song of the year is out. Who dares to disagree? Chung Kursin thought it was another clickbait video and clicked on it nonchalantly, but she didn't expect the comments section to be filled with praise. I'm convinced. Let's do it 3 times in a row. There's finally hope for domestic entertainment. This made her curious. When the sound of the video sounded, Chun Kursin's heart was instantly captured. The sadness and affection revealed in the song made her burst into tears. It's so beautiful. I didn't expect that someone in the 3-dimensional world could write such a good song. She was moved and decided to play this song for Susan tomorrow. As night fell, I said goodbye to Susan. Susan, good night. See you tomorrow. Although she couldn't respond, I seemed to feel that her mood was gradually becoming less negative, and she began to have some expectations for tomorrow. After returning to the room, I was just about to fall asleep when my phone rang. After answering the call, I heard Lin Jianjun roaring, "You rebellious son! Are you really not going to come home? I'd rather give birth to a fool than you. What a sin!" I hung up the phone impatiently, thinking that he might have raised 3 billion, but obviously not. Then the phone rang again, and it was still his scolding. I rolled my eyes helplessly, thinking that it was the middle of the night. Was there something wrong with his brain? When the phone rang for the 3rd time, I turned it off immediately, lay down on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 16. The Lin and Su families are at odds. This bastard. This beast. Lin Jianjun was furious. He looked at the phone call that could not be connected for a long time, his face full of anger. He actually dared not answer my call. Does he really not have me as his father in his eyes? I should have ejaculated into the toilet earlier. The atmosphere in the Lin family's hall was tense. Bai Yuelan, who was adorned with jewels, pretended to be distressed, gently stroked Lin Jianjun's chest, and softly comforted him. Husband, calm down. Getting angry is not good for your health. Beside her, Lin Hao carefully brought a glass of warm water and said gently, "Yes, Daddy. Calm down. Mommy is right. Brother definitely didn't ignore your call on purpose. Maybe his phone was just out of battery." Looking at the sensible mother and son in front of him, Lin Jianjun's anger subsided a little, and he felt touched and distressed. He held them in his arms and comforted them softly. "You are too kind, and you will suffer. If only that rebellious son was half as sensible as you are. Don't speak for that beast anymore. I know who is right and who is wrong." The anger in Lin Jianjun's words was clearly visible, while Bai Yuelan and her son's eyes flickered with a hint of pride. They quickly changed the subject and mentioned what they were most concerned about. "Husband, the most important thing right now is to deal with Xiao Tao's plan to sell his shares to us. With our current financial situation, we simply can't come up with 3 billion. What should we do?" Bai Yuelan's eyes were red and she was about to cry. Lin Jianjun was so distressed that he hurried to comfort him. Lin Hao also cooperated and said, "Daddy, Mommy and I will go. As long as we leave this house, my brother will definitely be willing to come back." Lin Jianjun hugged them tightly, his voice choking with sobs. "Don't worry, that rebellious son is just angry. He will come back in disgrace after a while. He is jealous of me for being so good to you and your son. But you have suffered so much, shouldn't I compensate you more?" When it comes to paternity testing, Bai Yuelan's expression instantly stiffens. A trace of panic flashes in her eyes, and she quickly changes the subject. "Husband, didn't you talk to the head of the Su family on the phone before? How is the situation?" Lin Jianjun was even more furious when he mentioned this. "I told that old man about the beast treason and wanted him to kick Lin Tao out. But he didn't know how to appreciate it and rejected my request. He also said that Lin Tao was his grandson-in-law and no one could change his mind. I was so angry." Lin Hao, who was standing by, was burning with jealousy. He couldn't understand why Lin Tao could be favored by the Su family, while he could only endure and pretend. Why couldn't he get any good things? Lin Jianjun sneered, "That old man will regret it. The Su family has a batch of medical equipment that has problems, and they urgently need a large sum of money to pay for the breach of contract. I could have helped them, but since they are defending Lin Tao, don't blame me for disregarding friendship. I want to see who Lin Tao can rely on if the Su family goes bankrupt." Lin Jianjun's wild laughter echoed in the hall. Bai Yuelan and her son pretended to dissuade him, but they were secretly happy in their hearts. Lin Jianjun said coldly, "No need to persuade me anymore. I have made up my mind to teach that rebellious son a lesson." After saying this, Lin Jianjun stood up and left, walking towards the garage, leaving the mother and son alone with smug smiles on their faces. At the same time, the lights in the study room of the Su family manor were brightly lit. After listening to Lu Wan's report, Su Shengtian was so excited that he slammed the table and stood up. "Really? Elder Deng said it himself? Is there really a possibility that Susan will wake up?" Lu Wan nodded, smiling. "Mr. Lin said that he would give Miss a massage every day in the future, hoping to wake her up soon." Su Shangtian was so excited that he burst into tears. He was glad that he did not give in under the threat of Lin Jianjun. Now that he saw that his granddaughter had hope, he was more resolute in his decision. Perhaps this is really God's will. It is a blessing for my Su family that Lin Tao can become my grandson-in-law. Chapter 17, Second Urinary Incontinence. Susan's embarrassment. The next day, June 1st, Lin Tao got up early as usual. He first went to the flower shop to buy a bunch of violets, and then returned to Susan's boudoir. "Good morning, Susan. I wish you a happy Children's Day." Lin Tao placed the violets on the bedside and habitually took the girl's tender hand. Ding. The host and Susan palm touch. Reward 1 point/15 seconds. It really improved. Yesterday it was 1 point/18 seconds, and today it is 1 point/15 seconds. It seems that the improvement of the favorability every day can be shown in the points of the next day. Lin Tao smiled and was in a good mood. And in the dark consciousness space, hearing Lin Tao's voice, Susan instinctively felt happy. For her, although she didn't spend much time with Lin Tao, but every time he was around, he could always bring her surprises and a little expectation for the future. Is this fragrance violets? Lin Tao really plans to give me a violet every day? Happy Children's Day? Is today June 1st? But time is meaningless to me. Now I just want to know, will Lin Tao sing for me today? I am looking forward to it. While Susan was daydreaming, she heard Lin Tao's voice. "Let me do some rehabilitation for you first. You have been lying down for a night. Your body must be very stiff and uncomfortable." Then she felt someone got on the bed, helped her up, and sat behind her. "Then I will start rehabilitation for you." The man's voice sounded low in her ear again. In the following time, Susan only felt like a human-shaped ragdoll that could not resist, allowing Lin Tao to put her in various, strange postures. She was like a soft and cute child, and her body was always completely wrapped by Lin Tao behind her. So shy. Yesterday, I heard that there was a possibility of waking up, and I was just busy with excitement. Now that I have calmed down, I realize that these massage positions are too shameful. I never thought that there would be a day when I would lie in a man's arms like this and let him ravage me. But it's so comfortable. The places where Lin Tao pressed are warm, and after the numbness, there is a strong sense of comfort. If Susan could have an expression now, her face would definitely be flushed. But after being reserved, she would still let Lin Tao continue to massage. After all, this feeling is really too comfortable. After lying down for more than a week, Susan felt that her limbs were almost degenerated, even though Lu once sometimes turned her over and patted her back. But Susan still felt that her body was extremely uncomfortable. But she couldn't speak, so she could only endure it silently in pain. She also heard that some vegetative people woke up. Because of long-term bed rest, various parts of the body atrophied and lost their activity. In the end, even if they woke up, they would only be a useless person lying in bed and lingering. If it becomes like that, it is better to die in a coma instead of waking up to face hell. Fortunately, I met Lin Tao. If I can wake up, I really don't know how to repay this favor. Wait, don't touch my feet. They are so itchy and shy. On the other side, Lin Tao was massaging with great concentration, in order to maximize the effect of the massage technique in his mind. Except for some female private parts, he massaged almost every other part, from head to waist, to legs, to feet. Girls' feet are so small. Lin Tao held the girl's beautiful feet with both hands and looked at them curiously, delicate and white. This was Lin Tao's first impression. And those 5 small toes. Each one was like a tender lotus bud, with a fragrant smell that made people salivate. However, Lin Tao quickly retracted his gaze, held the palm-sized beautiful feet in his palm, and began to massage without distraction. Yongquan Acupoint, Dadan Acupoint, Taichung Acupoint, Xinjiang Acupoint, Taibai Acupoint, Kunlun Acupoint, Taishi Acupoint, Linnetting Acupoint, and as the acupoints were continuously massaged, Susan only felt a tingling and sour feeling coming from her feet. At this moment, she was nominally in pain and pleasure. What a strange feeling. Is this the feeling of foot massage? It's tingling and numb, and quite comfortable. No wonder so many boys like to go to foot massage parlors and other places. It turns out that foot massage is so comfortable. Just as Susan was enjoying the service and gradually forgot about the hysteria not long ago, an inexplicable feeling suddenly hit her heart. This familiar feeling? Could it be? No, don't. Stop it for me.
In
the dark cage of consciousness, Susan made a strong sound of resistance, but it had no effect on the destined result. Soon, she felt a damp and cold feeling coming from her thighs, where her clothes were sticking to them. Her mood suddenly plummeted. This is the second time I have lost control of my bladder in front of a boy, and in front of Lin Tao. When will this kind of life end? Susan was ashamed, and her mood plummeted again. Even though similar situations have happened many times, she still can't get used to facing them calmly, especially in front of Lin Tao. She didn't know why, and she didn't want him to see her embarrassment. On the other side, Lin Tao, who was concentrating on kneading the little feet, suddenly moved his nose. He smelled a pungent smell of urine. What was this smell? Lin Tao, who felt something in his heart, slowly raised his head. He saw that the clothes between the girl's legs and the white sheets were all stained with some unknown liquid. Okay, the massage is over. Susan, I'll go outside to get a glass of water. Wait a minute, I'll be back soon. Lin Tao put down the beautiful feet with a normal expression and slowly walked out of the room. He knew very well that the one who was suffering the most was the girl on the hospital bed. The greatest respect he could show was to just walk away as if nothing had happened. Sometimes, tacit understanding was enough. Watching Lin Tao's back as he quickly left. In the room, Lu Wan came back to her senses, and a look of admiration flashed in her eyes. She felt more and more that her young lady might have really found a good match. Immediately, with a smile on her face, she began to change her young lady's clothes. On the hospital bed, hearing the sound of Lin Tao closing the door and leaving, Susan breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, she felt grateful. Thank you, Lin Tao. Chapter 18. In ancient times, Chao Ji could compose a poem in 7 steps, and now Lin Tao can compose a song in 10 steps. 10 minutes later, Lin Tao returned to the girl's boudoir. What comes into view? Apart from the new clothes and sheets, everything else was as usual. Sister Lu, the sun is shining brightly today. Can I take Susan out to bask in the sun? Staying indoors for a long time without seeing the sun is also very detrimental to your body's recovery. The topic of incontinence was not mentioned. Lin Tao pointed outside the sunny window and asked Lu Wan with a smile.
Can.
Seeing Lu Wan nod, Lin Tao came to the girl's bed and picked her up in a princess hug. Then he walked out of the room carefully and slowly. Susan in his arms didn't react until then, and she was instantly surprised and happy. Ever since she fell into a coma, she has been trapped in this room, on this big bed. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to feel the air outside today. If only she could do something. At this moment, he must have jumped up with excitement. However, she realized that she was being carried like a princess by Lin Tao. Susan felt extremely ashamed, with all kinds of complicated emotions in her heart. After all, apart from being held by my father when I was a child, this was the first time she was held in the arms of a boy like this. Is this the legendary princess hug? I wonder if Lin Tao would think I'm too heavy? I shouldn't be heavy. I've been lying down for a while, and I don't know if I've gained weight. I'm so worried that people will dislike me. I have to say, all girls' concerns are always strange and similar. Even Susan. At this moment, I couldn't help but worry about my weight. Susan, you are so light. You should eat more when you wake up. Girls are more cute when they are plump. Maybe it's a telepathic connection. Lin Tao suddenly lowered his head to look at the girl's face and responded softly. He wasn't lying to comfort me, but it was the true feeling after holding the thin girl in his arms. But this is normal, a vegetative person who has been on a liquid diet for a long time. If you want to say how healthy you can be, aren't you just kidding yourself? Susan can still maintain sub-health status. It was all because of the short coma time, the various top medical conditions provided by the Su family, and Lin Tao's massage method. If these decisive factors were lost, ordinary people would have become skinny and bony long ago. The other side. I heard Lin Tao say that she was very light. Susan was delighted at first, but a trace of doubt soon emerged. Isn't he trying to comfort me? Don't boys like skinny girls? Those who are fat will be disliked. While Susan was still worrying about her weight, Lin Tao had already carried her out of the villa. The figures of both of them were exposed under the golden sunlight. So warm. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of sunshine-like warmth. Susan put away her wandering thoughts and quietly savored the long-lost peace. 1 minute later, under the willow tree, the dense branches and leaves blocked most of the golden sunlight, leaving only a few spots of it seeping in. Susan, I've asked Sister Lu to get the guitar. I'll sing a song for you later. There is a gentle breeze. Lin Tao gently placed the girl in his arms on the recliner under the willow tree. Then he habitually took Susan's little hand and whispered softly, Lin Tao is going to sing? I'm so looking forward to it. Just at this moment, a delicate cry interrupted the warm tranquility under the willow tree. You perverted pervert, let go of my sister Sue's little hand. Hearing this familiar line, Lin Tao raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Turning around, the iconic twin ponytails, wearing a small yellow hat, carrying a red school bag, wear a red scarf on the chest. I think no one else can dress like this 2D elementary school student, except the lowly girl Chen Kursen. What are you doing? Why are you taking advantage of my wife? Stop. Miss Chen Kursen, please get this straight. Susan and I are going to get our marriage certificate soon, and it's legitimate for me to hold her hand. Shut up. Sister Sue doesn't like you. She promised my confession. We have already decided to spend our lives together and promise to be each other's angels. Lin Tao was so upset that he didn't bother to listen to the little lowly's nonsense and simply ignored her existence. Susan on the recliner. He even wanted to jump up and hit Chin Kursen's little head hard. How abominable. I treat you as my best friend, but you only want to take advantage of my body. Just at this moment, Lu Wan returned to the willow tree carrying a golden guitar. Mr. Lin, I have brought the things. Yes. Thank you for your help, Sister Lu. Taking the golden guitar, Lin Tao plucked the strings a few times to get a feel for it. Lin Tao is going to start singing? I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of original songs will you bring this time? Hear music. Susan subconsciously held her breath and listened. Of course, this was just an illusion caused by her being unable to control her body and being extremely focused. And it's not just the girl on the recliner who has this mentality. Even the older beautiful woman Lu Wan, as well as the bodyguards and maids working not far away. At this moment, everyone cast expectant glances in this direction. After all, there was yesterday's amazing performance. The Su family no longer had any doubts about Lin Tao's musical ability, and they just wanted to hear his heavenly voice again. You pervert. What are you doing with the guitar? The only one who was out of tune with the atmosphere was the little lowly Chen Kursen. She tilted her head, the red scarf on her chest fluttering in the wind, and said with a little curiosity, Can you play the guitar? Let me tell you, Sister Su is very picky about music. She simply disdains the so-called popular music on the market. Don't pollute my Sister Su's ears with those vulgar music. Hearing this, Lu Wan and others present all looked strange, not knowing how to remind Chen Kursen. On the contrary, Lin Tao appeared very calm. He seemed to not care about Chen Kursen's questioning at all. He smiled gently in response. Don't bother. I sing original music. As soon as these words came out, Chen Kursen laughed and said with undisguised sarcasm, Original? Just you? What good song can you sing? You are great if you can sing the popular song Chicken. You are so beautiful. But what good songs can you create originally? Yesterday, Lin Tao showed off his skilled massage skills. This already made Chen Kursen incredible. But she absolutely did not believe that the other party had such talent and could create anything original on his own. It would probably be a rubbish song pieced together from various sources. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you right here and now. How do you prove it? Chen Kursen was immediately interested. You can choose any theme you want. I'll create an original song on the spot and then put it online. If the song is liked by the public, then I will have proven myself successful. As the winner, you have to do something for me. Of course, if the song isn't popular with the public, then as a loser, I can also agree to one of your requests. Lin Tao thought for a moment and proposed a bet. Okay, I'll come up with the theme, right? Today is Children's Day. Then why don't you compose a song on the spot that the children will like? Chen Kursen was full of confidence and immediately nodded in agreement, fearing that Lin Tao would go back on his word. He even proudly brought up a topic that he had thought of on the spur of the moment. Then he took out his cell phone and, at Lin Tao's request not to show his face, turned on the recording mode. Let's get started. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you even if you lose. And my request is very simple. If you lose, from now on, apart from giving Sister Su a massage, you can't touch her body anymore. Sister Su is misogynistic. I have to protect her from being taken advantage of by stinky men. Chen Kursen put her hands on her hips, looking confident of victory. The aho hair on its head also began to shake its head proudly along with its owner. Composing songs on the spot? She absolutely did not believe that Lin Tao had such talent. Otherwise, the news would have spread like wildfire in Shanghai. On the recliner, Susan was very anxious. She is confident in Lin Tao's musical talent. But no matter how talented one is, isn't it too outrageous to compose and sing live? Not to mention uploading it to the internet and being loved by children would be considered a success. Time is too tight. Is Lin Tao really okay? This little girl Ku Xian. Isn't she deliberately making things difficult for me? Hell, I don't care about Lin Tao holding my hand. Why are you more anxious than me? When I wake up, I will definitely hit this little girl on the head a few times. Right now, even Susan herself didn't realize that she had gradually become accustomed to Lin Tao's touch. This was obviously unimaginable before. After all, ever since I developed misogyny, every time a man gets within 1 meter of her, Susan would feel a strong sense of discomfort. Not to mention touching her body, that would be a nightmare for her. But I don't know when it started. This situation completely disappeared in front of Lin Tao, and even gradually, Susan was somewhat looking forward to this man's approach. Just these minor changes. At this time, Susan has not yet realized it herself. Under the willow tree, Chen Kursin urged with a triumphant smile. Sing? Why aren't you singing yet? If you can't do it, just give up. 0-0. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. Facing Chen Kursin's teasing and ridicule, Lin Tao simply ignored it, and various songs he had played before the time travel kept flashing through his mind. Children's Day? Songs for kids? Lin Tao was thinking silently, pacing back and forth with his guitar in his arms. Step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 10 steps. It seems like he thought of something. Lin Tao stopped and smiled. Seeing this, Chen Kursin raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, mystifying? How? In ancient times, Chaoji could compose a poem in 7 steps. Are you planning to follow suit? Make a song out of 10 steps? Ignored Chen Kursin's ridicule. Lin Tao's fingers danced and jumped on the strings. The cheerful notes instantly filled the entire venue. Then, Lin Tao opened his lips slightly. The cheerful lyrics are sung along with the music. Chapter 19. Chen Kursin, who was socially dead, was so embarrassed that her toes touched the ground. Under the willow tree, Lin Tao holds a golden guitar and basks in the sun. As the guitar prelude sounded, a light and magnetic voice sang along with the guitar melody. I planted a seed in my heart, da-la-da-la. It can make small wishes come true and has magical powers. I heard every kid wants it. Radio, let's explore together. This seed is about to sprout in my heart. I work harder for it every day. Mom and Dad said every dream is great. Brothers and sisters, let's go together. Go, go, go. Just the first few lines of the lyrics captivated everyone present. This song is so happy. And it sounds really good. It's totally my dish. Did this man really manage to create a song in 10 steps? Chen Kursin opened her mouth wide and stood there in shock, unable to move. Only the alopecia on his head was still swaying in the breeze. Then I was immersed in the song and couldn't extricate myself. For Chen Kursin, who has loved the two-dimensional world since childhood, this type of children's songs is her favorite. Especially this song. The lyrics perfectly express the children's full affirmation of themselves and the courage to move forward. The singer also hopes that the children, I wish you the courage to pursue your dreams, not fear the future, and move forward with great strides. Certainly, for many children, they cannot understand such profound truths. So Chen Kursin raised her eyebrows and suddenly had a strange illusion. This song is for children. Maybe it's too childish, but it's just right for adults. Before you know it, Chen Kursin, who was completely moved by the melody of the song, opened her cherry lips slightly and began to hum along. Okay, go, come on, come on. Okay, go, come on, come on. We must be firm in our current thinking. Okay, go, come on, come on. Okay, go, come on, come on. A huge burst of courage. Lin Tao is really amazing. Is this really a piece of music he created on the spur of the moment? Musical genius. But why didn't it show up before? If you are so talented, you shouldn't be called a madman by everyone in the Magic City. Is there some hidden secret about Lin Tao? Took Lin Tao only a few minutes to create such a perfect nursery rhyme. Susan sincerely admired him. Before she fell into a coma, she had many suitors. Among them are many young talents, including some who are known as musical geniuses in the entertainment industry. But they can't compare to a musical genius like Lin Tao. That's like a dwarf meeting a giant. They are much shorter than the giant. Now, Susan became more and more curious about her husband who was born to bring good luck to her. Lin Tao, what other secrets do you have? Okay, go, come on, come on. Okay, go, come on, come on. Take your own big steps. Okay, go, come on, come on. Okay, go, come on, come on. Stop dragging your feet. The sun is about to set. As the last note fell, the song came to an end. Under the willow trees, the sound lingers. While everyone was still immersed in the echo of the guitar, Lin Tao had already put down the instrument in his arms and sat quietly back next to Susan. Looking at the girl's messy hair, he reached out to tidy it up and asked softly, "Susan, do you like this song? Happy Children's Day again." "I like it. It sounds good. I also wish you a happy Children's Day." Even though I knew Lin Tao couldn't hear me, but Susan still responded seriously in her heart. Now, she really hoped that she could wake up and sincerely say to Lin Tao, "Thanks." These 2 days were the most relaxing and happy days for Susan since she fell into a coma. Lin Tao for bringing all this to her. Thinking back to the days when I was just confirmed to be in a vegetative state, the despair and pain, the feeling of collapse that made me constantly desire death, are still vivid in my mind. Even Susan herself couldn't believe it. Only 2 days had passed. She gradually stopped complaining about her fate and began to have visions and hopes for the future. And all these changes started with the appearance of Lin Tao. The other person will talk to you, give you flowers, sing to you, and give you massages. If it weren't for Lin Tao, Susan didn't know what she would become in despair. At this time, Lu Wan and others finally came back to their senses from the singing. Pa pa pa. There was a continuous stream of applause coming from all directions. Lin Tao bowed repeatedly to the Su family servants around him to express his gratitude. He glanced at the little Lolita who was blushing and clapping the loudest, and said with a playful smile, "How is it, Miss Chung Kursin? Do you think I can win this bet?" "Well, yes." Chen Kursin pulled her twin ponytails and nodded in acknowledgement. Such a straightforward admission of defeat made Lin Tao look at him a few more times. "Don't look at me like that. I, Chen Kursin, can take it or leave it. If I lose, I will admit it. Although it hasn't been posted online yet, I can already foresee that your song will at least create a craze among kids. And don't get too complacent. There are always people better than you. And there are countless people in this world who can create good music. For example, yesterday, I found a song that sounded like heavenly music. It was no worse than yours." Maybe he didn't want Lin Tao to be too proud. Chung Kursin took out her cell phone, found the song she had heard by chance yesterday afternoon, and pressed the play button. "Listen to this song. It just came out yesterday, and today it has already been played tens of millions of times on Bilibili. It's going viral all over the internet, with millions of reposts already, topping all the major music charts. Even popular songs like Chicken You Are So Beautiful, Last Minute Cramming, and Thai Cool Spicy were all killed. Listen to this song by others. When you first listen to it, you don't understand the meaning of the song, but when you listen to it again, you are already one with the person in the song. I think this song is better and more meaningful than the one you sang today. I believe the creator must be a talented and experienced person." Chen Kursin kept boasting, exaggerating the song she was talking about. This song should only exist in heaven. How many times can it be heard in the world? This immediately aroused the curiosity of Lin Tao and others, and they all wanted to know how good the divine song Chen Kursin mentioned was. A sad BGM came from Chen Kursin's phone. "A good person like me. I should have lived a brilliant life. How come after more than 20 years, still floating in the sea of people? Why does this song sound familiar?" When Lin Tao first heard the opening BGM, he was stunned. Then he had a strange expression, both funny and sad. He didn't expect. The song People Like Me that I sang just yesterday has caused such a sensation on the internet today. It seems my plan was correct. As long as we make good use of the lack of entertainment in the world, we can quickly increase our social influence. The other side. Chen Kursin is still bragging and constantly praising people like me in order to downplay the status of the courageous. This girl, please stop. I feel so embarrassed for you. Oops. I can't stand it anymore. Someone can come and plug my ears. In the dark consciousness space, Susan didn't know what to feel. At this moment, for the first time, she was glad that she was a vegetable. Otherwise, she might have dug out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room from the ground. For example, Lu Wan and others standing nearby. At this time, I became restless. Facing Chen Kersin, his face was full of admiration and he kept talking about her with pride. They don't know how to tell each other the fact of social death. What's wrong? Why are you guys like that? Is this song not good? The little lowly finally realized that the atmosphere was wrong. He touched his own little head with a silly and cute look on his face. Seeing this, Lin Tao grinned and said directly, "Oh, it sounds great, but I also sang this song. Thank you for your recognition of me." Chen Kersin. Chapter 20 Susan's determination. Now, I just want to avenge my family. You? Why didn't you say so earlier? You big bastard. You must be deliberately trying to make fun of me. After realizing that he had made a big mistake, Chen Kersin's face flushed instantly, and she yanked her ponytails madly. It's not too late to tell me now. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you." Lin Tao raised his eyebrows and responded with the little lowly's words before. Hearing this, appeared on Chen Kersin's forehead one after another, and her little canine teeth were grinding with a clattering sound, as if she was going to pounce on Lin Tao and bite him to death in the next second. Seeing this, Lin Tao quickly raised his hands to show his surrender. He also expressed his hope that Chen Kersin could help him do something. I accept the loss. Every day from now on, I will release a new single that I sing for Susan. I hope you can help me register an account on Bilibili so that I can edit and publish the songs I sing. Because I have to take care of Susan, I don't have time to manage the account. And you are more familiar with this area, I would like to let you take full charge. Lin Tao decided to take advantage of the lack of entertainment in the world to greatly enhance his social influence. This will be of great help to his future development. Release new songs every day? Are all of them as good as these two? That's about right. Seeing Lin Tao nodded confidently. Lin Tao as if he were a madman. Everyone knows. The birth of every good song is a rare opportunity. Lin Tao plans to release 1 song a day, and he is confident that each song will be of high quality. Chen Kersin can think of this at this moment. If Lin Tao could really continue to produce good songs every day, then he will be the #1 singer in China in a short period of time and become the top star in the world's music circle. Under the willow tree, Susan and others on the recliner were shocked by Lin Tao's words. Lin Tao once said that he would sing a song for me every day. Is this actually true? Are you planning to release the song clip? Is this a path to becoming a pop star? Does Lin Tao really like singing so much? Will I influence him? After all, my schedule is so tight every day. I have to give me massages and write songs for release. Think of this. Susan just felt very guilty. Without her burden, Lin Tao would definitely be able to do better in realizing his dream. Just let her let Lin Tao go like this. To be honest, Susan was not very willing. After all, if the other party leaves, then there will be no one to talk to me, to give me a massage, or to encourage me all the time. Susan felt inexplicably upset at the thought of losing all these. And at this time, is singing your dream? Looking at the young man in front of him who had considerable musical talent, Chen Kersin was full of curiosity. No, this is Susan's dream. Didn't she want to be the world's #1 singer when she was a child? The world's #1 singer when she was a child? I want to realize this dream for her before she wakes up. At least I want to become the #1 singer in China first. Lin Tao wants to become a singer, not for his own dream, but to realize Susan's dream. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. After a moment, Chen Kersin, who was the first to react, immediately had tears in her eyes. She was moved by Lin Tao's deep love and even felt inferior to him. Are you really making me cry to death? Okay, from today on, I admit that you are my strongest rival in love. But let me make it clear first, my love for Sister Sue is no less than yours. I want to compete with you fairly. What the hell? Is this middle school girl really hopeless? Lin Tao rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to Chen Kursin, who was wiping her tears. Susan from the recliner and walked towards the villa. I'm going to continue giving Susan massage for rehabilitation. If you have nothing else to do, then why don't you go back and help me with my work? After saying, his back disappeared from Chen Kursin's sight. Don't worry. Since this matter is related to Sister Sue's dream, then I will definitely go all out. Explode. My little universe. The little girl was full of fighting spirit. She pulled her own twin ponytails and rushed out of the Sue family like a train. The other side, Susan had been carried back to the bed in the room, but her mind was still lingering on the conversation that had taken place not long ago, and she was so shocked that she couldn't extricate herself. Lin Tao, did I hear correctly? He said it was to fulfill my dream? I decided to become a singer because of my childhood dream of music. I remember when she was little, when my parents were still alive, I did have the dream of becoming a singing star. But as I get older, Susan herself had to admit that she had no musical talent at all. Gradually, she was also shy about talking about her childhood dreams for fear of touching her sensitive nerves. Especially after my parents and brother died in an accident a few years ago, Susan's mind was filled with hatred, dreams or something. It has been completely sealed away and forgotten deep in my heart. Now when I hear Lin Tao mention it, I feel that things and people have changed. In the dark space of consciousness, Susan's heart was filled with mixed emotions, including being touched, feeling guilty, and perhaps even, there is still a trace of love between men and women. Realizing that my feelings towards Lin Tao had changed from gratitude to something a little off, Susan denied it immediately and subconsciously. Impossible. I have a severe misogyny for men. I have no chance of being interested in any man. Although I am very grateful to Lin Tao, but when I sober up, I will still separate from him as planned. Only this is the best choice for him and me, because I am destined not to be a good wife. This is my destiny. Susan calmed down and quickly adjusted her mentality. Some budding emotions were strangled in the cradle by her in an instant. But even so, a faint sense of loss still quietly emerged in Susan's heart. But when she regained her senses, she resolutely chose to ignore this feeling of discomfort. Then, in my heart, I kept reminding myself of the real purpose of my life. The deaths of my family members were not accidents at all. After so many years of investigation, I have vaguely discovered some of the truth. There are extremely terrifying forces involved behind the scenes. That is an existence that the current Sue family cannot resist at all. But in order to avenge my parents and my brother, I don't care no matter how much it costs, even if the end of this road is destined to be death. Recalling the voices, smiles, and appearances of my parents and relatives, Susan's mentality returned to being cold again. She knew very well how dangerous the road she was about to take was, and that if she was not careful she could fall into the abyss. In this case, love between young people is too luxurious and will only bring danger to each other. I don't want to lose important people anymore. So this road is destined to be full of thorns. It is enough for me to walk on it alone, even if the end of the road is destined to be a dead end. But by that time, I can stop and rest now. I can see my family again. Mom, Dad, brother. I'm so tired. Chapter 21 Lin Jianjun's birthday party? It's time to get my 3 billion back. Time flies like an arrow. For the next 5 days, Lin Tao continued to do everything as usual. Wake up every day. I habitually go to the flower shop and buy a bunch of violets first. Then I went back to Susan's room, held her hand and talked with her, told stories, told jokes, sang love songs, and gave her massages. Basically, there are no special circumstances. Lin Tao would stick close to Susan all day long. Ding! The host and Susan put their palms together and are awarded 1 point/10 seconds. Why? 1 point every 10 seconds again? Why can't I get promoted no matter what? Listen to the system prompts in your mind. Lin Tao felt quite helpless. The biggest gain in the past few days is that the original 1 point/15 seconds has been improved to the current 1 point/10 seconds. But this seems to have reached a bottleneck. Lin Tao's points time has stagnated for 2 consecutive days. Maybe I'm too impatient. After all, it has only been a week since I moved into the Su family. Thinking about it this way, the progress doesn't seem too slow. Think of this. Lin Tao felt a lot more balanced and opened the points panel with great interest. 20,962. Looking at the 20,000 points that I finally accumulated after working so hard for so many days, Lin Tao couldn't stop smiling. He felt a sense of pride and joy, as if he had become a wealthy man overnight. But I took a look at the system mall. He couldn't help but sigh as he thought of the 2 items he desired the most. Product: Invincible Immortal Emperor Cultivation. Price: 10 billion. Introduction: After the host successfully redeems, he will immediately possess the strongest immortal emperor-level cultivation, combat power, and perception, and be able to suppress all enemies in the world. Product: Immortality. Price: 100 billion. Introduction: After the host successfully redeems, he will be eternally immortal. Even time cannot wear you down. Looking at the 2 product introductions, Lin Tao's saliva was watering. As long as you can exchange these 2 things, wouldn't you become a god who dominates everything? I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Hey, but I'm still a little short of the required points. I can only survive slowly and survive slowly. I firmly believe that there will be a day when I can survive. Lin Tao looked determined and set his future goals. Stay calm and accumulate points. However, having said that, after looking at the girl sleeping on the bed, Lin Tao gritted his teeth and made a decision. System: Help me exchange 2 high-quality amulets. Ding. Redemption successful. 20,000 Tai points have been deducted, and the remaining Tai points are 962 points. Humph, profiteer. I heard that 20,000 points that I had accumulated for several days were deducted all at once. Lin Tao felt depressed, as if he had returned to the period before liberation and became a pauper again. But looking at the jade pendant in his hand, he also felt very safe, and it was worth the money. According to the system introduction, this jade pendant can block a fatal blow for the wearer, which is equivalent to having an extra life. To be conservative, Lin Tao prepared one for himself and Susan respectively. Needless to say, your own life is definitely the most important. As for Susan, apart from the only female protagonist in the novel, she is the female supporting character who has the closest relationship with the protagonist and the highest luck. If she fails, I will be in a passive position. He doesn't want to get too close to the protagonist Su Yang, which is a double-edged sword. And he has no interest in the heroine who has given birth to the protagonist's child. He is not a thief who likes other people's wives. As the god of pure love, he only wishes to win the heart of one person and stay with her until old age. Susan in the novel. In the end, he died miserably. For the sake of safety, I thought of adding an insurance for the other party. Then, Lin Tao put the jade pendant around his neck, then stood up and put the other one on Susan. What is he doing? What is suddenly put on me? Noticing Lin Tao's sudden approach, Susan instinctively resisted. It's not that I'm worried that Lin Tao will take advantage of me. After all, Lin Tao's considerate and inappropriate behavior in the past few days has fully proved that he is a gentleman. Just that day, when you realize that something is not right with your emotions, Susan is always reminding herself to avoid making the same mistake again. Susan, this jade pendant was left to me by my mother before she passed away, and she asked me to give it to her future daughter-in-law. Now you are the wife I have chosen for my whole life, so I will give you this protective jade pendant. To prevent Susan from throwing the jade pendant away after waking up, Lin Tao deliberately made up a story to exaggerate the importance of the jade pendant. And in the dark consciousness space, Susan wanted to raise her hand to refuse, but she couldn't move, so she could only let it go. Is this Lin Tao's mother's relic? Then I feel unworthy of it. I can't take it. Forget it. I'll just give it back to him after I wake up. Just when Lin Tao put on the amulet, the door was suddenly pushed open. A little lowly wearing a JK student uniform and twin ponytails came bouncing in. "Brother Lin Tao, what song are you singing today?" "Let me tell you. Yesterday, your song Invisible Wings once again blew up the entire internet. Now there are countless of your fans who are eagerly waiting for your songs to be released every day." Lin Tao's talent these days. Her hostility towards the man in front of her gradually turned into a little admiration. "No way. Lin Tao is really awesome." A few days ago, she followed Lin Tao's instructions and created an account on Bilibili using the codename L and released the music song, Outburst of Courage. As soon as it came online, it immediately caused a craze among children. Many adults also rushed to sing and imitate. Within a day, its popularity was comparable to that of People Like Me. In particular, Chen Kursin used her own fame to directly reveal that the author of both songs was L. And when he will release an original single every day, a wave of fans following L has been set off. This craze has become even more crazy as Lin Tao keeps his word and releases a hit song every day. Dispelling Sorrow, Love You, 7 Mile Fragrant, 1,000 Years Later, Invisible Wings. It can be said that now Lin Tao just needs to reveal his identity. That would immediately make him a king-level figure in the entertainment industry. Half of China might know him. However, becoming famous is not Lin Tao's ultimate goal. So every time he asked Chen Kursin to record the video and not reveal his true identity, facing Chen Kursin's expectant gaze, Lin Tao smiled calmly, let go of Susan's hand, picked up the golden guitar beside him and held it in his arms, and said softly, "What's the song we're going to sing today?" The song is called I Want to Love This World So Much. This is a song for the depression community. I hope to use the power and charm of music to inspire and advocate for the public to care for and understand people with depression. Writing for someone suffering from depression? What song is this? I really want to hear it and look forward to it. Chen Kursin held professional recording equipment in her hands, waiting with anticipation on her face. Not only her, but Susan, who was lying on the hospital bed, was unable to move, but her whole heart was focused on Lin Tao's movements. I dare not say anything else these days, but when it comes to musical talent, Lin Tao has impressed everyone with his strength. The products must be top quality. As the guitar prelude sounded, Lin Tao's deep voice then appeared in the room. Holding on the sofa, sleepy eyes, messy hair. But I want to be as cool as the protagonist in the movie. Under the corner of the eaves, there are crows lined up, densely packed. I don't know how to express my suppressed emotions. I thought about leaving. When the sun loses to the haze. I didn't expect you would try your best to clear it for me. I've thought about leaving, but I persisted until now. I've gotten through those narrations, those gestures, those injuries. I don't want to leave. When your smile blooms, the world is suddenly filled with color. So, holding on the sofa, sleepy eyes, messy hair. The sun sets, the phone is connected. It's you. The song is over. Lin Tao remained calm as ever. He put down the guitar in his hand, sat back in his seat, and took Susan's hand to hug her. On the other hand, Chen Kursin's eyes were already filled with tears. The emotions of the song moved me so much that I couldn't express them in words. Susan was lying on the bed. She felt this emotion even more strongly. After all, ever since her parents died, the Su family had been facing suppression from all sorts of forces that took advantage of their misfortunes, and she had managed to maintain the family by wiping away her tears. Coupled with the vegetative state during this period, the psychological pressure was enormous. Susan can even realize that. Maybe I'm suffering from mild depression. I am so touched. This song is so well written, especially for someone like me who has some depression. Listening to it, you can feel that the song contains a lot of respect and cherishment for life. A melody that heals the heart. Warm and sincere words. A deep and powerful voice. Susan felt the warmth in the song and the haze that always shrouded her heart. At this moment, a lot of my emotions were dissipated by the healing singing. Pa pa pa. It sounds so good. It's perfect. Brother Lin Tao, you are really so awesome. Chun Kursin finally came to her senses, her face flushed with excitement, and she clapped repeatedly. She knew without even thinking. Once this song is released to the outside world, it will surely set off a storm on the internet. I'm leaving now. I need to process the recording right away. Let's go. The little girl acted decisively, holding a tape recorder in her hand, and rushed out the door in a hurry. This little brat is so irritable. Watching Chen Kursin's hurried back disappear, Lin Tao couldn't help but look mocking. He turned around and was about to start today's massage. Chun Kursin's slightly hesitant voice came from the door again. Brother Lin Tao, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. What's up? Seeing the little Lolita coming back, Lin Tao looked back in surprise. Well, it's about your father. Tonight is his birthday, and I heard that he has invited many celebrities to attend the banquet. He also plans to announce Lin Hao as his successor at the banquet. You. Oh, this. I know. I will attend it tonight. Ah. What's so surprising? It's only natural to pay back debts. The 1-week deadline is up, and it's time to get some things back. Chapter 22 Lin Hao's green tea flavor. I am a younger brother. Please forgive my older brother. 8 o'clock at night. The crescent moon hangs high in the sky, and the stars are shining. After giving the girl a final massage, Lin Tao stood up and said goodbye with a smile. Susan, I'm going out. Crack. I heard the sound of the room door closing. Susan couldn't help but feel worried. She knew that Lin Tao was going to attend his father's birthday party. He has always been at odds with his father. This trip is destined to be bumpy. I hope everything goes well. But after all, they are biological father and son. So I think Lin Jianjun won't make things too difficult for Lin Tao. As soon as Lin Tao walked down the second floor, he ran into Lu Wan, who looked hurried and held a white medicine bottle in her hand. Sister Lu, what happened? The chairman said he forgot to bring a bottle of heart medicine and asked me to find it and deliver it to him. Lu Wan frowned, her face full of worry. Because of the troubles the company encountered these days, Su Xingtian was so busy that he even lived in the company, staying up late for a long time. High-intensity work. All these made Su Xingtian, who was already very old, look even older. The whole person is like a candle in the wind, giving people a sad feeling that it will be extinguished at the slightest blow. Plus, Susan became a vegetable. The huge Su family is now left with only an old widower struggling to support the family. This situation caused panic within the Su family group. Many shareholders seemed to smell the smell of bankruptcy and began to look for a way out. Is that so? Then Sister Lu, please be careful on the road. Watching Lu Wan walking away quickly, Lin Tao seemed to be lost in thought. In fact, according to the whispers of the servants in the house recently, he guessed that the Su family was almost at the end of its strength. Then the day when Su Yang returns won't be far away. In order to gain more favor from the Su family, I have to solve this trouble for the Su family before Su Yang returns as a king. Walked out of the Su family villa. Lin Tao waved his hand to stop a taxi and headed towards the Lin family manor. In the back seat, looking at the scenery outside the window that was constantly receding, Lin Tao suddenly smiled. And the solution to this problem lies with the Lin family. I have to follow the plan. First, I have to take the Lin family away from Lin Jianjun and firmly control it in my own hands. Outside the Lin family manor. At this moment, there are crowds of people and luxury cars. All those present were wealthy bosses from all walks of life. Came here spontaneously to attend Lin Jianjun's birthday party. As expected of the Lin family, although it has been on a downward trend over the years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse and it is still an unshakable existence. The young man welcoming guests at the door is Lin Jianjun's illegitimate son, right? The biological son is driven out of the house, and the illegitimate son is doted on. Interesting, really interesting. Seeing this grand scene, some wealthy people couldn't help but sigh. But this had nothing to do with them, so they walked over with the mentality of watching the joke. The main entrance of the villa. Lin Hao was wearing a white suit. He was standing at the entrance welcoming guests with a smile on his face. There were still scars on his face from Lin Tao a few days ago. Boss Wong, please come in. Hey, Master Yi, you are here too? Welcome, welcome. Mr. Jiang, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend my dad's birthday party. Everyone, please come in. It is a great honor for our Lin family to have all of you here today. Facing the wealthy and powerful, Lin Hao kept bowing and expressing his gratitude, doing a very good job on the surface. Many guests present nodded repeatedly. In addition, everyone knows that Lin Hao is Lin Jianjun's most favored youngest son. Therefore, every guest was very respectful to Lin Hao and greeted him politely with a smile. Right now, at the entrance of the Lin family villa, the atmosphere was warm and it looked like both the host and the guests were having a great time. No wonder Lin Jianjun likes this illegitimate child. His communication skills are really good. Especially compared to the hot-tempered eldest son, he does seem more capable and has a gentler and more humble temperament. I heard that Lin Jianjun plans to hand over the company to his illegitimate son. It seems that this decision is wise. Listen to the whispers of the powerful people in the demon city. Lin Hao appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he was already beaming with joy and was extremely vain. Snort. One day, I will become the true master of the Lin family. Lin Tao, don't ever think of competing with me. Just when Lin Hao's ambition was growing, a guest asked about the injury on his face. Hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly felt pain on his cheek, and anger surged in his pupils. But he pretended to be aggrieved on his face, with red eyes. It's all my fault. I made my brother angry, but it's not my brother's fault. Because my brother can't control his emotions, he didn't mean it. It's just that I really want to have a good relationship with my brother. As soon as these words came out, there was a helpless and sad expression on his face. This reminds me of Lin Tao's reputation for being violent in Shanghai. The dignitaries present suddenly realized. They understand. They got it. They all looked at Lin Hao with sympathy and pity. Seeing this, Lin Hao struck while the iron was hot, bowed to the many wealthy people, and said sincerely, I know my brother has a bad temper. Friends present here, some of you may have been offended by my brother in the past. Here, as the younger brother, I apologize to everyone on behalf of my brother. Please forgive my brother. After saying, Lin Hao bowed 90 degrees to the entire audience. This expression of true feelings immediately attracted the admiration of some sentimental guests. Just at this moment, an inopportune voice suddenly sounded. Apologize on my behalf? Lin Hao, are you worthy? Who is so bold as to openly diss the young master of the Lin family? The sudden sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. When everyone turned around, they looked in shock. A young man in white shirt and black pants walked in from the gate. It was Lin Tao. It's him? Lin Jianjun's eldest son. Wasn't he kicked out of the Lin family? I heard that this madman likes to blow people's heads off when they don't agree with him. Many people used to care about the Lin family, but now I'm afraid he will be given a chance to take revenge, right? Interesting. With this guy's hot temper, he won't start beating up the illegitimate child as soon as he gets here. Just when everyone was whispering and joking, getting ready to watch the show, Lin Hao was so shocked that his mouth opened wide and he stood there in a daze. This damn guy. Why did you come back suddenly? Now that you've left the Lin family, get away from me. Could it be that you are unwilling to give up and want to come back and snatch my property? Think of this. Lin Hao felt a surge of ruthlessness in his heart. Don't even think about it. He had finally forced Lin Tao out of the Lin family, so he would never allow him to come back and add more variables. But faced with many wealthy and powerful people, Lin Hao still maintained his good brother persona with a happy face and walked quickly towards Lin Tao. Brother, you are finally back. Brother, today is Daddy's birthday. He will definitely be very happy to see you back, brother. Actually, Daddy is just like me. We both feel bad for Gigi. Oh shit, where does this green tea smell come from? It's killing me. Lin Tao raised his eyebrows, looked with disgust at his good brother, who was getting closer, and raised his hand to do a wall bang. Bang! Get lost. Don't get close to me. Chapter 23 Lin Tao's White Moonlight appears? By Susu. Bang! Loud slaps echoed at the gate of the Lin family, attracting shocked glances from countless powerful and wealthy people. Was I beaten? I was slapped again? Feeling the burning pain of the new wound on my cheek, the old one had not yet healed. Lin Hao was filled with rage and wished he could grind Lin Tao, who was a head taller than him, into ashes. Just reason told him, we should seize this opportunity and let the heroes of Shanghai see Lin Tao's violent nature. Brother, why did you hit me suddenly? Are you still holding a grudge against the last time you pushed me down the stairs but didn't kill me? If beating me can make you calm down, then go ahead and beat me. As long as my brother is happy, Xiaohao will have no regrets. Because you are my most beloved brother? Lin Hao's eyes were red, and his pretty face and weak scholar appearance made him look very aggrieved. He thought he was in front of so many powerful people. Lin Tao will at least restrain himself and take his own reputation into consideration. But I never expected. The other party doesn't play by the rules at all. Instead, she seemed to be smoked by something. She walked up to him, covering her nose, and gave him a big wall bang. Ding! The host and Lin Hao slap each other and are awarded 2 points. Ding! The host and Lin Hao slap each other and are awarded 3 points. Ding! The host and Lin Hao slap each other and are awarded 2 points. Ding! The host and Lin Hao slap each other and are awarded 3 points. Very good. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Lin Tao nodded with satisfaction. He is really short of sticking points now. Since Lin Hao took the initiative to offer it to him, he accepted it without hesitation. As for other people in Modu's opinion, the so-called bad reputation, it's none of my business. Lin Tao doesn't care. These fence-sitters are friendly to the Lin family today, but they will be able to lick the Su family, the Yi family, and the Wang family tomorrow. Anyway, I have been labeled a violent maniac, so I might as well take advantage of it and fight back if they don't agree. And at this time, Lin Hao had been dazzled by the consecutive wall dongs and felt the world was spinning before his eyes. He originally wanted to endure it and see if there would be any kind-hearted person who would come out to speak up for justice. But after more than a dozen wall bangs, Lin Hao's front teeth were loosened. Still can't wait for that kind person to show up? Instead, there were quite a few people watching the fun, holding up their phones to take videos with a look of gloating. These bastards! Don't you have any compassion? Lin Hao cursed in his heart, but it is better to ask help from oneself than from others. He finally chose to give in, retreating again and hiding behind a pillar. He just stuck out his bruised head and tried to persuade with a gap in his teeth. Brother, stop fighting. My cousin Su is here too. She hates violence the most. She will be angry if you do this. Su? Hearing the name, Lin Tao was stunned at first. After a little thought, I remembered who the other party was. White Susu. The White Moonlight in My Heart. By Yuelan's niece and Lin Hao's cousin. The Bai family is a small third-tier family. Over the years, it has grown a lot stronger by sucking the blood of the Lin family. Hee. What white moonlight? It's just a white lotus. Lin Tao sneered. In the plot setting, because of his scumbag father, his previous life gradually became dark and lonely. In the process, he met Bai Susu, who was visiting her aunt. The other person's simplicity and innocence made the predecessor unconsciously want to get closer to him and gradually fell in love with him. Over time, the previous incarnation regarded Bai Susu as some kind of psychological support and obeyed every word of this white moonlight. In front of others, your predecessor may be a powder keg that can explode at any time. But in front of Bai Susu, he became a gentle and shy little white sheep. In the plot, the predecessor finally unconditionally transferred 30% of the shares to Lin Hao just because he wanted to make his white moonlight happy. This plot is too ridiculous. What's the white moonlight? In the end, isn't this just a dog licker? Fuck. Whoever wants to be a bootlicker can be one, but I won't be one anyway. After looking through the memories of his previous life, Lin Tao felt annoyed. He had no interest in paying attention to Lin Hao and walked into the door of the banquet hall. He left? Sure enough, the only one who can control him is his cousin. This bastard was afraid that my cousin would get angry, so he controlled his temper and left. I need my cousin to help me. As long as I get the shares from this bastard, I won't have to endure this humiliation anymore. Seeing Lin Tao's back disappear, Lin Hao seemed to have grasped the opponent's weakness, and a confident smile appeared on his lips again. He realized. Now even Lin Jianjun is unable to suppress Lin Tao. But a liquor is always a liquor, and it is impossible for such a creature to resist its beautiful mistress. As long as his cousin is still around, he will be invincible. Lin Hao thought to himself with a victorious smile on his face. He strode towards the door, gathering his emotions as he ran, thinking about how to cry and complain in front of Bai Susu, so that she can teach Lin Tao a lesson for me. The battle between the young masters of wealthy families, is it over already? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Follow me in. This show is so exciting. It's worth the expensive gift I gave you. I heard that Bai Susu is here today too. I'm sure Lin Tao won't dare to go crazy in front of her. Needless to say, Bai Susu is at least one of the 4 great beauties in the Magic City. Don't even mention the young people who are full of vigor and vitality. Even I, an old man, can't control my passion. At the front door, many wealthy and powerful people who like to watch the fun and make trouble. While chatting and laughing, they rushed into the door. On the other side, in the banquet room, in a lounge, Lin Jianjun and his wife were telling a pretty girl about recent events. The girl was Bai Susu. She was wearing a white princess dress, and her innocent smile gave people a feeling of holy and beautiful first love. Aunt, uncle, did brother Lin Tao really beat my cousin? But he promised me before that he would not use violence again. After listening to Bai Yuelon and the other person's description, Bai Susu blinked her big eyes and asked in disbelief. She had been traveling to the cherry blossom country recently and just returned to China yesterday, so she knew nothing about the changes that had taken place in the Lin family. Looking at my niece's ignorant eyes, Bai Yuelon sighed deeply and said with tears in her eyes, "It's not Xiao Tao's fault. It's all Xiao Hao and I's fault. It must be that we mother and I did something wrong, which made Xiao Tao angry. Susu, please persuade Xiao Tao for your aunt later. He usually listens to you the most, so please ask him to go home early. At worst, I can just take Xiao Hao away. I also don't want to see Xiao Dao and Jianjun and their son quarreling like this because of my mother and I." Chapter 24. Ignorant by Susu. I have to help brother Lin Tao and his family resolve misunderstandings. Xiaoye, what are you talking about? Didn't we agree not to say such things anymore? This matter is obviously the fault of that rebellious son. What does it have to do with you and Xiao Hao? I heard Bai Yuelon wanted to leave. Lin Jianjun frowned and interrupted immediately. In his heart towards Lin Tao suddenly reached a new level. Call Lin Tao more than a dozen times these days. Every time I want to influence the other person with my majestic, fatherly love. I didn't expect that rebellious son was so stubborn. After several consecutive calls, he actually blocked him directly, which almost gave Lin Jianjun a heart attack on the spot. Aunt, uncle, please stop arguing. There may be a misunderstanding. After the banquet is over, I will go find brother Lin Tao and ask him about this. If it is really his fault, I will ask him to apologize to you. Bai Susu bit her lip and clenched her fists to make a promise. Hearing this, Bai Yuelon was delighted. She knew this matter. It's stable. Others may not know, but she knows very well how Lin Tao feels about his niece. As long as I can tie this niece firmly to my side, then Lin Tao can forget about causing any trouble. Bai Yuelon smiled like a flower, gently patted her niece's hand, and pretended to be grateful. Okay. From now on it's all up to you, Susu. Susu is awesome. Of course, leave it to me, Auntie. Give a few consecutive compliments. Bai Susu was like a proud little princess, holding her head high and patting her chest to make assurances. Now, in fact, her heart has already leaned towards her relatives. In addition, behind her, Three brothers in suits kept provoking her. The eldest brother by Hai touched his shiny bald head, patted by Susu on the shoulder, and taught him earnestly. Little sister, it's already obvious. It must be that bastard Lin Tao who was so rebellious that he was jealous of his cousin's excellence and tried to murder him. The second brother by Jiang sneered, touched his short hair, and said in agreement, Haha, I've long seen that Lin Tao has evil intentions. Last time he even dared to confess his love to me. Luckily the three of us brothers stopped him for me. Look at him. He actually quarreled with his uncle like this just for a few shares. He is obviously a selfish person who is obsessed with money. The third brother by he had long black hair draped over his shoulders and snorted coldly. Little sister, look, he just confessed his love to you not long ago. Now, just to covet the Su family's wealth and glory, he chooses to marry a vegetative person. You'd better not associate with this kind of person in the future, unless he transfers the shares to his uncle or aunt to prove his character. Lin Tao one after another. Bai Susu was also a little confused. In her impression, Lin Tao is very nice to her and doesn't seem like a bad person. But my aunt and brothers have always loved me. It is even more impossible for them to do something to deceive themselves. Could it be that I really have misjudged him? Just then, the door of the lounge was pushed open. Snap. Chairman, Master Lin Tao. He is here to wish you a happy birthday. A staff member dressed as a security guard came in and reported respectfully. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. What? That rebellious son came to my birthday party? Didn't he just look like? Are you determined to break off relations with me? Could it be that he couldn't save himself and wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to himself? With this idea, in fact, it's not just Lin Jianjun. The people from the Bai family around him had the same idea as him at this moment. After all, there is only one good father in the world, and a child without a father is like a grass. In this world, who doesn't want to be loved by their father? Bai Yuelon sneered in her heart. Husband. Xiao Tao finally came back, now that he knows he was wrong. Then when he kowtows to you and apologizes, you must not lose your temper and chase him away. Listening to his little wife's coquettish tone, Lin Jianjun felt extremely happy, but he remained calm and waved the white paper in his hand. If you want to ask for my forgiveness, it depends on the performance of that rebellious son. He went too far this time and completely pissed me off, so kneeling down and apologizing is not enough. Unless that rebellious son signs this share transfer contract and unconditionally transfers 30% of his shares to my name, I can still reluctantly give him a chance to be my son. Hearing this, Bai Yuelon pretended to sigh helplessly, but she was extremely proud in her heart. As long as Lin Tao transfers his shares, then these shares will definitely fall into the hands of his son sooner or later. But that guy, would you really be so stupid as to transfer your shares? Bai Yuelon was a little unsure, especially after she felt the changes in Lin Tao during this period. Sudden, she glanced at her little niece and immediately felt relieved. That's right. How could I forget about Susu? If it was her who stepped in, immediately following, Bai Yuelon blinked at her three nephews, conveying some message. Then he sighed casually. Husband, you want these shares just to test Xiao Tao's sincerity and see if he really knows his mistake. Once we confirm that Xiao Tao has corrected his mistakes, we will naturally transfer the shares back to him. But if Xiao Tao or outsiders see your efforts, they might misunderstand that you are taking advantage of the opportunity to grab shares. My uncle is so great. Is this what fatherly love is like, a mountain? My uncle really has good intentions and is worried about brother Lin Tao. After understanding Lin Jianjun's painstaking efforts, tears of emotion welled up in Bai Susu's innocent eyes. And behind her are three sister-loving maniacs. They looked at each other in bewilderment, realizing what their aunt was really thinking. The reason why the Bai family can develop rapidly today is based on sucking blood from the Lin family. So in order to be able to suck blood for a long time, the safest way is to keep the Lin group firmly in the hands of one's own family. No matter if that person is my cousin Lin Hao, my aunt Bai Yuelon, or the easily fooled fool Lin Jianjun. No matter what, it cannot fall on Lin Tao, an outsider who has no blood relationship with him. Think of this. The three brothers volunteered one after another. Bai Hai even snatched the contract from Lin Jianjun's hand. He touched his shiny bald head and said with a smile, "Uncle, to avoid misunderstandings, let's go meet Lin Tao first." After Lin Tao signs the contract in advance to show his sincerity, we will bring him here to kneel down and apologize to you. After all, this is a family matter. We should solve it privately if possible, so as not to make fun of other powerful people. After saying, without waiting for Lin Jianjun's reaction, he pulled his sister, who was hesitant to speak, and left the room with his two brothers. Snap. Looking at the closed door, Lin Jianjun's eyes flickered. Finally, under Bai Yuelan's coaxing, he sat back on the sofa with his arms and legs stretched out. He took a sip of the tea brought by his wife and snorted coldly. "For your sake, I will reluctantly give that rebellious son a chance to kneel down and apologize. Yes, yes, yes. Hubby, you are the most generous. I admire you the most." Listening to his wife's flattery, Lin Jianjun felt so happy that he pulled his wife over and started touching her all over. For a while, the room was filled with the moans of the adulterers. The other side, Lin Tao standing alone at the wine table in the crowd. "Little sister, Lin Tao is over there. Let's go." Holding the share transfer contract, Bai Hai walked over quickly with Bai Susu and the other two. Chapter 25. Bai Susu's confusion. How could my brother Lin Tao become like this? The Lin family banquet hall was brightly lit. Many upper-class dignitaries were toasting each other and drinking happily. But from time to time, they would turn their eyes to a young man standing by the wine table. That person was the unfilial son who was kicked out of the house by the person in charge of the Lin family as rumored, Lin Tao. At this moment, he was holding a wine glass and sipping it alone, as if he was deep in thought about something, thus ignoring all the strange looks from people around him. Bai Susu. I remember she was also a female supporting character in the novel. The initial character setting is the ultimate naivety, but when Su Yang wiped out the Bai and Lin families, he began to enter the dark revenge mode. How could she possibly succeed in her revenge when facing the child of destiny? He eventually developed Stockholm Syndrome and died trying to save the protagonist. Recalling the plot about Bai Susu, Lin Tao's mouth twitched. He felt it was extremely ridiculous. Especially in the setting, Lin Tao was so embarrassed that he couldn't even complain because of the stupid behavior his predecessor had done in order to lick Bai Susu's lip service. Just at this moment, Brother Lin Tao, a clear and intimate name sounded behind Lin Tao. He frowned and turned around, only to see a girl in a white princess dress walking towards him slowly with an innocent smile on her face. With just one glance, Lin Tao recognized the other person's identity. White Susu. He also had to admit that the girl in front of him was indeed attractive. This kind of simple and innocent temperament comes from the inside out. For many men, it is very attractive, just like returning to their teenage years and meeting the first love girl in their memory again. But after understanding the whole plot, Lin Tao felt that the other party looked like a saintly bitch. And at this time, seeing that Lin Tao did not respond to Bai Susu's call, a bald young man behind him looked unfriendly and shouted at him. "Didn't you hear my little sister calling you? Are you deaf or blind?" White Si and Bai Jiang? Bai He? Looking behind Bai Susu, at the three young men who followed her like a dogskin plaster, Lin Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. In the original plot, these three sister-loving madmen are not good people either. Taking advantage of her previous life's love for her younger sister, she often bossed him around, beating or scolding him. But even if the predecessor tried to please him in every way, he voluntarily became the ATM of the three brothers. But what I got in return was just contempt from the bottom of my heart. Stupid guy, you want to be my brother-in-law? Take a piss and look in the mirror. Are you worthy? After looking through the memories of his previous life, Lin Tao's face turned grim. He didn't even have the mood to look at his brothers and sisters. He turned around and started drinking. Brother Lin Tao, why are you ignoring me? Did Susu do something wrong to make you angry? Seeing Lin Tao ignoring her, Bai Susu's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she blinked her big eyes and said pitifully, this aggrieved and helpless look. The three brothers behind her felt heartbroken, and the male guests around her were drooling, wishing they could hold this pure beauty in their arms and cherish her. But what surprised everyone was Lin Tao, the #1 licker, not only had a blank expression on his face, but also uttered a word coldly. Roll. Once these words were spoken, not to mention everyone in the banquet hall, even by Susu, who had always been ignorant, had the smile on her face frozen in an instant. Brother Lin Tao? What's wrong with you? What happened? Bai Susu covered her cherry lips, tears flashing in her eyes. Her expression was filled with 3 parts of confusion, 3 parts of sadness, and 4 parts of disbelief. This was the first time she had been scolded by Lin Tao with a sullen look since she had known him. What's the matter? How could brother Lin Tao become like this? Lin Tao, who always doted on me and held me in his hands. How could you do this to me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before Bai Susu could recover from her shock, the 3 guardians behind her could no longer sit still. How could they bear to see their beloved sister suffer such injustice? The eldest brother Bai Hai patted his shiny bald head with a ferocious look on his face. You bastard! Lin Tao, how dare you talk to my little sister like that? Do you want to die? The second brother Bai Jiang rolled up his sleeves and threatened fiercely. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, I promise that you will leave lying down today. The third brother Bai He took out a rubber band from his arms and tied up his long hair. He looked fierce and looked like he was going to do something big. You bastard! You want to rebel, right? Are you itching for trouble? Have you forgotten how we punished you before? Seeing the 3 brothers about to fight, the surrounding guests instantly cleared the place and spontaneously hid in the corners to watch the show. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that young Master Lin has awakened and doesn't want to be a bootlicker anymore. Isn't this normal? After licking for so many years, what's the point? I think Master Lin is no longer interested in Bai Susu because of his comatose fiancée. It's possible. After all, Susan is the most beautiful woman in the Magic City. Even if she can only lie on the bed and be a vase in the future, she is still beautiful. Come on. I guess it's because of too much pressure. After all, Chairman Lin kicked him out of the house. Without power and wealth, how can he still be in the mood to lick a woman? I agree with this. Lin Tao came here today, which means he must have compromised and accepted his fate. He wants to find Lin Jianjun to admit his mistakes and return to the Lin family. The guests were talking about it, and some of their words fell into Bai Susu's ears, making her suddenly realize something. So that's it. Lin Tao became like this? It must be because of a bad mood, which is understandable. As long as he helps resolve the misunderstanding between him and his uncle, he will become the brother Lin Tao who loves him again. Think of this. Bai Susu was in a good mood again. She quickly opened her arms, stood in front of Lin Tao, and glared at her 3 brothers with a pout. Big brother, second brother, third brother, you can't fight. Otherwise I will be angry. Duh. Under her intimidation, the 3 sister-doting maniacs all had pale faces and could only stand there glaring at Lin Tao fiercely. But Lin Tao remained calm and composed, completely ignoring these glances. Before he came to the Lin family, he had already spent 500 tai points to buy a master-level fighting technique for self-defense. It would be easy to deal with a few ordinary people who have never practiced before. Brother Lin Tao, I know you are in a bad mood because your uncle refuses to forgive you. But don't worry, we just met with my uncle and his family. Bai Susu had an innocent look on her face. She took the contract from her elder brother Bai Hai and handed it to Lin Tao with a smile. My uncle said that as long as you sign this contract, he will forgive you. Hurry up and sign. Brother Lin Tao, I'll find you a pin. Seeing Lin Tao with an inexplicable smile on his face, he took the contract and started reading it. Bai Susu couldn't stop smiling. She seemed to have seen how, with her help, the misunderstanding between Lin Tao's family and their happy life were resolved. I'm so awesome. Chapter 26. You are so amazing that the less Han giant Buddha will give up its seat to you if it sees you. Don't forget, little sister. Uncle said that after signing, he will make Lin Tao kneel down and kowtow. Bai Susu, feeling moved by herself, took the pin handed to her by her elder brother Bai Hai. Seeing that the other party was still shouting unwillingly, he couldn't help but glare at his eldest brother. This made the other party shut up in disappointment. Seeing this, Bai Susu regained her smile and patted her chest to assure Lin Tao. Brother Lin Tao, don't worry. I'm here. I will protect you. My uncle loves me dearly. I will plead for you later. He will definitely not let you kneel and kowtow again. Sign it now. But when Bai Susu handed him the pin, Lin Tao remained indifferent. There was just a hint of sneer on the corner of his mouth, and he stared at the girl in front of him as if she were an idiot. He just took a quick look at the contents of the contract, and it was as expected. As long as he signs his name, all the shares under that name will be immediately and unconditionally transferred to Lin Jianjun. And faced with such a ridiculous contract, in the plot, in order to make Bai Susu happy, the predecessor signed his own name without hesitation, thus completely losing the capital for the final turnaround. What a pity. I am not the brain-dead bootlicker of my predecessor. Lin Tao couldn't help sneering in his heart. Seeing Bai Susu still looking at him expectantly, he couldn't help but be fooled by the other party's naivety. Do you know what signing this contract means? I know. Isn't it just transferring all the shares owned by you to your uncle's name? Bai Susu looked confused and didn't understand why Lin Tao suddenly asked this. She is not a fool. How could she not know what the equity transfer contract means? But how can the affection between father and son be measured by money? Isn't it just a little bit of shares? It doesn't matter who it is given to. Why bother with trivial matters among family members? Haha, these shares are worth at least 3 billion. Oh, so what? Bai Susu scratched her head, not understanding what was going on, and then said seriously, money is something outside of the body. You can't bring anything with you when you are born, and you can't take anything with you when you die. It's enough to have enough food to eat and enough clothes to wear. I think spiritual abundance is far more important than material abundance, isn't it? Having said that, Bai Susu gradually understood. She realized that Lin Tao was reluctant to part with the mere 3 billion. She got it. But he couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed with Lin Tao. My brother Lin Tao, why has he become so selfish and materialistic now? How kind he was before. But now, why? Bai Susu was deeply distressed. She frowned and advised earnestly. Brother Lin Tao, please listen to my advice. True love cannot be purchased with 1,000 gold coins, and true love cannot be purchased with 10,000 gold coins. Having money doesn't mean you are successful, and it doesn't mean you live a happy life. We have hands and feet, let alone 3 billion. Even if it's 30 billion or 300 billion, we can still find a way to make more. But if you lose the family affection, then you will really lose everything. After all, you can earn money again, but there is only one father. Bai Susu's eyes were red and she was shouting at the top of her lungs. She really hopes to awaken Lin Tao's conscience and get him back on the right path. Now, Bai Susu seemed to be standing at the highest point of morality, her whole body filled with the glory of the Virgin Mary, radiant and dazzling. But she didn't find out. I said a lot, but Lin Tao's expression in front of me became more and more weird. Not only Lin Tao, but also her 3 brothers and many wealthy and powerful people around her were moved by her words. So embarrassing. All those who can attend the banquet tonight are top stars from all walks of life. Who has come this far without some dirt on his hands? Bai Susu's brainwashing Pua rhetoric. In their eyes, it is used to control the lower-class people. If you really believe it, you are a complete fool. At this time, Lin Tao finally spoke. You are so powerful? You want to save all living beings, right? I suggest you buy a ticket to Les Han right away. There is a big Buddha there. Ask him to stand up and you sit there. As for this share transfer contract, to hell with it. In Bai Susu's astonished eyes. Tear. Lin Tao tore the contract into pieces in a few seconds and threw it into the air. The next second, paper scraps flew all over the sky. Damn! I suddenly found that young Master Lin is quite handsome. By doing this, isn't he completely falling out with Lin Jianjun? But compared to the 3 billion, I am the one who has fallen out too. That's right, judging from what Lin Tao just revealed. Signing the contract means the shares are transferred unconditionally? Only a psychopath would agree to that. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lin Hao, the illegitimate son, is the most favored. If you give up the shares today, they might be in the name of the illegitimate son tomorrow. With these 30% shares, Lin Tao is the largest shareholder of the Lin Group. Lin Jianjun has to stand back, afraid of him. What father-son relationship? It's hilarious cut. I'm very curious. Young Master Lin's temper has improved. In the past, he might have lost control of his anger and turned the table over and left. Maybe it's because of Bai Susu. After all, no one wants to show their violent side in front of a goddess. Many guests in the banquet hall. At this moment, everything was in turmoil because of Lin Tao's behavior. Bai Susu opened her mouth wide, looked at the young man in front of her who had become somewhat unfamiliar, and murmured to herself, "What are you doing?" Just at this moment, a familiar shout woke her up from her daze. "Cousin, cousin, why are you here?" When I turned around, I saw a man with a face swollen like a pig's head running towards me.
Ah?
Bai Susu was startled and stepped back in fear. When her 3 brothers saw that something was not right, they quickly protected their sister behind them, looking at the person who came fiercely, as if they were ready to take action at any time.
Cousin, cousin.
"It's me. I'm Lin Hao." Lin Hao. Hearing the familiar voice again, Bai Hai was stunned at first, then moved forward in confusion, wandered around the pig-headed man for a few circles. This confirmed the cousin's identity. "Xiao Hao, it's really you. How did you become like this? Who beat you up like this? Who was it? Tell your cousin, and he will kill him." Hearing this, Lin Hao was delighted. He knew that in order to leave a good impression on Bai Susu, Lin Tao would never dare to challenge the 3 Bai Hai brothers. So he pretended to be hesitant and looked at Lin Tao again and again, shouting, "No one hit me. I fell down by myself. It was definitely not my brother who hit me. It really wasn't my brother who hit me." But this is just an attempt to cover up one's own guilt. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the attacker was Lin Tao. Even the silly and innocent Bai Susu could tell who Lin Hao was referring to. Seeing Bai Hai was furious, he wanted to rush over to teach Lin Tao a lesson. Bai Susu quickly stood in front of Lin Tao and shouted, "Brother, calm down. Brother Lin Tao is such a nice person. Why would he hit my cousin? Brother Lin Tao, say something. It's definitely not you who hit the person. You promised me before that you would not use violence. So there must be a misunderstanding here." Before Bai Susu could finish her explanation, Lin Tao spoke with an expressionless face. "There is no misunderstanding. I hit him. What happened?" Hearing this, Bai Susu was stunned for a moment. Bai Hai laughed in anger and rolled up his sleeves to get to work. "What's wrong?" "Humph. If you dare to hit my cousin, you will pay the price." Bang! Before Bai Hai could get close, Lin Tao picked up the wine bottle on the table and smashed it hard on Bai Hai's bald head. "For your mother's sake. I've put up with you for so long. Idiot. Lin Tao, you dare to hit my elder brother." Bang! Before Bai Jiang could finish his words, Lin Tao gave him a backhanded wallbang. "Shut up, you idiot. I've been putting up with you for so long." The people of Baiha were dumbfounded. The corners of their mouths twitched, but they remained silent and dared not say anything harsh. Bang! Baihe stepped back repeatedly, covering his cheek, with a look of grievance on his face. "Why are you hitting me even though I didn't say anything? What are you looking at? Who told you to swing your long hair all day? Do you think you are Chen Haonan? I'm going to beat you up if I'm not happy with you." "You?" Baihe clenched his gums and his face was distorted with anger. "Don't do this, brother. Don't hit my cousins. Hit me if you want to. Please?" Lin Hao was in tears and was about to rush over to stop the fight. But halfway through the walk, a mouthful of thick white phlegm was spat into his face. Hatue, you're a green tea boy. You disgust me to death. You even think it's dirty to hit me. Lin Tao looked disgusted and backed away repeatedly, covering his nose. This sudden change caused all the guests to be silent and stare blankly at the scene. In the silent banquet hall, the only sound left was by Susu's tearful voice trying to stop the fight. Stop, stop it. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I beg you, please stop fighting. Chapter 27. Crazy Lin Tao. No matter who you are, I will fight you if you don't obey me. Lin family. In a brightly lit lounge. Listening to the exclamations coming from outside the house, Lin Jianjun frowned. Why is it so noisy outside? Is someone causing trouble? Not far away, in front of the dressing table, Bai Yuelon was putting on makeup in front of the mirror. Hearing this, he turned around with a smile and took the opportunity to say something flattering. How is that possible? This is Chairman Lin's birthday party. Who would dare to be so blind? That's true. I don't think they would dare to mess around in Lin Jianjun's territory. Lin Jianjun's face was full of pride, and he was obviously very pleased with the compliment from his young wife. But Bai Hai and the others, why did they take so long? I can't wait any longer. Why doesn't that rebellious son quickly hand over his shares and kneel down to beg for my forgiveness? Humph! He made me wait so long. I will not let him off easily later. Lin Jianjun's eyes were cold. He picked up the wine glass on the table and drank the expensive red wine in the glass. He just wants to get 30% of the shares as soon as possible. By that time, he will become the true and unshakable master of the Lin Group. After completely controlling the group, the first thing to do is, it's those restless shareholders on the board of directors. Just as Lin Jianjun had an evil smile on his face, he was fantasizing about the time when he was the master of his own house and an autocratic dictator who could control the world with one hand. Crash. The screams outside the house seemed to be even louder. This time, even Bai Yuelon, who was concentrating on touching up her makeup, realized that something was wrong. She frowned and stood up, holding Lin Jianjun's arm, smiling and said, "Hubby, let's go out and take a look. And look for Bai Hai and the others?" "Yeah." Lin Jianjun nodded in agreement. The couple opened the door and walked out. Just out the door, they were surprised to see a large group of dignitaries gathered in a circle, watching something. This is the young master of the Lin family that I know. No matter who he is, just fight him if you don't agree. The reputation of the hot-tempered young master is well-deserved. Good fight. I've been annoyed with the Bai family for a long time. If it weren't for that slutty Bai Yuelon using her body to get to the top, there wouldn't be any chance for the Bai family. Chairman Lin is really a fool. Why does he favor this illegitimate child so much? Indeed, if I were to encounter such a scumbag father, I would probably go crazy, especially when the Bai family is obviously constantly sucking blood. You're stupid. Lin Jianjun is where he is today. Isn't it because of his strong wife who passed away? God is jealous of talented people. In my opinion, if the Lin family falls into Lin Jianjun's hands, it will only last a few years. Many wealthy and powerful people gathered together and spoke their minds without restraint. Because there are too many people, Lin Jianjun and his wife were unable to tell who was speaking from the noisy voice. But wherever they went, guests who spotted the two of them would immediately shut up, then respectfully make way for the pedestrian path. Snort. The couple both had cold faces and walked quickly through the crowd. Hatue, you're a green tea boy. You disgust me to death. You even think it's dirty to hit me. Soon, the couple came to the center of the crowd. Just then, Lin Tao spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on Lin Hao's face. The three brothers of the Bai family were lying around the two of them. Howard, Mom, my brother hit me. Bai Yuelon exclaimed and hurried to her precious son's side. Looking at the other person's face swollen like a pig's head, I felt heartbroken. She turned her head viciously and glared at Lin Tao with resentment. At this moment, Bai Yuelon, who loved her son so much, even forgot to pretend to be a loving mother. You little bastard. You dare to hit my son? Bang! Lin Tao was too lazy to talk nonsense and just gave the man a wall bang. Shut up, you little bitch. You have no right to talk to me. Pain. It hurts so much. Feeling the severe pain on her cheek, Bai Yuelan was stunned. The corners of her mouth moved, but she couldn't say a word. She never expected. Lin Tao is so crazy. He even dared to beat her, his mother, in public. Shame. This is the biggest humiliation she has ever encountered in her life. The only thing she can rely on right now is, husband. You beast. How dare you hit your mother? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Why don't you kneel down and apologize to your mother immediately? Lin Jianjun lived up to everyone's expectations and roared with a flushed face. At the same time, he picked up the iron chair, ready to vent his anger on his wife. But what greeted him was a wine bottle coming towards him. Bump! Fortunately, Lin Jianjun dodged quickly, otherwise his head would have been blown off on the spot. But even so, he looked at the beer bottle exploding on the ground, and then looked at Lin Tao, who had just retracted his throwing action not far away. Lin Jianjun's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he stood there stiffly. I'll say it again. She's just a mistress, not my mother. Lin Hao, that bastard, is only a few months younger than me. This means that when my mother was pregnant with me, you're making love with your former secretary. You're also not worthy of being my father. Crazy. Crazy. The eldest son of the Lin family has gone completely crazy with killing. At this moment, it is not just Lin Jianjun himself, Bai Yuelan, Bai Susu, the Bai brothers, and all the wealthy and powerful people who witnessed this were frightened by Lin Tao's crazy behavior. This is even more violent and crazy than before. What on earth are you going to do? Lin Jianjun took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and spoke word by word. But there was no trace of father-son affection in his eyes anymore. In public, the other party's behavior made him lose face. He was completely furious and on the verge of going berserk. I came here today for two purposes. First, I want you to sign this contract. Lin Tao took out a contract from his arms and threw it to the gloomy-faced Lin Jianjun. He picked it up and opened it. The contents of the contract. These are the regulations that Lin Tao severed all ties with the Lin family and was no longer required to support anyone in the Lin family. Are you serious? After signing, we will have nothing to do with each other at all? Lin Jianjun was breathing rapidly. He was really afraid that he would be angered to death by his rebellious son. I thought the other party came to kowtow and apologize today. I never expected that. This is his ultimate goal. Really? Sign it. Anyway, having Lin Hao as your illegitimate son is enough for you. Lin Tao checked the laws of this world. Its laws and regulations are different from those before the time travel and support this contract of severing ties. So in order to avoid future troubles, Lin Tao didn't mind cutting off ties with this weird family. If you are willing to turn over a new leaf and drive Lin Hao and his mother away, then I don't mind considering it. No need. It's better to raise a dog than you. Xiao Hao is 100 times better than you. You can't even compare to one of his toes. Lin Jianjun had a face full of resentment and wished he could strangle this rebellious son to death on the spot. Okay, let's sign it. Lin Tao pretended not to hear anything, shrugged indifferently, and urged the other party to start writing quickly. Brush, brush, brush. Soon, amid the disbelief of the people around, Lin Jianjun suppressed his anger, quickly signed his name, and threw the contract to Lin Tao. Lin Tao picked up the contract on the ground, looked at the signature on it, and put it away with satisfaction. Then, Mr. Lin, let's talk about the second thing. Chapter 28. The most affectionate person in Magic City, Lin Tao. I heard the three words, Mr. Lin. All the guests present looked at each other strangely. As for Lin Jianjun, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What's the second thing? Tell me now. Last time I told you that I would transfer 30% of the shares and $3 billion to you. How are you preparing for that? You, Are you really going to sell the shares to me? Really? No cheating to anyone. Lin Tao nodded decisively. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun's face turned red with anger, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. I wanted to scold this unfilial son severely, but then I remembered that I had already signed this severance letter. I don't have that much money right now. Can we negotiate the price?
Cannot.
Asshole, are you really going to be so ruthless? Why do you need so much money? 3 billion. I need to prepare my dowry. Lin Tao spoke righteously without blushing or beating his heart. Seeing everyone's expressions as if they had seen a ghost, Lin Tao explained seriously. In a while, I will marry into the Su family. This 3 billion is my dowry to the Su family. Is there a problem? Any questions? What do you think? 3 billion, not 30 yuan. Throughout history, a dowry of 3 billion is simply unheard of. How precious a woman must be to be worthy of such a price. But Lin Tao seemed not to notice the shocked looks of the crowd. He smiled slightly, his eyes full of affection. I don't care about money. I just want to quietly wait for the day when Susan wakes up. I want to hold your hand and grow old with you. But the Su family is in trouble now, and this is exactly when they need this dowry. I don't want my wife to wake up and find out that her family is gone. What if she gets sad? What to do? Just let it sit. Hearing these outrageous yet seemingly matter-of-fact words, reactions varied. Lin Tao as if he were a fool. They just couldn't understand it. Lin Tao spent 3 billion in dowry for a vegetable woman? Isn't this pure idiocy? Bai Susu and most other women were deeply moved and shocked by Lin Tao's sincere emotions. This man is too good, isn't he? If the position is reversed, I became a vegetable like Susan, lying on the hospital bed unable to move. Don't even mention the husband at home who has never left you. Even if he could hold out for a month without cheating, he would be lucky. Compared with most men of this era, Lin Tao is even rarer than the giant panda in the zoo. He is definitely the most perfect and affectionate prince in the eyes of countless girls. Now, many women looked at Lin Tao with eyes full of admiration. When looking at the partner beside me, there is only contempt and disappointment. Hey, comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Compare goods first, and then throw away the goods. Notice the different reactions from people. Lin Tao couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. When this affectionate confession of his own is heard by the protagonist Su Yang in the future, won't he spoil his brother-in-law in every way? Then Lin Tao turned around with a smile and faced the wealthy and powerful people with different expressions. Since Mr. Lin can't afford to buy my shares, I decided to sell them to a more capable buyer. Everyone present, if you are interested in Lin Group shares, please feel free to contact me. The highest bidder wins. Omega? Is this true? Young Master Lin actually intends to sell his shares to outsiders. If it is really bought by a competitor other than the Lin family, then with this 30% shareholding ratio, the Lin Group may really be facing a change of dynasty. Lin Tao, you bastard. This time Lin Jianjun really couldn't sit still anymore and roared out of control. If Lin Tao really let the wolf into the house, then wouldn't he have to give up the title of chairman at any moment? The company that originally belonged to the Lin family will be completely taken away by others. No, I won't allow it. I can never let this happen. It wasn't just Lin Jianjun who couldn't accept it. Even Lin Hao and his mother, who were standing next to him, did not want to see this happen. After all, they had long considered the Lin Group as their own possession. How could I accept the sudden appearance of Cheng Yaojin? Xiao Tao. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. This is an internal matter of the Lin family. We can just solve it ourselves. There is no need to involve other people. Besides, this is the business your mother worked so hard to build. If you sell it to someone else, how can you be worthy of your dead mother? Bai Yuelan's eyes were filled with tears as she continued to persuade him earnestly. Looking at the red handprint on the other person's face, Lin Tao felt it was extremely ironic. Giving it to others would mean I'm being unfair to my mother? Would it be fair to my mother if I gave the inheritance to the son of a mistress like you? Hearing this, Bai Yuelan's face froze and she didn't know how to respond. Okay, Mr. Lin, if you don't want your shares to fall into the hands of others, then I suggest you raise money quickly. At this point, Lin Tao no longer had the energy to waste any more time. He left the last word. He waved goodbye and left, walking towards the door of the Lin family, leaving only the rich and powerful people looking at each other in bewilderment. Seeing Lin Jianjun's face turn dark and gloomy, everyone knew that the birthday party could not go on tonight, so they all bowed and left tactfully. Chairman Lin, something happened suddenly at home. I have to leave first. Boss Lin, I wish you good fortune and a long life. But my wife just called me to urge me to go home, so I'll take my leave now. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I feel sick. I'll take my leave now. Then I'll take him to the hospital. Bye. Soon, the originally bustling banquet hall was now filled with only 3 members of the Lin family. And with the departure of the rich, everything that happened in the Lin family tonight spread at a terrifying speed. Big news, there is important news. The kid from the Lin family went on a killing spree tonight. Oh my God, is Lin Tao crazy? He wants to marry into the Su family with 3 billion as a dowry. I really envy Susan. Before she became a vegetable, she was the most beautiful CEO in Shanghai. Now that she is a vegetable, there are still men willing to make such sacrifices for her. 30% of the Lin family shares. If I get them, wouldn't it be like I'm on top of the world in one step? Even Lin Jianjun won't be able to challenge me? Come on, can you afford 3 billion? And the highest bidder wins. Maybe the final transaction price will be more than 3 billion. That old guy Lin Jianjun must be dumbfounded now. Who made him have a brain disease? Not only does he favor the illegitimate child, but he is also too partial to him. So affectionate. For the sake of his lover, a man is willing to break up with his family. This is more touching than a movie. From today on, I am willing to call Lin Tao the most affectionate man in the Magic City. For a moment, Lin Tao's name caused quite a stir in Shanghai. After all, a dowry of 3 billion is a bit intimidating. Unheard of. But what is different from the past is that this time Lin Tao no longer receives only infamy. People have mixed reviews. The first person to receive the news was Su Shengtian, who was facing debt collection pressure in the group. Chapter 29. Su Shengtian is touched. Susan is lucky to have such a husband. At night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. In the meeting room of Su Group, Chairman, Starlight Bank called again, saying they want to collect the loan they wholesaled last time. And Mr. Xiao has been urging us to pay the penalty fee more and more frequently these days. He has already said, if he can't pay the penalty, we'll have to go to court. In the past few days, many employees have resigned from the company. In front of the mahogany desk, Su Shangtian, with silver hair, took off his reading glasses and looked haggard, listening to the secretary constantly reporting bad news. He had a feeling of powerlessness, as if he could not handle everything on his own. Ever since the company was exposed for having problems with a large number of medical devices a while ago, we have been trying to prevent these devices from entering the market and harming the people. Su Shangtian ignored the dissuasion of the company's major shareholders and resolutely chose to remanufacture this batch of medical equipment. But this also resulted in the need to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. But the Su Group has been around for a few years. After his only son and his family of 3 met with an accident, things have been going downhill for them. Now we simply cannot afford the tens of billions in liquidated damages. And learned about the great crisis that the Su family was facing. Many of our partners over the years have avoided us or even taken advantage of our misfortunes. This made the situation worse again, adding insult to injury. Now it has reached the point where it may go bankrupt and liquidate. Hey, is this reaching its limit? But if the Su family is defeated by me, how can I face my grandson and his family in the afterlife? There's also Susan's high medical expenses. What will we do without the support of the group? Not to mention Xiao Tao. If he finds out that he's married into the family, not only does he have to take care of Susan, who is in a vegetative state, but he also has to shoulder a mountain of debt. Will he just choose to break off the engagement? It doesn't matter to me, my old bones. But what about Susan? How is she going to live in the future? Looking out the window at the bottomless dark night, Su Shengtian thought a lot. But the more I thought about it, the darker the darkness in my eyes became. He seemed to see the difficult days that the grandfather and grandson faced after the company went bankrupt. Now, a strong feeling of powerlessness surrounded Su Shengtian's heart. What he is most worried about at the moment is that Lin Tao will choose to cancel the engagement and leave after learning about the situation. In fact, many people advised him. Weddings for good fortune are nothing more than a remnant of ancient superstition and are in no way likely to help Susan's condition. But as someone from the older generation, Su Shengtian still had a little bit of extravagant hope in his heart. What if it's useful? What if the wedding is over and his granddaughter really wakes up? Especially Lin Tao currently seems to have mastered some magical massage method. After Mr. Deng's occasional checks these days, his granddaughter's condition is indeed getting better. This made him even more reluctant to let Lin Tao leave. Hey, even if Xiao Tao wants to leave, try your best to ask him to complete the wedding ceremony. Su Shengtian needed the solar system to relieve the mountain-like pressure, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. And just at this moment, the door to the conference room was opened. The secretary, who had left with a sad face, ran in with a smile on his face. Chairman, there is help, Chairman. Starlight Bank just called and said we don't need to pay back the loan anytime soon. He also said that if we needed it, he could increase the loan amount for us. Could it be that Starlight Bank chose to lend a helping hand because of their many years of partnership? That's right. This is the only possibility. It seems that God will not destroy our Su family. After hearing the secretary's report, Su Shengtian was stunned for a moment. Then he thought about it and suddenly realized. Then, his originally gloomy face instantly relaxed. But the secretary's report the next second confused him again. Not only Starlight Bank, but more than a dozen famous banks in Magic City have just sent us messages expressing their willingness to provide us with loan assistance. Several companies that originally refused to cooperate with us have now expressed their intention to cooperate with us again. And Mr. Xiao, he just called me and told me to tell you that there's no need to rush about the liquidated damages. Just take your time. Listening to the secretary constantly reporting the latest news, Su Shengtian was completely dumbfounded. He even thought he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could things take such a big turn in just a few minutes? He also figured it out at this time. Something must have happened that they were not aware of, which caused such a shocking reversal in the attitudes of many wealthy and powerful people. But what exactly is this thing? Chairman, congratulations on picking a great grandson-in-law. You have such a good eye. What do you mean? Do these things have anything to do with Xiao Tao? Chairman, don't you know? I just heard from a friend about your grandson-in-law being crazy about love. Soon, the secretary briefly described to the stunned Su Shengtian what had happened at the Lin family that night. What? Xiao Tao break up with the Lin family? She even took out 3 billion as a dowry to help the Su family through the difficult times. It turns out that Xiao Tao, he loves Susan so deeply. At this moment, Su Shengtian's old face turned red. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Just now I was still doubting that Lin Tao might abandon the Su family, but he was willing to give everything to help the Su family through the difficult times. It seems that I am really old and my eyesight is blurry. Xiao Tao is such a good kid. How could I doubt his character? At this moment, he finally understood why many business partners had changed their attitude towards the Su family. After all, there is such a huge amount of money coming in. The Su family's bankruptcy crisis will naturally collapse on its own, and it may even have a second spring. There is no hatred in the business world, only eternal interests. It is normal for major forces to change their stance according to the situation. Such a good grandson-in-law has saved the entire Su family this time. Maybe in the future. If Susan really can't wake up, it would be a good idea to let Xiao Tao take over the Su family in my place. Now, Su Shengtian completely accepted Lin Tao as his grandson-in-law. He already had the idea of handing over the Su family's 10 billion assets to Lin Tao in the future. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the Lin family villa. At this time, the sounds of smashing, and roaring were heard continuously. Beast. This beast. How dare he? Lin Jianjun had a ferocious look on his face, holding a baseball bat in his hand, and smashing all kinds of furniture crazily. After a moment, the originally luxurious and tidy luxury villa was turned into a mess in Lin Jianjun's anger. Hubby, calm down. Now that things have come to this, we can only think of a solution. Let's see if we can ask Xiao Tao for forgiveness. Bai Yuelon and her son stood aside, also with grim expressions on their faces. I originally thought that the Lin family was already in my pocket, but now he has to spend 3 billion to buy the shares that originally belonged to him. This feeling is really too depressing. Yeah, Daddy, why don't I go and apologize to my brother tomorrow? Even if I have to kneel down and kowtow to him, I will definitely find a way to ask for his forgiveness, even if he is unwilling to forgive. But it would be great if we could even negotiate with him to lower the 3 billion yuan requirement. When Lin Jianjun heard the mother and son's advice, he became even more furious. What are you discussing? What is there to discuss? Why are you still so naive? Since that rebellious son has done something so extreme, there is no way he can change his mind. Going to him to beg for help will only bring humiliation upon yourself. I have to say, no one knows a son better than his father. After Lin Tao's behavior these days, Lin Jianjun had already seen that this rebellious son was determined to break off all ties with him. That works. Breaking off relations, huh? Who is afraid of whom? As long as the Lin group is in my hands, money will flow to me continuously. But that rebellious son could only live off his parents' wealth. Thinking of this, Lin Jianjun no longer hesitated, looked up at the magnificent villa, and made up his mind. Find a way to raise enough funds to buy back the shares from that beast. If the company's liquidity is insufficient, then we will sell all the villas, luxury cars, stocks, and other things that we have accumulated over the years. I will go to the bank for a loan and ask my partners for money, even if I have to borrow money at high interest rates. And Yuelon, see if you can make a phone call and ask your brother to help out with some money. After all, I have helped the Bai family a lot over the years. Lin Jianjun was firm in his attitude and made up his mind completely. He would never allow himself to be led by the nose by that rebellious son again. This. I heard that Lin Jianjun was preparing to invest a huge sum of money. Lin Hao and his mother looked at each other, hesitant for a moment. After all, according to Lin Jianjun's method of hollowing out, the accumulation of many years basically returned to the situation before liberation in one day. Is it too risky? Are these shares really worth it? Seeing the expressions of Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but frown and scold. You are too soft-hearted. I am not afraid to tell you the truth. The research lab has developed the latest beauty cream. It will be available next week. Judging from the effectiveness of the ointment and my years of experience, as soon as the beauty cream enters the market, it will cause a sensation. Then the Lin Group's stock price will surely soar, and the value of these 30% shares will at least double. Double? Isn't that worth at least 6 billion? This is the conversion. Lin Hao and his mother stopped hesitating and patted their chests to express their support. Daddy, we have accumulated some wealth over the years, and I am willing to give it all to help you, Daddy, get through this difficult time. Hubby, leave it to me. I'll call my brother right away and ask him to mobilize the entire Bai family to help you. Looking at his excited face, he rushed to help his mother and son. Lin Jianjun smiled with relief. Compared to that beast who is worse than pigs and dogs, this is my good wife and good son, right? Chapter 30. Susan's Curiosity. What happened last night? Bai family. A brightly lit small Western-style building and a reception room. There was a middle-aged man with a mustache and dressed in a suit who was listening carefully to the call. This person is Bai Jinglong, the head of the Bai family. Just as I expected. As expected, your aunt called me and asked me to do my best to help Lin Jianjun. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jinglong lowered his head in thought, then told his three sons in front of him about the situation. Then, Father, should we lend money to Uncle? What are you borrowing? Our Bai family only has 300 million yuan in liquid funds. How dare your aunt borrow all of it? This is too risky. But if we don't lend it to you, will it make my uncle unhappy and create a rift between us in the future? Humph. If he dares, then let aunt take good care of him. The three brothers of the Bai family looked at each other, each with their own opinion. That's enough. He saw his three sons quarreling. Bai Jinglong frowned and slammed the table, showing his majesty. The hall returned to silence in the blink of an eye. Borrow, and you must borrow as much as you can. 300 million is not enough. I'll see if I can get another 200 million from the bank or other families to give to Lin Jianjun. This. Is my father crazy? Is this necessary? Hearing Bai Jinglong's words, the three Bai Hai brothers subconsciously opened their mouths and subconsciously wanted to stop him. But under the father's majestic gaze, several people finally did not dare to refute. But the look of doubt as to, is there something wrong with Dad's mind? Made Bai Jinglong speechless. He explained unhappily, I'm not old and blind yet. Don't look at me like that. The reason I'm doing this is because your aunt just revealed. Lin's group is about to launch a beauty ointment that is so effective that it will subvert the entire medical beauty market and double the market value of Lin's group. If we want to have a piece of the pie and gain more benefits, we must earn Lin Jianjun's gratitude now. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. Think about the huge benefits we will get in the future. What's the point of paying now? Seize this opportunity. Maybe we can take the opportunity to become a second-tier family. Under Bai Jinglong's explanation, the three Bai Hai brothers suddenly understood, and they all gave thumbs up and praised their father's wisdom. Ha ha ha. You are still too young. You still have a lot to learn from your father. Feeling the admiring gazes of his sons, Bai Jinglong felt very happy. At this time, he found that his beloved little daughter was not there. Where's Susu? Didn't she come back with you guys? Oh, Susu said she was a little tired, so I asked her to go back to her room and rest first. Bai Hai answered, touching his shiny bald head. Is that so? Then let her come to see me tomorrow, even though I used to look down on that Lin Tao. But now that he has 3 billion in his hands, it's not impossible to give him a chance to be my son-in-law. Bai Jinglong narrowed his eyes and stared at the huge wealth in Lin Tao's hands. He knew that Lin Tao used to be interested in his daughter. But at that time, he only knew that Lin Tao was out of favor, but he was not aware that the other party held 30% of the shares. After all, Lin Jianjun deliberately concealed the truth in this matter. This also led to him keeping a close watch on Bai Susu, cutting off Lin Tao's further opportunities. If I hadn't stopped it, does this 30% share dowry now belong to my Bai family? Thinking of this, Bai Jinglong's heart was pounding, and he felt so regretful. Oh, but it's not too late now. With Susu's looks, she is definitely better than a vegetable lying in bed. The other side. In a small Western-style building, there is a pink girl's boudoir. Bai Susu was lying on the big pink bed, hugging a large SpongeBob SquarePants doll, and couldn't fall asleep. In mind, it was all Lin Tao's actions tonight that overturned her previous view of her brother. Brother Lin Tao. Is he like this because of Sister Sue? Thinking of Susan. A look of longing flashed in Bai Susu's beautiful eyes. She was once taken by Bai Jinglong to a party where she met Susan. The other person was wearing a red dress, which showed her elegance and grace. Holding a wine glass in his hand, he walked among a group of powerful and wealthy people who were about the same age as his father, chatting and laughing. That kind of calm and unhurried demeanor. This made Bai Susu feel ashamed for the first time in her life. Both are women. Obviously, the other person is only a few years older than me, but in front of Susan, she felt like a child who had just grown up. Later I heard that Susan became a vegetable. While Bai Susu felt regretful, she also felt a little gloating. When I thought that the other party would become the eternal legend of Magic City, Lin Tao's marriage to his wife happened. Recalling Lin Tao's attitude towards me tonight, Bai Susu felt a little uncomfortable and unwilling. especially the other party, who used to be obedient to me, but now treats me coldly because of other women. How attractive are you? That's how brother Lin Tao became so strange, like a completely different person. You're already a vegetable. Why are you still trying to snatch brother Lin Tao from me? Right now, Bai Susu herself didn't even notice it. Because of that little jealousy towards Susan, her mentality gradually changed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. About what happened to the Lin family. Some people are frustrated and watch coldly. Some people laugh at it with disdain. And some people are ambitious and try every means to raise money. Even Susan, who was lying on the hospital bed unable to move, was still worried about what was happening to Lin Tao. Did the Lin family make things difficult for him? But if she knew who she was worried about. At this moment, lying on the bed in the room next to her, sleeping soundly, would he jump out of bed in anger? No words were spoken that night. The next day, Lin Tao woke up full of energy and went to the flower shop first, bought a violet and brought it back to the Su family. Susan, I'm here. After saying hello softly, Lin Tao placed Violet on the bedside and started today's rehabilitation work. He helped Susan sit up and began a massage package from head to toe. Lin Tao? He's back. I wonder if anything happened at the birthday party last night? I really want to know. Why didn't you tell me? Last night must have been very special. If only I had the ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts, I wouldn't be blind like this. But Lin Tao's skills seem to have improved. Sizzle's so comfortable. Susan felt comfortable, but also curious. She could vaguely hear several servants whispering last night, and they seemed to be discussing Lin Tao's affairs. Good man. I envy you. Young Master Lin is truly the most affectionate person. Due to the long distance, Susan was able to obtain only fragmentary information. But it did pique her curiosity. After finally making it to dawn, I thought I could get the truth from the person involved, but Lin Tao didn't say a word. Why? So annoying. Chapter 31, Singing the Battle Song of the Scumbag Grandmaster. Susan's bewilderment. The other side. Ding. The host and Susan put their palms together and are awarded 1.9 seconds. Listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Lin Tao felt delighted. Great, finally some improvement. Then he has taken another billion small steps towards the day when he becomes the invincible, immortal emperor. These days, I am becoming more and more hopeful. Just when Lin Tao was full of hope, the door was pushed open. A little lowly with twin ponytails and wearing a JK uniform came bouncing in. She saw Lin Tao. She blurted out, "Oni Ai-chan?" Huh. Sister, stop calling me that. I don't like the second dimension, so please don't call me that awkwardly. Lin Tao's face was filled with black lines, and he quickly spoke out to stop him. In the novel, the only person who was given the title of Aoni-chan by Chen Kursin was Su Yang, who was recognized later on. Unexpectedly, Lin Tao received this honor before the plot even began. Don't be shy, Oni Ai-chan. I really admire you now. Your glorious deeds last night were so cool. The last time I saw such a touching love story was in the cartoon, Your Name. I am so touched by your devotion to Sister Su, and I recognize you. So I decided to let you be my Oni Ai-chan. You should feel honored. Lin Tao's deeds had spread throughout the Magic City last night. Of course, Chen Kursin had also heard of it. She never expected, except in the two-dimensional world, there is such pure love. This made the little Lolita yearn for it very much, and she had no hostility towards Lin Tao at all. She had to admit that Lin Tao's love for Sister Su was much deeper than hers. I'm not honored at all. I have sworn vengeance against the Japanese. I reject this name. The second dimension knows no national boundaries. Those who love and yearn for the second dimension are all family members. Get lost.
のアクサングラーブでの
One day, I want to create a world with only the second dimension. Let the world feel the beauty of the second dimension. There is no hope. This kid is already terminally ill. We can give up treatment. Lin Tao was too tired to complain and too lazy to pay attention to Chen Kursin, so he started to massage Susan seriously. But the little girl was still full of energy, and she came up to Lin Tao and said flatteringly, Oni-chan. Actually, I have one more thing I want to ask of you. You are now a celebrity in Magic City, and you are recognized as the most affectionate person in Magic City. I have many girls who want your autograph. Please sign a few for me later. I have promised the girls. It will be embarrassing if I can't do it. While massaging the girls' calves, Lin Tao turned his head speechlessly and said unhappily, "Has your image collapsed? When I gave Susan a massage earlier, you looked so angry that your teeth were itching, but now you don't care? That's you, Oni-chan. You have proved that you are the most affectionate person in the Magic City. I recognize your love for Sister Sue." Chin Kursin patted her chest repeatedly to indicate that she no longer had any hostility towards Lin Tao. "But I haven't given up on Sister Sue. So I've decided that the three of us will get married together in the future. In the world of the second dimension, this is very normal. As long as there is love." Lin Tao. Hee. The second dimension is so scary. Lin Tao was silenced by the little girl's train of thought. But at this moment, I am even more helpless. Susan lying on the hospital bed. Physically, she was like a puppet, just letting Lin Tao make all kinds of poses of her. Mentally, she seemed like an isolated outsider. It was clearly a world of three people, but she still couldn't understand what the two were saying. What's going on? What are you talking about? Stop being a riddle teller. What did Lin Tao do last night? Why did he become a celebrity in Shanghai and still be called the most affectionate person? I can't hear you clearly. I really can't hear you clearly. Susan screamed in her heart, but got no response. This moment, once again, she longed to wake up. Even if I can just speak a word or move my fingers, it would be better than lying here like a living dead. The other side, Lin Tao, who couldn't persuade the little girl, finally signed his name on the paper reluctantly. After Chen Kursin happily put away the papers, another moment passed. Susan's massage process came to an end. Lin Tao then turned around and asked the little loli, "How was the response to yesterday's song, I Want to Love This World?" When talking about this, Chen Kursin got excited again, pulling her twin ponytails and saying with admiration, "If you hadn't mentioned this, I would have forgotten about it. It was so popular that it topped all the major music charts right after it was released. I really want to know what's going on in your brain. How did you write such a beautiful song? I heard that someone wanted to commit suicide by jumping off a building yesterday because of depression. But after hearing this song, he gave up the idea of suicide." Lin Tao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he had saved someone by accident, but he wasn't surprised. This is the charm of music. This is also the reason why he likes singing. It would be nice if I could use the music from my past life to let people in this world feel that charm. But he is now well known in society. There is no need to spend too much energy on this. It is time to adjust the time. Lin Tao picked up the guitar on the ground, tested the sound a few times, and said, "I have hit a creative bottleneck. I will release a song every 3 days from now on."
Ahokai.
After being disappointed, Chen Kursin could only nod helplessly. But she also understands that good music takes time to polish. Lin Tao is a masterpiece. No matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to produce such high-quality output every day. "So is there anything you want to sing today?" "Yes," Lin Tao said concisely. He fiddled with the strings casually, remembering that he was currently known as the most affectionate person in Magic City. Speaking of deep affection, Lin Tao suddenly had an idea. The strings were plucked, and pleasant notes jumped out, mixed with a low voice. "Girl, I don't want to see you suffer the same harm. So I learned to spoil you. Over and over again, I've been wrongly accused. I've been climbing mountains and crossing seas for you. I've emptied my pockets for you. Satisfy the expectations in your eyes. I dare not slack off for you. I will pretend to be tired. For the admiration in your eyes." I just listened to the cheerful part at the beginning. Chen Kursin was attracted instantly. This is a song written by a boy for a girl, and the lyrics are full of affection. But somehow, she always felt that this was more like a scumbag song, and it might become a war song among scumbags in the future. This is her intuition after being immersed in the two-dimensional world for many years. How could Oni Ai-chan create such a scumbag song? Girl, my story begins because of you. I learned to be patient for you. I changed all my bad habits for you. Girl, I don't want to see you get hurt like me. So learn to spoil, wrongly blame the love you really want. On the hospital bed, Susan was immersed in the singing. She really wanted to pry open Lin Tao's head and find out what his brain looked like. Is this the only way to sing such high-quality songs every day? Especially today's song. Susan listened carefully to the lyrics, deep in thought. Is this song sung for me? Girl, my story begins because of you. Is Lin Tao taking this opportunity to confess his feelings to me? No. No, girl. I heard that Lin Tao once had a crush on a little girl who seemed to be from the Bai family. Is this song meant for her? Who is this song for? Just when Susan was in a dilemma, the song came to its end. Chapter 32. Susan goes crazy. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. In the girl's boudoir, Lin Tao stopped playing the guitar. The sound lingered. Pa pa pa. Chun Kursin reacted quickly, swung her ponytails, and clapped her hands vigorously. It sounds good. It's worthy of being the most affectionate one in Shanghai. The songs he sings are so affectionate, but it feels a bit scumbag. Lin Tao. The little girl put away the recorder, said goodbye to Lin Tao, and prepared to leave. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned back, as if she remembered something. What's wrong? Tell me now. Looking at Chun Kursin's somewhat flattering expression, Lin Tao knew that the other party must have something to ask him. Can you spare some time to be my temporary boyfriend? Huh? I can't. I'm not free. Besides, I already have Susan as my fiancée. Why would I go and be your temporary boyfriend? How can that be ridiculous? Before the little girl could explain the whole story, Lin Tao shook his head repeatedly. Although I don't know what the situation is, but he is busy earning points now. How could he play the temporary boyfriend game with a little brat? Susan, who was lying on the hospital bed, felt instinctively happy when she heard Lin Tao's rejection without hesitation. Kuexian, you are going too far. Lin Tao is now my fiancé. How can I let him be your boyfriend? And what does temporary mean? Can this thing be borrowed temporarily? Oh, all right. Chun Kursin was not surprised to receive a rejection, and she grabbed her own ponytails in confusion.
小括弧はじめアクサングラーブダッシュ
My parents forced me to meet Su Fan, my fiancé, next week. But I'm only interested in the Paper Brothers in the second dimension, and I can't persuade my parents, so I thought of finding a fake boyfriend to act out a scene. Let me think of other solutions. Oh. Who? Su Fan? Isn't that the pseudonym of the protagonist Su Yang? That's right. If you count the time, the plot is about to begin. In the original plot, Chun Kursin did find someone else to play the role of boyfriend in an attempt to anger Su Yang away. But the rich second generation that was finally found turned out to be the target of Su Yang's pretense and slap in the face. And that was when Su Yang just found out that his sister Susan has become a vegetable. Looking at Chun Kursin's depressed back as she left, Lin Tao narrowed his eyes and said, Wait, I can't be your temporary boyfriend, but I can still give you some advice as your friend. If that boy is really unsightly, I will help you find a way to get rid of him. Really? You can't lie to me. Chun Kursin turned around suddenly, her face showing 3 parts of joy, 3 parts of excitement, and 4 parts of disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Andarain, te. Mainly because you work so hard to help me manage the account, I will reluctantly help you. Lin Tao spoke calmly and with a straight face. This was quickly believed and accepted by Chun Kursin, and she was immediately moved. Oni Ai-chan, you're the best. Stop disgusting me. Let's go. Oh, then I'm leaving. Oni Ai-chan sayonara. Seeing Chun Kursin finished speaking, he was about to pounce on her. Lin Tao quickly waved his hand to refuse. Seeing this, the little girl shrugged her shoulders and skipped away. In the dark prison of consciousness, Susan was very surprised at Lin Tao's change of heart. What's going on? Why did Lin Tao agree? Wasn't he reluctant to refuse just a second ago? Is it really to thank Ku Xian for her help? It is possible, but not very likely. It seems that she changed her words after hearing the name of Ku Xian's fiancé. Does he know that Su Fan? Su Fan? You have the same last name as me, Su. Suddenly, Susan's memories were somehow brought back to her mind, and she thought of her brother Su Yang. My mood suddenly became depressed. I miss you guys so much. Brother, are you and your parents doing well in heaven? Just when Susan was feeling sad, Lin Tao had already sat back in his original seat, holding the girl's hand out of habit, and fell into deep thought. The reason why he agreed to Chen Kursin was actually very simple. I just wanted to meet the child of destiny in person out of curiosity. Observe whether the other person is the same as the character described in the plot. Then we can finalize the next plan. Time flies. The whole day continued. Lin Tao always stayed by Susan's bedside, taking care of her carefully. Apart from eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, he never missed any opportunity to stick to each other. This scene of loyalty and never giving up was seen by Lu Wan and other members of the Su family, and they were all moved to tears. As expected of the most affectionate person in Magic City, his reputation is well-deserved. Young Master Lin is really, I am crying to death? Who says husband and wife are birds of a feather, but fly away separately when disaster strikes. There are still good men and true love in this world. I'm so envious of you, young lady. You found a good man in a disaster. If my future husband is half as good as Lin Xiao, I'll be satisfied. After this period of time together, almost all of them also accepted Lin Tao as the upcoming son-in-law. Lin Tao won the collective recognition of the Su family with his unswerving affection. Until night falls, Lin Tao still stayed by the bed and talked to Susan from time to time. Susan, do you know what book you can't buy in the bookstore? Can't buy the book? Can't buy it in a regular bookstore. Is it that kind of book? The answer is, Suicide Note. You said Newton was hit by a falling apple and discovered gravity. What would you discover if you stood under a peach tree and waited for a peach to hit you? Nothing can be discovered. There is only one Newton, and only such a great man can discover the truth. The answer is, you'll find your head hurts a bit. If I find a wife who can help me share half of the housework, what do you think I should do? Then you should be considerate of her. You should be responsible for your partner's housework. The answer is, get 2 wives. That way each of you does half the housework, which is just fair. Susan was almost driven to collapse by a series of weird questions. Later, she simply blocked herself off. I no longer answered Lin Tao's questions in my heart. Snap. Just when Lin Tao was having a great time, the door of the room was pushed open. Who is it now? Lin Tao turned around curiously and saw a white-haired old man walking in slowly with a cane. Grandpa Su, how come you are free today? This is all thanks to you. Xiao Tao, if it weren't for you last night, hey, the Su family might have on the hospital bed. Susan was very happy to hear her grandfather's voice. After all, Su Shangtian has been busy with official duties recently and has not visited her for several days. Just the next second, Su Shangtian's ambiguous words made Susan speechless and a little crazy. Last night? Why is it last night again? What happened last night? Grandpa, how come you are like Ku Xian, a riddle man? You like to talk incoherently. Can't you just be more straightforward? What happened last night? I really want to know. But what you said, I don't understand. I really don't understand. Chapter 33 Susan's Tears. It turns out that everything Lin Tao did was for me. On the sofa in the room, Su Shangtian and Lin Tao sat opposite each other. I had already made the worst-case scenario plan of letting the company go bankrupt and liquidate. But I didn't expect that you would break with the Lin family for Susan and sell your 30% stake to save the Su family. Susan is very lucky to have you as her husband. This. Lin Tao felt a little embarrassed when faced with Su Shangtian's misunderstanding. In fact, this is only part of the reason. The bigger reason is that Lin Tao is planning a game to completely control the Lin family. but he glanced at Susan, who was sleeping on the hospital bed. Lin Tao admitted it without hesitation and said sincerely, "It is my life's blessing to marry Susan. As for money, it is something outside of the body. You can't bring it with you when you are born, and you can't take it with you when you die, so why bother clinging to it? If this money can save the Su family from danger, then I think it's worth it." At this moment, Lin Tao directly quoted by Su's Lotus quotations, which made Su Shengtian burst into tears and was deeply moved. What a great awakening! I didn't expect that Xiao Tao, at such a young age, has such awakening. Your future achievements are unimaginable. Su Shengtian was shocked and admired Lin Tao's character very much. Treat money as dirt. This is not something that ordinary young people can do. The more he looked at Lin Tao, the more satisfied he became. He felt that the Su group would surely flourish if it was handed over to him. And facing such straightforward praise from Mr. Su, Lin Tao's face turned red and he smiled, haha, a little awkwardly. The other side, Susan, who was lying on the hospital bed, finally figured out what happened last night. Emotions were surging all of a sudden, and it was hard to think clearly for a moment. Lin Tao cut off contact with his own father because of me? The Su family is facing a bankruptcy crisis recently? How much pressure must Grandpa be under? Lin Tao is going to sell his stocks for $3 billion to help the Su family get through this difficult time? Is Lin Tao really because of me? But am I now worthy of his kindness to me? Even if I can wake up in the future, I will only bring danger to him. I am like this. Isn't this relationship worthy of you? For Susan, when Lin Tao first appeared beside her, she resisted and hated him. But I don't know when it started. Because of Lin Tao's intrusion, her mentality began to change from giving up on herself to no longer fearing the endless darkness. Instead, I began to have hope, expectations, and the motivation to persevere. Lin Tao was like a ray of warm sunlight, becoming the guiding star in the endless dark cage of her consciousness, pointing her in the direction of progress. Susan also gradually, accustomed to Lin Tao's presence, accustomed to the scent of that bouquet of violets every day, accustomed to the other person's warm encouragement in her ears. I'm used to the tingling heartbeat when my skin touches my body during massage. I have gotten used to many things that I never dared to think about before. When I wake up, can I really get used to the days without Lin Tao? I'm back to the days when I was alone looking for my enemy and had no one to talk to. Can I really do it? Susan asked herself in her heart, but she suddenly couldn't say the word firmly, yes. It is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance. After experiencing the warmth of being cared for and taken care of, suddenly she was asked to return to the helpless loneliness she had felt before. Susan was reluctant to leave. She seemed to be addicted. She was addicted. The other side, Lin Tao and the other man were unaware of the turmoil in Susan's heart and were talking slowly. Grandpa Su, you should prepare for the next few days. As soon as I receive Lin Jianjun's 3 billion remittance, I will contact you and transfer it to the Su Group's account. This money should be enough for you to deal with the troubles the company is facing. Hearing this, Su Shangtian trembled all over and tears gathered in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Tao to be so generous that he was willing to give him all 3 billion in one go. He waved his hands repeatedly to refuse. I don't need that much. 1 billion is enough. Xiao Tao, I am already very grateful that you are willing to lend me 1 billion. Grandpa Su, your words clearly treat me as an outsider. Don't you think highly of the feelings of your grandson-in-law? No, Hey, I understand. Since you said so, Xiao Tao, then I will accept it shamelessly. That's right. Grandpa Su, we are a family. Why should we care whether this is your money or mine? Yes, family, we are a family. At the end of his words, Su Shengtian choked up a little. He didn't expect that the crisis that had plagued him for many days would be resolved with the help of his grandson-in-law. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that when he died, he would hand over the Su group to Lin Tao. Grandpa Su, have you heard any news from the Lin family? I'm really curious whether my scumbag dad has gathered enough money now. He must be extremely worried. Lin Tao touched his chin, looking gloating. He was very clear about the Lin family's assets. Relying solely on the current liquid funds, the maximum that could be taken out was 2 billion, which was not enough for the amount of funds Lin Tao required. I heard that your father seems to be borrowing money and taking out loans here, selling cars, houses, and stocks. It seems that he is planning to empty the family's assets. Speaking of Lin Jianjun, Su Shengtian couldn't help but lose his good expression. Originally, the Su and Lin families were old friends and should have helped each other. But when the Su family encountered a crisis before, he had sacrificed his reputation more than once and humbly communicated with the younger Lin Jianjun for help. But what I got in return was a sentence: "Take care of yourself." This made Su Shengtian so angry that he almost had a heart attack. If it weren't for the fact that the other party is still Lin Tao's father. He wanted to yell now. Lin Tao got the expected answer and smiled slightly. Even if he has to empty his family's savings, he will definitely buy it. It's impossible for them to watch me sell my shares to other people, especially some of the Lin family's competitors. Plus, he has the latest beauty ointment in his hands. I'm planning to use this thing to turn the tide and realize my ambition to take the Lin family to a higher level. In the original plot, the Lin family did achieve a brief period of rapid development thanks to this ointment. But the villain is still a villain after all, and he can't be proud for long. The ointments on the market began to show serious side effects one after another, causing the Lyncher group to plummet and become a target of public condemnation. And the protagonist Su Yang. He took this opportunity to show off and come up with a more perfect and improved prescription. With his help, the Su family, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, made a major turnaround and revived and soared to success. Of course, now I'm here to mess things up. Then some of the plots should make some new changes. Chapter 34. Susan is sleeping. Just let me sleep for a while. Beauty ointment? After hearing Lin Tao's revelations, Su Shengtian couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't expect that the Lin family would have such an opportunity. If the ointment is really effective and can attract public attention, it may indeed allow the Lin family to move to a higher level. In that case, Xiao Tao, why did you sell your shares? If the news is true, once the ointment developed by the Lin family is released, the value of your shares will skyrocket. There was a gleam of doubt in Su Shengtian's eyes. He knew that with Lin Tao's intelligence, he would never do anything that would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. And since he did it, he must have his own reasons behind it. That ointment has serious side effects. It does make people look radiant in the short term, and the skin becomes smooth and pink after application. But the effect lasts less than a week, and the skin starts to fester and fester. In the original plot, when the Lin family first launched their self-developed beauty ointment, it was indeed snapped up by a large number of people in a short period of time. But it's not even a week yet. The first woman who applied the ointment began to itch and gradually ulcerate on her face. At first, Lin Jianjun didn't take it seriously and just regarded it as a personal physical problem. But when more and more people who used the ointment began to have problems, Lin Jianjun was completely panicked. Unfortunately, there is no way to save the situation. In less than a day, Lin's company was boycotted by the entire nation and was even summoned for a talk by relevant departments. That's when, as the protagonist, Su Yang possesses powerful medical skills, and he must have the responsibility to step forward. He gave the improved perfect prescription to Su Shengtian, and the Su family ushered in spring. This? No wonder Xiao Tao wanted to sell his shares quickly. Otherwise, as the major shareholder of the Lin Group, you will be the one most likely to be implicated. Su Shengtian suddenly realized and admired Lin Tao's decisiveness. Although he was very curious about Lin Tao's source of information. But everyone has their own secrets, so Su Shengtian naturally wouldn't ask too many questions. Anyway, it was enough that he trusted this grandson-in-law unconditionally. Oh, right, Grandpa Su, this prescription is for you. Lin Tao took out a piece of white paper from his arms and handed it to Su Shengtian. This is. Su Shengtian took the white paper in surprise, looked at it from left to right, and saw that it was densely covered with various formulas and medicinal materials. This is the recipe for making beauty pills. Just as the name suggests, it can beautify and nourish the skin, and the effect is better than the beauty ointment that the Lin family currently has. And there are no side effects because it nourishes the body from the inside out. I hope that Grandpa Sue, you can take this prescription and have the company's research department successfully produce samples, then put them into production and store in large quantities. After the Lin family's ointment had problems, the beauty pills were used to treat skin ulcers and quickly entered the market. Lin Tao did not hide it. Directly explain the effectiveness of the prescription exchanged from the system. What? So magical. Suddenly I felt that the piece of white paper in my hand was priceless and extremely heavy. If someone else said this, Su Shengtian would just think that the other person was bragging. But the other party was his grandson-in-law, whom he trusted unconditionally. He firmly believed that the effect of this prescription must be as magical as Lin Tao said. Too expensive. Xiao Tao, this elixir is so magical that it can create a new business empire from scratch. I'm not interested in any business empire. I just want to stay by Susan's side day and night. So this prescription is a waste in my hands. Just consider it my dowry to Susan. Another dowry? A dowry of 3 billion is shocking enough. This prescription is of immeasurable value, and the wealth it can generate is unimaginable. Lin Tao actually sent it out like this? But he opened his mouth. Su Shengtian finally did not refuse. The current Su group really needs this prescription to bring new vitality. Anyway, this huge Su family will be left to Lin Tao and the others sooner or later. If I say no anymore, it will really seem awkward. Well, all right. Then I'll accept it with a thick face. I will go and tell the research department to make the sample as soon as possible. Su Shangtian smiled and nodded, placing the prescription carefully in his arms. After that, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Tao before leaving the room with him, seeing him off. Snap. Listening to the footsteps of Su Shengtian leaving. In the dark consciousness space, Susan was in a very low mood. She felt sorry for her overworked grandfather and resented her own incompetence. Has Grandpa left? It seems that the company has encountered a lot of troubles recently. Grandpa must be very tired. He is so old, but he still has to work so hard every day. Not only was I unable to help, I became a burden and made Grandpa worry day and night. If only I could wake up. If only I could share some of Grandpa's burden instead of lying here like a waste. I am really useless. Just at this moment, Susan felt a familiar warmth in her palm. That is, Lin Tao's palm. It's okay. Susan, don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine. Everything you want to protect, whether it's Grandpa or the Su family, I will protect you until you wake up. I promise. As if knowing what Susan was worried about, Lin Tao made his own promise. These low and firm words fell into Susan's ears, causing her heart to tremble. While being moved, I was also surrounded by a strong sense of security. Susan could never understand before. Before she became a vegetable, she was considered a famous female CEO in Magic City. No matter what difficulties I face, my subconscious mind is to just want to solve them by myself. Because I've been betrayed before. So Susan only believes that it is better to rely on oneself than on others, and human nature is selfish. Relying on this belief, she gritted her teeth and got through many difficulties on her own. In order to avoid people thinking that I am too young and thus causing contempt. Every time I go out, I try to dress more maturely, put on a cold face that says, "No strangers allowed," and keep to myself. But this is so tiring. I sometimes want to be like an ordinary girl, hiding at home and watching TV shows leisurely. Free to do what you want without any constraints. Eat fried chicken, wear pretty skirts, go shopping with friends, and go out with a smile every day. But I can't. My identity and my deep hatred are reminding me that I can't do that. But now I'm already a vegetable, so it would be okay to be a little lazy. It's okay to rely on others a little bit. In the dark cage, Susan muttered to herself, her consciousness slowly sinking and disappearing uncontrollably. Bang! Susan completely relaxed. She fell asleep. Before that, she was just sleeping physically. But the spirit has been in an extremely oppressive and painful environment, and the consciousness is always clear and drowsy, because she was afraid that she would lose consciousness. Maybe I will fall asleep completely and become a living corpse without even any consciousness. But now she suddenly relaxed and suddenly felt that she could rest for a while without any worries. Because the man said, "Before I wake up, I will protect everything I cherish." He's so good. He can definitely do it. I'm so tired. So just let me get some sleep, even for a little while. Good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 35: The Three Worried Lin Family Members. The next day, when Susan regained consciousness, there was still empty darkness in front of her eyes. Am I asleep? I actually fell asleep? How long have I slept? Susan, who had no concept of time and was unable to perceive the situation outside, became a little panicked for a moment. She was afraid that she would be like the protagonist in some movies. When I woke up, it was decades later. Wait, this familiar smell. Although she couldn't move, Susan could still smell a faint familiar floral scent. It was the scent of violets. Smelling this familiar scent, Susan suddenly felt a lot more at ease. This is exactly the same taste. It should be the violet that Lin Tao gave me. Where is Lin Tao? If he had given me violets in the past, he would have held my hand first, sat beside me and talked to me. I only smelled the fragrance, but didn't see the familiar person. Susan felt very uncomfortable and also felt a little lost and uneasy. Snap. Susan, your house is too big. I have to run a long way to go to the bathroom. Along with the sound of the door opening, that familiar voice sounded, and Susan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, instantly fell. He is still here. Immediately following, Susan felt someone sitting next to her, and a familiar warmth came from her palms again. Susan, your grandfather is really decisive. He just got the prescription from me last night and started supervising the production today. This energy is even more vigorous than that of young people. Listening to the familiar way of complaining and the content of the complaints, Susan finally relaxed completely. She had already deduced from the few words that only one night had passed. A while later. Okay, Susan, it's time for the much-loved massage session again. Hee hee. Susan just felt amused when she heard Lin Tao's evil grin, which sounded like a pervert hunting. Why does this smile look so much like a villain? If you have the guts, take advantage of me. She said nice things, but in fact, she was still massaging me in a very formal way. Am I really that unattractive? In the dark consciousness space, Susan complained repeatedly. After spending so much time together. At this time, Susan no longer felt disgusted or awkward towards Lin Tao's approach. On the contrary, deep down, she hoped that Lin Tao would be more rude to her. This is the only way to prove my charm. Now, perhaps even Susan herself did not realize that her misogyny towards men was now completely ineffective in front of Lin Tao. Just when Lin Tao was filled with the silent smell of dog food. Lin family villa. The air was filled with smoke. Lin Jianjun, with a grim look on his face, sat on the sofa and smoked continuously. If you look closely, you can see that his feet are already piled with cigarette butts. Dad, the total amount of working capital that can be withdrawn from the company is 2 billion. This is already the limit. Any more may seriously affect the normal operation of the company. Next to Lin Jianjun, Lin Hao frowned and told the amount of funds he had found. However, Lin Jianjun had already anticipated this number. He exhaled a long breath of white smoke and continued to ask, "So how much money did we raise from selling those luxury homes, cars, and stocks these past 2 days?" "Honey, I was in charge of these things. I sold them for a total of 500 million yuan. Bai Yuelon, who was wearing a hip skirt, yawned and replied. Her face was full of fatigue, and there were dark circles around her eyes. Not only him, Lin Jianjun and the other two were roughly the same. These days, in order to raise 3 billion, they tried every possible means and were so busy that they didn't even have time to eat or sleep. But the three of them didn't dare to rest at all. After all, that's based on the rumors they received. Recently, It's not just some of the board's more ambitious shareholders. In addition, all the major wealthy families in Shanghai have made moves to purchase shares from Lin Tao in order to prevent the shares that belong to you from falling into the hands of others. Lin Jianjun could only grit his teeth and find ways to raise funds. It's only 2.5 billion. It's still not enough. When Lin Jianjun heard that they were still several hundred million short of the total 3 billion, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Seeing this, Bai Yuelon and her son immediately began to show their loyalty. Hubby, I've bought a lot of jewelry, clothes, and various luxury items over the years. I'll pawn them all later. They should still be worth some money. This? Looking at his lovely little wife, Lin Jianjun felt warm in his heart and was extremely moved. At this time, his son Lin Hao also started his performance. He took out a bank card and placed it on the wooden table. Dad, I know our family is having difficulties right now, so I also secretly pawned all my clothes, watches, sports cars, and other branded items. Including the savings that Mommy and I have accumulated over the years, the total is 100 million. Face the bank card on the table. Lin Jianjun felt that it was like the glaring sun, which made him cry. The entire bank card seems to exude the scent of family affection. Xiaohao, Yuelon. It's my incompetence. It's me, Lin Jianjun, who has made you suffer. Don't worry, as long as you get through this difficult time, I will double compensate you for what you lose in the future. And Hauer, from now on you will be my, Lin Jianjun's, only biological son and heir. As for that rebellious son, I will just treat him as if he was hit by a car. His life or death has nothing to do with me anymore. Lin Jianjun was truly moved. He held the mother and child in his arms and spoke from his heart. The plan was successful. This old man trusts us completely. It's worth it that we even took out the coffin money. Where Lin Jianjun couldn't see, Lin Hao and his mother looked at each other, and they could see the pride and joy in each other's eyes. In order to completely gain Lin Jianjun's trust, Lin Hao and his mother took out all the private money they had embezzled and accepted bribes over the years, just for this moment. Now they are penniless and very poor. But as long as the beautifying ointment mentioned by Lin Jianjun is on the market, everything can be turned around. The Lin Group might be able to soar to the sky and successfully become a first-tier family. And at that time, the rewards they could get? Inestimable. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but grin. But the smile suddenly touched the wound on his face. The intense pain made Lin Hao gasp for air, and he gritted his teeth in anger at Lin Tao, the culprit who caused all this. But he couldn't help sneering and smugly. Humph! Lin Tao, Lin Tao, although you have 3 billion, I own the entire Lin family. As long as the Lin Group is in hand, money will naturally roll in. When I become fully developed, I will use the family power created by your mother to trample you under my feet. Ha ha ha. Chapter 36 Lin Hao's Frustration. This is too much of a bully. The next few days were calm. Lin Tao still stays by Susan's bedside day after day, taking care of her. This scene of never giving up silenced many keyboard warriors in Shanghai who had questioned whether Lin Tao was putting on a show. The title of the most affectionate man in Magic City has therefore become more and more famous. But Lin Tao didn't care about all this at all. He is only interested in his own sticky points. After working day and night for the past few days, the numbers on the points panel finally broke through 20,000 again and were increasing at a rate of 1 point every 8 seconds. This made Lin Tao feel very gratified. My efforts have finally paid off. Just at this moment, the door opened and Lu Wan walked in. Mr. Lin, your brother Lin Hao is here. He said he wants to see you for something. Should we invite him in? Lin Hao? He should be here to give money. Then please bring him over, Sister Lu. Clear. As the door was closed again, Lin Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully. He also knew a little about Lin Jianjun these days. The other party was borrowing money and selling cars and houses. I heard that the Bai family also gave great help, and the entire family raised 400 million yuan for Lin Jianjun. Now it seems that he is preparing to hand over the shares. On the hospital bed, heard Lin Hao coming, she instinctively felt disgusted. Lin Hao?
My ex-fiancée?
Alas, I was really blind to agree to get engaged to him. Fortunately, by some strange coincidence, Lin Tao replaced him. Otherwise, I would be sickened to death. Susan is being well taken care of these days. She could feel that her body was recovering quickly and she might wake up soon. This feeling is hard to describe or explain, but it exists. And the one who brought this hope to himself was Lin Tao. Susan was naturally grateful to him and trusted him from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, she also believed and felt distressed about the grievances that Lin Tao had suffered in the Lin family, as mentioned in casual conversation. If she was not unable to move, she would have to find a way to seek justice for Lin Tao. The other side, the main entrance of the villa. Lin Tao held a folder in his hand with a gloomy expression. These days, they have tried their best to raise money, and during this period they have been taken advantage of by many forces to blackmail them. But even so, the funds collected are still less than 3 billion. Fortunately, his uncle Bai Jinglong came to his rescue. Not only did he take out the Bai family's years of savings, he even borrowed some from loan sharks. This barely filled the last big hole for the Lin family. Nowadays, both the Lin family and the Bai family can be said to be extremely poor. Now we can only hope that in a few days, when the Lin family holds a press conference, the effect of the beauty ointment will be satisfactory. Lin Tao lowered his eyes, eagerly expecting. Snap! At this time, the door was pushed open and Lu Wan walked out with a cold face. Come with me quickly, Mr. Lin is waiting for you inside. Don't keep him waiting for too long. After saying, Lu Wan didn't even look at Lin Tao, turned around and led the way. That impatient look made a hint of anger appear in Lin Tao's pupils. This bitch. The last few times I visited him, he at least had a smile on his face. Now he's just giving me a sour face. Who are you trying to show me? Are you afraid that bastard Lin Tao has kept you waiting for too long? I've been standing here for so long, and I haven't complained yet. But even though he was angry, Lin Tao did not forget his business. He could only suppress his anger, put on a smile, and followed Lu Wan into the door. Soon, the two men went up to the second floor and stood in front of the door of the Taoist room, one in front and one behind. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Lin, I brought Lin Tao here. Lu Wan knocked on the door and asked respectfully. Behind her, Lin Tao's expression became increasingly ugly, especially when I heard Lu Wan being so respectful to her brother, whom she had always looked down upon, but calling her by her first name. This contrast almost broke Lin Tao's defense. Originally, in his perception, with Lin Tao's hot temper, he simply couldn't have the patience to take care of a vegetative person. It would have been very difficult for him to marry into the Su family. Not to mention being beaten every day, they would at least be treated with cold stares and ridicule. But now the facts are completely opposite to what he thought. Judging from Lu Wan's respectful attitude, Lin Tao must be highly valued and loved in the Su family and live a very comfortable life. But why is this so? He is clearly just a reckless man who was kicked out of his home and only knows how to use violence. Why do you receive such preferential treatment? I'm not sisterly. Let him in. Just when Lin Tao was doubting his life, a familiar yet disgusting voice was heard in the room. Then the door opened and Lin Tao followed in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a scene that made him furious. All he saw was his once stunningly beautiful fiancée. At this moment, she was lying in Lin Tao's arms, like an inflatable doll, allowing Lin Tao to pose in various unbearable positions at will. Brother, Susan is a vegetable. How can you be so beastly? Lin Tao's face was full of disbelief, as if Lin Tao was doing something worse than an animal. In response, Lin Tao remained silent. Instead, the beautiful woman in front of the bed couldn't help but scolded. You bastard! Mr. Lin is clearly giving my lady a massage to treat her illness. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for Mr. Lin, my young lady's complexion wouldn't have gotten better and better. After these few words, Lin Tao was choked. Only then was he shocked to discover Susan has been in a coma for many days and is still in a vegetative state. But his face was rosy and he looked very healthy. Those who are unaware may think that the other person is sleeping soundly. But logically speaking, The physical condition of a vegetative person should be deteriorating, and his face should be haggard. But isn't Susan in such a good condition? Could this really be Lin Tao's credit? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin Hao rejected it instantly, returning to the Lin family in the past few years. In order to successfully take over the Lin family, he thoroughly studied Lin Tao, his only competitor. The other party doesn't know a shitty thing about massage. He must be just taking advantage of the situation and talking nonsense. Looking at Lu Wan's expression of complete belief, as if she was about to lose her temper if he questioned her, Lin Hao was silent. He knew that no matter how much he said, no one would believe him, so he could only curse idiot silently in his heart. Lin Tao on the hospital bed spoke with a smile. Sister Lu, don't be angry. My father's illegitimate son has little education and is not very knowledgeable. It's normal for him to misunderstand. Why bother with a country bumpkin? Well, he's a guest from afar. What's more, he's the enemy who gave me money. Sister Lu, please give him a cup of green tea as a treat. Hear Lin Tao speak. Lu Wan immediately put on a smiling face and nodded to show that she understood. Before leaving, she specifically asked for instructions. Mr. Lin, do you need me to call 2 bodyguards to come in and keep an eye on him? No need. My pretty boy brother can't beat me. I can kill him with a big wall bang. There's no need to bother the bodyguard. Clear. When the door was closed again, the room returned to silence. At this time, Lin Hao was so angry that his face turned red due to the humiliation of the 2 people without paying attention to others. What the hell? This is too bullying. Chapter 37. The frustrated Lin Hao is completely broken. Just when Lin Hao was deeply depressed, Lin Tao's question made Lin Hao angry and his heart skipped a beat. You are so shameless. I slapped you a dozen times last time, but now you see, you have recovered really well. Could it be that the Lin family has recently developed some new medical beauty products? Looking at Lin Hao's smooth and pink face, Lin Tao had a playful expression. Oh, no, I just have better recovery ability. Okay, let's get down to business first. This is the share transfer contract. Just sign it if you think it's okay. Lin Hao didn't dare to argue any further and just brushed it off. He didn't want Lin Tao to know about the beauty ointment, otherwise he would definitely not agree to sell his shares. Lin Tao knew exactly what Lin Hao was thinking. He did not delve into it, but just reminded with a smile. Really? That's good. By the way, I'll give you a piece of advice. Many beauty products have side effects. If you use too much, your face might get rotten. You'll have a rotten face? Your whole family will be humiliated. You still dare to curse me? When the ointment is launched and the market value of Lin's group soars, you will regret it. Just thinking about a few days later. Lin Tao's pathetic look of helplessness and rage, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Can't you see I'm still massaging Susan to clear her blood circulation? It will take another 10 minutes, wait. Lin Tao said casually without even looking at the contract handed over. Only Lin Hao was left holding the contract, standing there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. In the next period of time, Lin Hao could only watch his former goddess. Under the manipulation of some beast, it became completely the shape of another person. Lin Haotin felt very depressed, and an inexplicable feeling of frustration arose spontaneously. But he couldn't get angry. After all, the matter of marrying on behalf of someone else was initiated by him personally, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Looking at Susan's beautiful face, Lin Hao had to admit that he felt a little regretful. To be honest, Susan is the most beautiful CEO in Shanghai. She can be said to be the goddess in the minds of countless men, including Lin Hao. When I first learned that the goddess had become my fiancée, Lin Hao was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several days. Even though the 2 of them had met only a handful of times, and even got turned away every time, Lin Hao still couldn't help but feel proud. I just never expected. As the wedding date approached, the sad news came that Susan had become a vegetable. Although I am a little reluctant, but becoming a vegetable is basically the same as being sentenced to death. So Lin Hao acted decisively and used a trick to let Lin Tao marry in his place. In order to compensate the Su family, He even instigated Lin Jianjun to propose that Lin Tao marry into the family as a son-in-law. He could avoid marrying a zombie and also drive Lin Tao out of the Lin family completely. This plan kills two birds with one stone. It's perfect. I thought Lin Tao would live the unhappy life I imagined. Looking at the young man in front of him with a vulgar smile on his face, he is intimate with his stunning goddess. Lin Hao was left with only anger and frustration in his heart. So, in order to make Lin Tao feel a little upset, "Brother, you were so nice to Susan." Thinking back to when Susan and I made our vows of eternal love, we were this close. Speaking of this, Lin Hao seemed to realize that he had said something wrong and quickly covered his mouth. Then he hurriedly explained, "Oh brother, please don't misunderstand. Susan and I are just good friends. We rarely have any private contact. You have to believe me." Listening to such green tea-style remarks, Lin Tao didn't even raise his eyelids and was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Hao's provocations. After all, what kind of person is Susan? In this fictional world, no one understands music better than him. Why would he care about Lin Hao's crude lie? In the dark cage space, Susan was originally enjoying Lin Tao's painful and pleasurable massage. I just thought Lin Hao was noisy and didn't have much emotional reaction. But when the other party said something ambiguous and deliberately misinterpreted the relationship between the two, Susan was completely furious. If she was able to move, she would have jumped up and watched Lin Hao do two big wall bangs. What the hell is this bastard talking about? Who has ever made a vow to you? Who has ever been intimate with you? Who is your good friend? We have met only a dozen times at most. I always drove him away within 5 minutes. How come you say that we once had a romantic time together? What a bastard. Why did he lie to Lin Tao on purpose? What if Lin Tao misunderstands me? I really want to slap this bastard hard. Susan was really angry. Suffering from misogyny towards men, she felt uncomfortable even when Lin Hao was within 10 meters of her, let alone being intimate with him. But at this moment, Susan also reacted. Lin Hao was deliberately causing Lin Tao to misunderstand. This is what Susan cannot tolerate, and what she fears the most now. She really wanted to speak up and tell Lin Tao that she and Lin Hao had no relationship at all, and they had never had any physical contact. From beginning to end. In his eyes, Lin Hao was just a tool for marriage. Not to mention the so-called love, even the most basic affection between men and women has never appeared once. At this moment, she was so angry with Lin Hao that she really wanted to sew his mouth shut. But the next second, Lin Tao said shocked both her and Lin Hao. "So what? I only care about the present. Susan's love life was like in the past? I don't care. Anyway, from now on, I will always be involved in her life until the end of her life." Lin Tao touched the girl's pink cheek with a look of deep affection and heard the man's affectionate confession. Susan was deeply moved, and her emotions rose and fell in excitement. Lin Tao likes me so much, but is someone like me worthy of his pure and innocent love? Can there really be such a person involved in my life? But I might bring him a catastrophic disaster. Lin Hao, I'm actually quite grateful to you. If you hadn't deliberately schemed, I might not have been able to marry Susan, so you did a great thing. Lin Tao completed the last massage procedure. He got off the bed, came to Lin Hao, patted his shoulder with gratitude on his face, and thanked him sincerely. He saw that his trick not only did not alienate Lin Tao, instead, it allowed the other party to show their affection. This time, the more Lin Hao thought about it, the more aggrieved he became, and his defenses completely broke down. Chapter 38 Lin Tao's Trick? Now Lin Hao is either shit or shit. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Lin Hao had already lost his defense. He slapped the hand on his shoulder, grabbed Lin Tao's collar and sneered, "Humph! Lin Tao, why are you pretending? I know you hate me. But so what? Even if I'm a bastard, I can still take everything from you. Everyone will only believe me. That idiot Lin Jianjun will only let me, his illegitimate son, inherit the family business instead of you, his first wife's son. Remember this, you will never be able to defeat me." Thinking back to the humiliation I suffered at the hands of Lin Tao recently, Lin Hao was so angry that he gave up completely and no longer hid his true self. But what surprised him was, for his rampage, Lin Tao's reaction was very calm, with an inexplicable smile on his lips. "Oh, Lin Hao, you look much better now than when you were pretending to be a green tea boy. You. Looking at the calm Lin Tao, Lin Hao became more and more angry. He felt very unwilling. In the past few years, he has been playing Lin Tao in the palm of his hand. The other party in front of him was just like a cat playing with a mouse, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. But I don't know when it started. The cat and mouse roles between the two were reversed, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage in front of Lin Tao. This was something Lin Hao couldn't accept at all. What are you so proud of? If you didn't rely on the shares you have, what would you use to fight me? Even this vegetative person is a slut I gave to you, and you just, Before Lin Hao finished speaking, Lin Tao sighs, and he raised his hand and did a wall bang. Bang! You green tea boy, I'm giving you face, right? Do you remember what I said when I slapped you for the first time? It doesn't matter if you say anything about me, but if you dare to say something about my wife, I will kill you with a big wall bang. Under this big wall bang, there was a buzzing in Lin Hao's ears, causing him to be unable to hear clearly what Lin Tao said. But the intense pain on my cheek was so clear. I was beaten again? How many times has this happened? As the saying goes, things never happen 3 times. I have reached the point of being intolerable. I don't need to endure it anymore. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Hao had never suffered such humiliation. Now, in just 1 week, everything was handed over to Lin Tao, which made Lin Hao completely angry. Lin Tao. Lin Hao first roared, then performed basic taekwondo moves, ready to teach the bastard in front of him a profound lesson. But Lin Tao sneered. He blocked the opponent's kick with ease. Fancy moves. Let me show you what real fighting is. Then he hit Lin Hao's neck with a knife, and Lin Hao collapsed to the ground instantly in pain. Lin Tao lunged forward again, grabbed Lin Hao by the collar, and swung his palm to bang him against the wall several times. Pa. Soon, Lin Hao's cheeks were red and swollen. The corners of his mouth were bleeding, and he screamed in pain. Well done. Lin Tao, use all your strength to beat this bastard who likes to fabricate rumors to death. Humph. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant again in the future. But Lin Tao just now seemed to call me his wife and even stood up for me. This is really a bit embarrassing. On the hospital bed, Susan still seemed to be sleeping soundly, but his mind was full of thoughts, and he kept cheering Lin Tao on. Although she couldn't see the scene, but just by listening to the noise, Susan can get a general idea of what is going on. Susan first heard Lin Hao calling her a slut. She was so angry that she almost died. However, she was unable to move and could only endure the other party's humiliation. But unexpectedly, Lin Tao suddenly stood up for herself, which made Susan both moved and worried. After all, she had heard that Lin Hao was a master of taekwondo and his strength was more than enough to deal with 3 or 2 ordinary people. Lin Tao really not suffer any loss? Fortunately, what she worried about did not happen. Lin Tao was surprisingly good at fighting, and he knocked Lin Hao down in just a few moves. Lin Hao's screams finally alarmed everyone in the Su family outside. Lu Wan rushed into the room with a group of bodyguards, looking nervous. What happened? Are you okay, Mr. Lin? Did this guy attack you? When he saw everyone coming in, the first person he cared about was Lin Tao. Instead of lying on the ground, Lin Hao was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. Anyone who is not blind can see that it is oneself who is being beaten, right? Why do you ask Lin Tao if he is okay? It's obviously me who's in trouble. This bastard. He took advantage of me when I wasn't paying attention, and just when I was about to sign the contract, he suddenly stretched out his hands to molest Susan, but luckily I was quick to act and stopped him with a wall bang. This is all my fault. I didn't see the ugly side of Lin Hao and almost let him succeed. Lin Tao's eyes were moist and his voice trembled, as if he was blaming himself for not protecting Susan. Nanny! How dare they be so bold in broad daylight? Lu Wan and others immediately turned around and glared at Lin Hao fiercely. Beat him to death. How dare he attack our young lady? Kill him. You beast. I didn't expect you to look so handsome and decent with your glasses on, but you could do such a dirty thing. A group of people were very excited and clamored to beat Lin Hao to death. Even though Lin Hao curled up in the corner, shouting that he was framed, no one believed him. Fortunately, at this time, our righteous partner, Lin Tao, stopped everyone who was about to take action in time and said righteously, "Everyone, I am as indignant as you are, but private torture is against the law. As law-abiding citizens, let's call the police. Let the police bring justice to us." 5 minutes later, compare and compare. The police officers were full of righteousness and came to the Su family as promised to arrest Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, we need you to go to the police station to take a statement. Is it convenient for you now?" "It's convenient. I will definitely cooperate." Before leaving, Lin Tao took Susan's hand and said goodbye to them reluctantly before leaving with the police officers. This affectionate scene moved everyone present. He actually has such deep feelings for his comatose girlfriend. What a passionate and handsome man. And in the dark space of consciousness, listening to the sighs and regrets from the people around her, Susan still looked sleepy, but in her heart she had already been amused by Lin Tao's antics. Lin Tao is really too mean. Seriously talking nonsense. The ability to come up with this kind of words is really admirable. If Lin Hao's crime is really proven, then the good reputation he has accumulated over the years will be completely destroyed. But it's better this way, so that Lin Hao doesn't have to harm others with a hypocritical face again. 10 minutes later, inside the Magic City police station, in Lin Hao's furious eyes, Lin Tao sat on a wooden chair with tears in his eyes. Looking at the righteous police officers on the opposite side, she wiped her tears while recounting what happened. He simply defined himself as a victim who fought back because he could no longer tolerate it. Lin Hao became an unforgivable bastard. What is it that Lin Hao has been secretly bullying me all these years? Why did she force him to marry Susan? But now she covets her own fiancé's beauty and threatens and beats him. What? He had been driven out of the Lin family, but Lin Hao wanted to kill him. What kind of scumbag father cooperated with the mistress to treat him coldly and violently at home and mentally bullied him? Inside the police station, countless righteous police officers. Everyone who heard it was sad, and everyone who listened to it shed tears. Especially the fact that Lin Jianjun prefers illegitimate children. Everyone in Shanghai has heard about it a long time ago. At this time, he was already prejudiced and completely believed Lin Tao's one-sided story. He looked at Lin Hao with disgust in his eyes. "It's unfair. This bastard is talking nonsense. Don't believe him. Lin Tao, you are such a despicable and shameless fellow. You are slandering me. If you have the guts, show me the evidence." In the interrogation room, Lin Hao listened to Lin Tao's endless chatter outside the house and became so angry that he started cursing. In the past, he was the one who framed Lin Tao. Who would have thought that after hunting wild geese all day, one day a wild goose would peck one of my eyes blind? This feeling is so frustrating. And at this time, Lin Tao outside the house ignored him at all. Instead, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and played a recording. "Humph. Lin Tao, why are you pretending? I know you hate me, but so what? Even if I'm a bastard, I can still take everything from you. Everyone will only believe me, and that idiot Lin Jianjun will only let me, his illegitimate son, inherit the family business instead of you, his first wife's son. Remember this. You will never be able to defeat me. What are you so proud of? If you didn't rely on the shares you have, what would you use to fight me? Even this vegetative person is a slut I gave you, and you just..." Not long ago, when Lin Hao was angry, Lin Tao secretly turned on the recording on his mobile phone and wrote down the most crucial words. Now, in front of everyone in the police station, Lin Hao's hypocritical face was completely exposed. "Dear uncles and aunts, this was recorded secretly when my brother threatened me. Hey, I didn't expect my brother would hate me so much. I just want to be his good brother. This is all my fault. I don't blame my brother. I asked the police officers to be lenient with him. Snort. But just playing the role of a green tea man? It makes everyone feel different. Do you really think that all the bloody TV dramas I watched before I traveled through time were in vain? Lin Tao sneered in his heart, but his face showed the sadness of being betrayed, and there was a tear hanging in the corner of his eye. This pitiful appearance immediately attracted countless sympathetic glances. After listening to Lin Hao's proud and arrogant words in the recording, everyone no longer had any doubts about Lin Tao. What a sin. Look at such a good kid, but he has to go through so many candy. Not only did his biological father become his stepfather, but he also had to suffer persecution from his half-brother and stepmother. Think of this. Everyone looked at Lin Hao not far away, their eyes becoming more and more angry and disgusted. What? Lin Tao, this sinister villain, is so despicable and shameless. When did he secretly record it? Bastard. What can I do? If this recording reaches Lin Jianjun's ears, then the image of the good boy that I have been creating would be completely destroyed. What to do? Inside the isolation room, Lin Hao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had completely changed from being angry at the beginning to being stupid after calming down. Just when Lin Hao was getting extremely anxious and constantly thinking about how to break the impasse, Lin Tao's voice came from outside the house again, his words earnest. Uncle Police, can you let me talk to my brother alone? I believe he is a good kid who just took the wrong path for a while. As his eldest brother, I want to give him some advice and help him return to the right path as soon as possible, confess his crime, and face the punishment. Considering Lin Tao's pitiful situation, a police leader who seemed to be the captain was moved with compassion and nodded in agreement to this request. Time limit is 3 minutes. Click. The door opened and Lin Tao walked into the interrogation room. The aggrieved look on his face disappeared, transformed into a slightly playful smile. What do you think? Now, Lin Hao no longer wanted to hide anything and went straight to the point. Lin Tao has the leverage over him, so there is no point in being stubborn. It's easy. Admit that you behaved indecently towards Susan today. You bastard, you want to destroy me? Impossible. Lin Hao was almost mad with anger, glaring at Lin Tao with resentment. Molesting a vegetative person who cannot move. If he admits this, he will always have an indelible stain in the demon city. Maybe I will have to live under people's prejudiced eyes for the rest of my life. How dare you say that? Wasn't it because of you that I had such a bad reputation in the magic city that most of it was spread? I am just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Of course, you can refuse. But what about the consequences? Lin Tao opened the screen of his mobile phone, which contained a recording of Lin Hao, which was full of threats. After all, he is occupying the identity of his predecessor. Lin Tao doesn't mind seeking justice for his predecessor to the best of his ability. And for the upcoming plot, whether it is a good reputation or the Lin Group, Lin Tao wants to take them all back now. The first step is to make Lin Hao and his son become enemies. And he also knew that Lin Hao would definitely agree. After all, compared to the so-called reputation, it is definitely more important to inherit a billionaire family. In order to avoid increasing the possibility of Lin Jianjun changing his mind, Lin Hao had no choice but to agree. And the fact was just as Lin Tao expected. I agree. Lin Hao spoke each word with gritted teeth. But you must abide by the agreement and never leak the recording. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Of course, I am the most trustworthy person. Lin Tao smiled and made assurances repeatedly. Then when Lin Hao was unwilling to close his eyes, I found the codename Stupid Stepfather in the address book and sent the recording to him right away. Chapter 39. Lin Tao's plan to turn his father and son against each other has begun to show results. Magic City Police Department. The door to the interrogation room was opened. Lin Tao walked out first, his face full of relief. Uncle Policeman, I have given my brother a profound ideological education. He has turned over a new leaf and decided to start a new life. Please strive for a lenient sentence for him. Behind Lin Tao, Lin Hao, with a gloomy face, followed out. After hearing these words, he took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Then a professional fake smile appeared on his face. Yes, I know I was wrong. I was possessed by evil spirits at that time. Fortunately, my brother persuaded me. Now I want to turn over a new leaf. Uncle Police, do you think I still have a chance? Hearing this, many righteous police officers nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. As long as you know your mistakes and correct them, you are still a good young person in society. But you should thank your brother. He really has good intentions. He is always worried that you will go astray. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. He wanted to strangle Lin Tao to death, but now he still wanted to thank him? But there are so many pairs of expecting eyes. Lin Hao clenched his teeth. Finally, he turned his head stiffly and thanked Lin Tao. You're welcome, you're welcome. Who told you to be my dearest brother? Lin Tao's face was full of sincerity as he walked up to Lin Hao and gave him a hug. Seeing this scene of brotherhood and respect, the police officers around were deeply moved. What a kind and generous brother. Soon, after repeated confirmation by the police officers, Lin Hao admitted that he had attempted indecent assault and was thus convicted. However, because he voluntarily surrendered himself and the circumstances were relatively minor, he was only sentenced to 3 days of detention. Just when everything was settled and Lin Tao was ready to leave, he just happened to run into Lin Jianjun, who was rushing over. As soon as he saw Lin Tao, he yelled, Xiao Hao, where is Xiao Hao? What did you do to him, you bastard? He was just at Lin's house, waiting for Lin Hao's return in a good mood. But who would have thought that what I was waiting for in the end? It wasn't Lin Hao, but a call from the police station. Be quiet. What's the point of yelling? Master Lin, don't forget where this is. Seeing such a good kid like Lin Tao, he was scolded for no reason by his scumbag father who favored his illegitimate child. Some policemen who couldn't stand it couldn't help but shout out. As for Lin Hao's matter, we have already investigated it thoroughly. Lin Hao attempted to molest a vegetative patient but failed. But considering that he admitted his mistake with a good attitude and did not commit a serious mistake, he will be detained for 3 days as a punishment. I hope that after Lin Hao is released, the head of the Lin family can educate him more and improve the moral level of his children. What? Attempted molestation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Lin Jianjun heard that Lin Hao was detained for indecent assault, he was completely stunned. Then he glared at Lin Tao and suddenly realized, although he didn't know the reason, but Lin Hao clearly went to the Su family to sign a contract, so there was no way he would go crazy and molest a vegetative person, right? The only possibility. It's you? You bastard. He's your brother. How dare you frame him like this? Are you still a human being? Hurry up and explain the situation to the police and rescue your brother. Lin Jianjun roared, raised his hand, and walked towards Lin Tao. Seeing this, Lin Tao's eyes turned red, and he hugged the beautiful and heroic female police officer beside him. Police sister, he is going to hit me again. I'm scared. This helpless look of the victim suffering from domestic violence immediately awakened the female police officer's compassion. Her eyebrows immediately raised and she shouted, Master Lin, please respect yourself. Are you going to commit domestic violence in the police station? Even if you are the child's father, your behavior can definitely convict you of child abuse. Child abuse? You call this 1.8-meter tall guy a child? Lin Jianjun was almost angry to death. He could sense the eager gazes of the policemen around him. In the end, he didn't dare to make any more moves. After all, the Lin family is only a second-tier family and does not have the strength to run wild in the police station. Humph. I'll go ask Howard right now and get to the bottom of this matter. There is no other choice. Lin Jianjun could only glare at Lin Tao fiercely, then walked past him towards the detention room. Thank you, police sister. Seeing Lin Jianjun leave angrily, Lin Tao smiled sweetly at the female police officer. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. If your father dares to attack you again in the future, you can call the police at any time and we will definitely seek justice for you. The middle-aged female police officer felt sorry for the young man in front of her and gave him careful instructions. Beside her, many other police officers also spoke to comfort her. They are not fools. Judging from the fact that Lin Jianjun just attacked without any reason, what kind of miserable life Lin Tao leads at home on weekdays? Yeah, I got it. Goodbye, police officers. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Tao left the police station with a smile. Just walked out the door. His attention was attracted by the green Lamborghini parked not far away. Is that Lin Jianjun's car? It seems that 3 billion is still not enough to squeeze him completely dry. Lin Tao walked around the Lamborghini, deep in thought. In order to achieve the goal of taking complete control of the Lin Group, Lin Tao will buy back all of his shares at a low price. So the first step is to force the other party into a desperate situation. Think of this. Lin Tao touched his chin, with a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. He already has an idea. Since 30 small goals are not enough, let's add some more. The other side. In the detention room. Bang! You disgraceful thing. Say it again if you have the guts. Lin Jianjun, who was already furious, came to the detention room to inquire about Lin Hao's situation. I thought he must have been framed by Lin Tao. But I didn't expect this kid to be so screwed. How dare you say that this is all true? He did commit indecent acts. I asked several times in disbelief, and each time I got the same answer. This made Lin Jianjun so angry that he lost his mind and slapped his youngest son for the first time. Normally, only Lin Tao has the opportunity to enjoy this honor. Now it has been arranged for the most favored illegitimate son. You can imagine how angry Lin Jianjun is. Daddy, this is all my fault. I'm sorry. I was possessed by the devil at that time. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. Woo-woo. Lin Hao covered his burning cheeks, knelt in front of Lin Jianjun and cried, begging for forgiveness. Bewitched? You bastard. Do you know how much of an impact this will have on me once it gets out? My son, Lin Jianjun, is a molester? Damn it. You have made me lose face. As the old saying goes, if you endure for a while, everything will be calm. If you take a step back, the more you think about it, the angrier you will get. Lin Jianjun thought it made sense. He took several steps back and felt like his lungs were about to explode. I couldn't hold back for a moment and slapped him several times in a row. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hao's face had turned into a pig's head after being beaten by Lin Tao. Now he was hit hard by Lin Jianjun again, and his whole face seemed to be swollen like a basketball. This old man is not dead. You fan me so hard. When you get old, I will pull out your oxygen tube every day. Lin Hao covered his cheeks, cursing bitterly in his heart. But she was still crying and looked pitiful, hugging Lin Jianjun's thigh and apologizing frantically. Actually, he had no choice. Choose the lesser of two evils. Indecent, at most just gives you a bad reputation. Having fallen out with Lin Tao, Lin Jianjun had no choice but to choose his remaining son as his heir. But if Lin Jianjun knew that his previous well-behaved image was all a disguise, given his suspicious character, it would be extremely difficult to gain his trust and love. Maybe Lin Jianjun will suddenly have an idea and create another illegitimate child to replace him, just like he replaced Lin Tao. But no matter whether it is Lin Tao or Lin Jianjun, Lin Hao has already hated them all and will take crazy revenge on them as soon as there is a chance. At this time, Lin Jianjun finally stopped. After all, he was his most favored youngest son. Looking at the other's miserable face, Lin Jianjun felt a little distressed after calming down. But when he thought about the stupid things Lin Hao had done, he became angry again and decided to talk about business. All right, it's over now. You should stay here for 3 days and reflect on yourself. Where's the contract I gave you this morning? Give it to me. Speaking of the contract, Lin Jianjun's heart suddenly surged. Now, he is finally going to realize his long-cherished dream and become the true controller of the Lin Group. Snort. Lin Tao, that kid. Is he still too young? If you don't wait for the money to arrive before signing, don't blame me for delaying. I'll spend my time with you. Lin Jianjun made up his mind to slowly waste time with Lin Tao. Maybe he would not have to give any more money to Lin Tao. Dad, he hasn't signed the contract yet? Just when Lin Jianjun was feeling very proud. Lin Hao's cautious words chilled Lin Jianjun to the core. What did you say? Lin Jianjun turned his head stiffly, the veins on his forehead bulging, and he spoke word by word. Seeing the other party's expression, Lin Hao swallowed nervously, but still spoke. I said, Lin Tao hasn't, The words haven't been finished yet. Bang! Lin Jianjun, who was already furious, waved his hand and slapped Lin Hao hard, making him spin in circles on the spot. You disappoint me so much. I asked you to do the right thing because I trusted you, but you are busy doing such dirty things instead of doing the right thing. You are really going to piss me off to death? Lin Jianjun cursed loudly and for the first time took harsh measures against his illegitimate son. Then he remembered that Lin Tao might not have gone far, so he ignored Lin Hao, who fell to the ground with his hands covering his cheek, and hurried out of the detention room. He wanted to find Lin Tao and quickly finalize the share transfer contract so as not to affect the beauty ointment press conference in 3 days. And behind Lin Jianjun, only Lin Hao was left staring at his back with eyes full of hatred. Chapter 40. Lin Tao's attitude. 3 billion? No, I want 3.5 billion this time. In front of the Magic City police station, Lin Jianjun rushed out quickly, panting. He looked around, finally found Lin Tao not far away. Stop, Lin Tao. Wait a minute, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Mr. Lin, is it because I beat your son and you want to ask me for an explanation for him? Lin Tao frowned and turned back, his expression cold and indifferent, as if he was keeping people at a distance. Let me make it clear first, this is all your son's fault for his dirty hands. When I turned around, I saw Lin Hao reaching out his dirty hands. Then I went over to him, looking at the eldest son in front of him, who kept saying, Mr. Lin, on the left and your son on the right. His words were full of intention to draw a clear line between the two. Lin Jianjun suddenly felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Once upon a time, how filial and obedient this son is, and how he accepts everything that comes his way. How come in less than a week, he has become such a scoundrel? But thinking back over the past few years, put yourself in their shoes. It seemed that he had indeed gone a little too far, so it was normal for Lin Tao to be upset. Then, Lin Jianjun decided to mend his ways and give this father-son relationship another chance. Lin Tao, we are father and son after all. Why do we have to make such a fuss? Hey, how about this? Let's make peace. At worst, I will no longer favor Lin Hao. I will give you enough fatherly love and let you be my good son. Looking at Lin Jianjun, who opened his arms to her, as if saying, hurry up and throw yourself into daddy's arms, and let's start over again. Lin Tao just felt nauseous. How narcissistic is this person? Do you really think that others want to be his son so much? Mr. Lin, you are talking nonsense. Then I will leave. You are so stubborn. Lin Jianjun sighed softly, but he soon stopped worrying about it. Although the large trumpet was broken, fortunately he still had the small trumpet. The most important thing at the moment is to resolve the issue of the share transfer contract first. Forget it. Then let's talk business. Because of an accident, you haven't signed the 3 billion share transfer contract yet? How about this? Take my car and go to the company to draft a new one, and we'll sign it again. After saying, Lin Jianjun opened the door of the Lamborghini and motioned Lin Tao to get in. Mr. Lin, you seem to have misunderstood something? It's not a 3 billion share transfer contract. It's 3.5 billion. Looking at Lin Jianjun, who was stunned in the driver's seat, Lin Tao grinned. He originally wanted to climb to 4 billion. But considering Lin Jianjun's current asset situation, increasing it by 500 million is basically the limit. And Lin Tao's main goal is not to make money. Instead, they pushed Lin Jianjun into a state of desperation. So adding another 500 million would be enough. Lin Tao, what are you crazy about? Didn't we agree on 3 billion? How did it become 3.5 billion? Just as Lin Tao expected, Lin Jianjun got furious and roared in frustration. With the Lin family's current financial situation, 3 billion is already a stretch, but it is still possible to retain some assets and avoid being completely emptied. But if it increases by 500 million, even if he sold the remaining villas and luxury cars, it would still be far from enough. In this case, you might have to borrow money from a loan shark. After all, we were once father and son. Do you really want to take this to the extreme? Faced with Lin Jianjun's questioning, Lin Tao simply took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat interface. The next second, I saw the record on the chat interface. Lin Jianjun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and was silent for a while. Just see it on the phone screen. They were all conversations between Lin Tao and the company's board members and the major wealthy forces in Shanghai. The contents all require the purchase of shares in the Lin Group. Some only want to buy part of it, while others want to spend 3 billion to buy it all. Mr. Lin, it's because of our past relationship, so I haven't agreed to anyone's share exchange request yet. Otherwise, you would have lost your position as chairman long ago. Listening to Lin Tao's words, coupled with the solid evidence, Lin Jianjun suddenly lost his confidence and became a little panicked. He doesn't want his official position to be taken away by others. This time when he spoke, his tone sounded pleading. Lin Tao, after all, this company was built by my wife, your mother. Can you bear to let it fall into the hands of outsiders? As for 3.5 billion, I really can't afford it. Why don't we discuss it and just go with 3 billion? But facing Lin Jianjun's surrender, Lin Tao didn't even raise his eyelids and said with a smile, 3 billion? There shouldn't be any problem. I'm very happy that you can admit that the Lin Group was built by your mother. But Lin Hao's behavior of molesting my future daughter-in-law today made me very unhappy. So 500 million is my mental damage compensation, and I only give you 2 days. If you can't pay me within 2 days, I'll sell it to someone else, that's it. After saying that, Lin Tao walked forward without even looking back. And I heard that the reason for the extra 500 million was because of Lin Hao's indecent incident today. He wished he could go back to the detention room right away and give that bastard a few good wall bangs. 500 million. This is 500 million. Just because Lin Hao was careless, 500 million was gone. Lin Jianjun gnashed his teeth in anger. This was the first time he felt angry at Lin Hao, and he was so angry that his heart ached. I saw Lin Tao's back getting farther and farther away. Anxious Lin Jianjun hurriedly drove his Lamborghini to catch up, trying to make a final effort. Faced with 500 million yuan, he chose to betray Lin Hao without hesitation. Wait, Lin Tao. Let's discuss this. How about I ask Lin how to apologize to you? Not so good. An apology can offset 500 million. Do you think Lin Hao deserves it? Then I'll make him kneel down and apologize to you. If his hand touches that girl, I'll break his hand on the spot. How about that? Haha, not interested. If you keep bothering me, believe it or not, I'll raise it to 4 billion. When Lin Jianjun heard that Lin Tao was going to raise the price to 4 billion, he was so scared that he almost stepped on the brakes. Seeing that Lin Tao really had no room for negotiation. In desperation, Lin Jianjun could only step on the accelerator and leave. He had to go back quickly and find a way to fill the gap of 500 million within 2 days. As for his beloved son Lin Hao, fortunately, out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise, Lin Jianjun couldn't guarantee whether he would pick up a bench and beat the prodigal to death. 10 minutes later, Lin Tao returned to the Su family villa. As soon as I entered the door, I was warmly greeted by Lu Wan and other staff members. After spending some time together, Lin Tao has conquered these staff members with his actions. At this time, there were several maid girls surrounding Lin Tao and chattering. Mr. Lin is back. Hello, Mr. Lin. I poured you a glass of water. Please drink it. Mr. Lin, how is that pervert? Yes. Was he shot or sentenced to life imprisonment? When they heard that Lin Hao would be released from the detention center after only 3 days, everyone was filled with indignation and shouted that it was unfair. Ahem. Okay, let's all get back to work. Don't disturb Mr. Lin. At this time, Lu Wan, the Su family's housekeeper, spoke, and everyone had to disperse. Mr. Lin, Chairman Su is here, in the young lady's room. Su Shengtian is here, too. If something as serious as his granddaughter was molested, he would definitely come over to take a look. So Lin Tao went to the second floor. At this time, in Susan S. room, Su Shangtian looked at his granddaughter lying on the hospital bed, his old face full of doting. But the next second, the whole body was enveloped by a chill again. Lin family, Lin Hao. That beast. Don't worry, granddaughter. I swear on my life that I will seek justice for you. If Lin Jianjun doesn't give me an explanation, then this friendship will end here. If we meet again, our two families will be mortal enemies. Su Shangtian's face was frosty and his tone was cold. His most precious thing now? It is Susan, the last blood relative. Even if it means sacrificing my old bones, I must seek justice for my granddaughter. What Su Shangtian didn't know was, on the hospital bed, in his eyes, his unconscious granddaughter in a vegetative state was anxiously calling out the name of a young man. Lin Tao, why don't you come back soon? My grandfather thought I was really bullied. If this continues, I'm afraid his health will be affected. Even if there is no problem with the gas, what if he wants to fight to the death with your Lin family? Given the current situation of the Su family, they can't afford to suffer this kind of trouble. I am still waiting to wake up, continue to rely on the Su family to grow and develop, and one day take revenge on that family? Damn Lin Tao. This is so irresponsible. Come and explain it to my grandfather. Lin Tao, where are you? Show up. I will count the time. You will appear immediately. 3, 2, 1. Perhaps it was God's will. Susan, who was in tune with the others, had just counted to 1. That familiar voice just appeared in her ears. Grandpa Su, don't be angry. Take care of yourself. I'm telling you a secret. In fact, Lin Hao didn't molest Susan. I framed him on purpose. Him. Don't look at me like that. I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that Lin Hao is so arrogant. Just as Lin Tao walked to the door, he heard the old man's face flushed with anger, and he swore on his life. Lin Tao was so scared that he quickly came out to explain the whole story. He was really afraid that Su Shangtian's old bones might get angry and his blood would rush to his head, and he might accidentally have a cerebral infarction and fall down. And when Lin Tao told the truth, Su Shangtian was stunned at first, then stared at Lin Tao in disbelief for a moment. He thought of how angry he was just now, and how his passion was wasted. The corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily, and he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he picked up the walking stick beside him and swung it up and down a few times with great vigor. Lin Tao, I wish you were my grandson. Back then, when my granddaughter made me angry, I used this stick to teach her a lesson. Lin Tao? Did I hear it wrong? Why do you hit your granddaughter when she is naughty? Isn't it said that most elderly people prefer boys to girls? How come when it comes to you, it's the opposite? Now, Lin Tao couldn't help but feel inexplicably sad for the protagonist Su Yang's tragic childhood. We boys, when will we be able to stand up? Chapter 41. Susan's heartbeat quickened. I was going to let you kiss me, but now I only have half of it left. Grandpa Su, please get ready. At the latest the day after tomorrow, Lin Jianjun will pay 3.5 billion to buy my shares. When the time comes, the money will be directly transferred to the Su Group's account. After the grandfather and grandson played around, Lin Tao became serious and got down to business. 3.5 billion? Didn't we agree on 3 billion before? Will your father agree to pay more? Su Shangtian was a little surprised. After all, according to market value, Lin Tao's shares are worth at most 3 billion. He has no choice but to agree. I have already given him a deadline. If I don't see the money within 2 days, I will sell the shares to someone else who wants them. In order to keep his position as chairman of Lin Corporation, he has to raise the money for me even if he has to sell everything he has. Lin Tao sat beside the bed, a smile flashing in his eyes. He is familiar with the plot. He had already figured out Lin Jianjun's intentions clearly and had set up a targeted plan. Now, everything is under control. Although according to the Lin family's current financial situation, they certainly cannot afford this 500 million yuan gap. But Lin Tao didn't care. He wanted to completely drain Lin Jianjun's savings over the years. Lin Tao doesn't care whether the other party ends up borrowing usury or selling blood or kidneys. Anyway, you just need to get the money together for me? You're right. I heard that the beauty cream developed by the Lin family will soon be on the market. In order to prevent you, Xiao Tao, from regretting after seeing the huge profits, Lin Jianjun must be the one who most wants the share transfer to be completed as soon as possible. After listening to Lin Tao's explanation, now, Su Shangtian also reacted, and a smile appeared on his old face again. Oh, my memory is so bad. I almost forgot. Sudden. The old man seemed to remember something, slapped his forehead, and carefully took out a small box from his pocket. Grandpa Su, is this some kind of treasure? Look how happy you are. Looking at Su Shangtian smiling happily like a child, Lin Tao asked curiously, "This is my treasure. It's the treasure you gave me. I gave it to you? Is it a beauty pill?" Lin Tao was stunned for a moment and vaguely guessed what was in the box. As expected, after Su Shangtian carefully opened the box, he found a round, golden pill the size of 2 fingernails inside. This appearance is similar to the description in the novel. The moment he saw the golden pill, Lin Tao had a clue in his mind. He knew that the refining of the beauty pill was declared a success. Xiao Tao, the prescription you gave me is incredible. I asked the people in the research department to develop it day and night. After several failures, we finally succeeded in producing a few samples with good quality. This is one of them. Looking at the golden pill in the small box, Su Shangtian was overjoyed and his face was full of wrinkles from smiling. He knew that the successful development of this pill would completely overturn the original pattern of the medical beauty market. The Su group will also gain unprecedented benefits from this opportunity. The thought that the Su family might become bigger and stronger and regain its former glory made me happy. Su Shangtian couldn't help but burst into tears. He was so excited that he was incoherent, and he held Lin Tao's hand and thanked him loudly. "Xiao Tao, you are really the lucky star of our Su family. The first time I saw you, I thought you looked like someone who would make a good wife. My Susan went to a fortune teller and was told that she was destined to have a rough and unfortunate life. She could only break the predicament if she met her destined person. I was so worried at the time. Now I see that you are the destined man for my granddaughter, aren't you? It is a blessing for my Susan to marry you." Lin Tao. Forehead. This should be a compliment to me, right? After all, I'm marrying into the Su family, which means I'm marrying Susan in disguise. But eating free food doesn't seem bad. After all, it's pretty cool to be able to lie down and do nothing, and have a rich woman to support you. After comforting Su Shangtian for a few words and waiting for him to calm down, Lin Tao then earnestly warned him, "Okay, Grandpa Su, have you ever experimented with this elixir? After all, if it is to enter the market, it must be foolproof. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, not only will it not bring great opportunities, but the entire Su family may suffer a catastrophic disaster." Hearing this, Su Shangtian straightened his face and stuffed the pill into Lin Tao's hand. "Don't worry. I know the seriousness of this better than anyone else. So I personally participated in supervising the experimental process and had people do a lot of experiments. Now we can ensure that there are no mistakes. This elixir is the most perfect work ever made. I thought of bringing it here for you to use first. After all, if it weren't for your prescription, this miraculous elixir wouldn't have come to the market." Looking at the pill in his hand, Lin Tao did not refuse and accepted it with a smile. Immediately, he turned around and began to instruct Su Shangtian, "Since there is no problem with the pills, we can start mass production of beauty pills now." Just as Lin Tao and the other man finished their discussion, when Su Shangtian stood up and left with a smile. On the hospital bed, Susan showed no reaction on her face, but in her heart she had already heard everything Lin Tao and the others said. Lin Tao took out the recipe. "It looks like he successfully made the beauty pill. But is the effect of this medicine really that miraculous? It would be nice if it were true. Perhaps my Sue family can seize this opportunity and reach its former peak again. Since she had never seen the effects of the beauty pill with her own eyes, Susan still had some doubts in her heart. But she still sincerely hoped that the elixir was real. In that case, perhaps I would have a chance to get revenge. Of course, it's just a slight possibility. After all, that family is so powerful that it has already reached the top of the demon city and is difficult to shake. It just used some tricks in secret. The Sue family has declined from being a top second-tier family to being at the bottom of the second-tier families today. But no matter how slim the hope is, I will not give up. The death of my parents and brother is definitely related to that noble family. Perhaps my coma this time is also related to the other party. So I have to find out the truth. But if I do this, maybe it will put Lin Tao in danger. Sure enough, if it's really for Lin Tao's sake, I will have to separate from him sooner or later. This is the best outcome for both of them. Just when Susan was thinking about what excuse she could use to reasonably separate from Lin Tao after waking up, she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her face, as if some kind of gelatinous substance was being applied to her face. What is this? So cool. No, what on earth are you putting on my face? And at this time, Lin Tao's voice came, explaining the current situation. Susan, this beauty pill can be applied externally or taken internally. I saw that you've been lying down for a long time and your skin is a little dry, so I crushed up some beauty pills and used them as a face mask for you. No need to thank me. Thank you for nothing. My skin is fine. I don't need to apply this stuff. Wipe it off quickly, it's itchy. It's itchy and cold. I hope it won't disfigure me. Susan is very resistant to skincare products. Her skin has always been naturally beautiful, so there is no need for these external aids. Even though I had never used any cosmetics before I fell into a coma, I instinctively felt that these chemical products were not reliable. Now that Lin Tao had applied some unknown medicine on him, he naturally became a little worried. She was really afraid that something might happen to her face. Unfortunately, she couldn't move now. Even if she screamed in her heart, no one could hear her. She could only be slaughtered like a puppet. The other side, Lin Tao sat in front of the bed, holding a bowl in his hand, which contained a beauty pill made by soaking a small amount of water and stirring it. This method was also learned from the protagonist Su Yang's operation in the book. All right, perfect. I'll help you clean your cheeks later. Your skin will definitely be smoother and more delicate by then. Rub the last bit of powder on the girl's face. Did Lin Tao put down his bowl and chopsticks and nodded with satisfaction? In fact, the best way to use the beauty pill is to take it internally. It can improve your internal organs from the inside out and improve the internal circulation in your body. This will then be reflected on your face, giving you the healthiest complexion. But in your situation, why don't I blend it more finely next time and then feed it to you mouth to mouth? This pill melts in your mouth, so you don't have to worry about choking. Looking at Susan's pink lips, Lin Tao raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt that it was time to sacrifice his looks. After all, we are doing good things, so I think Susan won't mind. In the dark cage of consciousness, Susan had been listening carefully. But Lin Tao didn't expect that his words became more and more outrageous, and he even proposed to feed her mouth to mouth. No, absolutely not. Lin Tao, please don't mess around. This is my first kiss. I absolutely do not agree to confess it here. My internal organs are in good condition, so I don't need to take any beauty pills. You scoundrel. If you dare to steal my first kiss, you'll be dead when I wake up. Heard Lin Tao say he wanted to feed her mouth to mouth. She felt sick. She is a relatively traditional woman. From childhood to adulthood, I have never even held a boy's hand, let alone kissing, which is something inappropriate. Plus, I have misogyny. Besides, when it comes to kissing, at least you should do it when you're sober, right? Susan didn't want to lose her virginity just lying in bed without knowing why. Such a sacred thing must be done at special times. But no matter how Susan resisted, as a vegetative state, she could only let it go. Fortunately, Lin Tao's sigh was heard again. Forget it. After all, this is your first kiss, Susan. It would be more interesting if we kiss when you are sober. I am an honest man. How can I take advantage of someone in distress? It's a sin. Susan, did you hear me? When you wake up, you have to give me your first kiss. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. You can't go back on your word. After saying, Susan felt someone holding her hand. Then the little finger was pried apart, accompanied by Lin Tao's joking voice. We'll make a promise and never change for 100 years. Whoever changes is a puppy. You are the puppy? I didn't agree. You are cheating. Also, how can I, a vegetative person, speak like this? Aren't you bullying a vegetative person? And how old are you? You're still making promises. Childish. A gentleman would not hold the hand of a vegetative person and force such an agreement. Feeling Lin Tao's shameless behavior of making the rice before it is cooked, Susan kept complaining in her mind. But complaints are complaints. Maybe Susan herself didn't realize. She didn't have much aversion to Lin Tao's shameless behavior. On the contrary, through interaction with each other, he gradually forgot the despair and pain he felt when he first became a vegetable. Now, at least she has something to look forward to every day. Not like at the beginning. Every day I just think about how to end my painful life. Stay alive. I want to survive. I want to wake up. A strong desire to survive lingered in Susan's heart, and she also firmly believed that one day she would be able to wake up again. It's a promise. Although your behavior is shameless, who can blame me? I'm a person who likes to abide by my promises. If I really wake up one day, at most, I can only kiss you once. What's going on? Outside world. Lin Tao was holding Susan's little hand. Suddenly I noticed her pulse was beating very fast. Susan, your heart is beating so fast? Did you hear what I said? Are you shy? Lin Tao grinned and asked knowingly. At the same time, I felt a little happy. This was the first time he noticed something was wrong with Susan. It seems that the skills produced by the system are indeed top-notch. Perhaps Susan wakes up is not far away. But by that time, wouldn't the plot of Su Yang returning to treat the disease be completed by me first? Ahem. Sorry, uncle. In the conscious space, Susan was completely dumbfounded, and she didn't even dare to complain out loud. Is this true? Did Lin Tao really guess that I can sense the outside world? No, that's not the point. He actually said I was shy. No, impossible. Why would I be shy? Damn Lin Tao. I was originally planning to let you kiss me, but now, carrot. At most halfway. At this time, just as the two young lovers were in sync and interacting with each other in a silent way. Chapter 42 Lin Jianjun's Awakening. Lin Hao's true green tea identity exposed. Lin Family Villa. Hey, Boss Fong. Hello, help me. I want to ask if you have any money you can lend me. Mr. Tang, I'm in some trouble. I wonder if you have any spare money? Lao Jiang, it's been a while since we last contacted each other. Oh, I wanted to ask, what? Your signal is bad? Who is your mother kidding? Lin Jianjun was so busy that he kept calling his friends on WeChat. But the results are minimal. Most of the friends made an excuse and hung up the phone. After all, the fact that the Lin family was father and son killing each other was now known to almost everyone in the upper echelons of the Magic City. Lin Jianjun called me at this time, obviously to borrow money. But that's a lot of money. Except for people who are very close to you, who would be so stupid as to lend it to you for no reason. If your Lin family suffers a huge loss due to this incident and directly declares bankruptcy, wouldn't that be barbecue? Damn it, these bastards. Normally they treat Yunga and the boss well, but when something happens they all hide away like turtles. Bump. It seems that I can't borrow money. Lin Jianjun was so angry that he started cursing and even overturned the table in front of him. At this moment, he hated Lin Tao in his heart. If it weren't for this rebellious son, I would never have fallen into such a dilemma, especially when I think of the 2-day deadline given by the other party. Lin Jianjun was so anxious that his hair was falling out in clumps. The Lin Group is his life's work, and he will not allow the company to fall into the hands of others under any circumstances. But under the current conditions, he can't raise 500 million even if he sells everything he has. In desperation, Lin Jianjun still picked up the phone, thinking of calling Lin Tao again to plead for mercy. After all, they are father and son. He couldn't really push his father to a dead end. Open WeChat and click on the avatar of unfilial son. Lin Jianjun only then discovered, not long ago, Lin Tao sent him a recording. What is this? Out of curiosity, Lin Jianjun frowned and clicked on the recording. Next second, a familiar voice came from the Xiaomi phone. Humph. Lin Tao, why are you pretending? I know you hate me, but so what? Even if I'm a bastard, I can still take everything from you. Everyone will only believe me, and that idiot Lin Jianjun will only let me, his illegitimate son, inherit the family business instead of you, his first wife's son. Remember this, you will never be able to defeat me. What are you so proud of? If you didn't rely on the shares you have, what would you use to fight me? Even this vegetative person is a slut I gave you, and you just... How is that possible? Is this Lin Hao's voice? How could Lin Hao, such a gentle, kind, innocent boy, speak in such a vicious tone? And he called me a stupid? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a fake. Could it be that Lin Tao is trying to sow discord? But thinking back to not long ago, Lin Tao's eyes were indifferent and distant. Lin Jianjun knew that he was thinking too much, even if he doesn't want to believe it. But judging from what Lin Tao has done in recent days, he also had to admit that Lin Tao might really be ready to disown him as his father. That means this recording is most likely true. After all, Lin Tao, the rebellious son, has no reason to frame Lin Hao and curry favor with himself. After all, as the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar group, Lin Jianjun has clear ideas. He instantly thought of the reason why Lin Hao pleaded guilty in the police station. Is this a threat? Choose the lesser of two evils. Lin Tao sent this to me just to make me see Lin Hao's true face. Even make us enemies? Overt conspiracy? Divorce plot? Lin Jianjun had a bitter smile on his face. He felt like a fool now, although the recording only contains a few words. But he was not stupid, so he could guess that Lin Hao's usual appearance was a disguise. As for why he was pretending, why? It seems that in recent years, I have looked at many things too superficially. Now, Lin Jianjun suddenly realized. He could probably guess that Lin Tao had indeed suffered a lot of grievances in recent years. But now I can't turn back, no matter what Lin Hao does in private. But at least he is my obedient son on the surface, that's enough. Even though he knew he was wrong, Lin Jianjun planned to pretend he didn't know and continue making the same mistake over and over again. And now the falling out with his eldest son Lin Tao has caused a sensation in the city. It is impossible for Lin Jianjun to admit his mistake and apologize again. His self-esteem and face would not allow it. Then we can only keep making mistakes. Looking at the recording on WeChat, Lin Jianjun did not hesitate, long pressed, and chose to delete it. He no longer wanted to care about what Lin Hao was doing in private. As long as he pretends to be a good son, he will admit that he is the only heir of the Lin family. Hey, how can I get money now? Things have come to this. Lin Jianjun, feeling guilty, was too embarrassed to call Lin Tao again. And he knew very well that it would be useless even if he called, and he would probably be hung up after a lot of sarcasm. Just as Lin Jianjun was thinking hard and sighing. Boom! The door was suddenly pushed open. A noble lady covered in jewels rushed in, her face full of anxiety. Hubby, I heard Xiaohao was taken to the police station. What happened? The person who came was Bai Yuelon. She was just having afternoon tea with her bestie when she received the news that Lin Hao had been detained. She was so scared that she sprinted 100 meters towards home. To her, Lin Hao is her hope. If anyone dares to touch Bai Yuelon's precious son, she will fight him to the death even if she has to die. Chapter 43 by Su Su realized. Everything brother Lin Tao did was to attract my attention. Lin family. Lin Jianjun narrated the whole story. However, he did not tell anyone about the recording, intending to keep it a secret forever. As long as he doesn't reveal his true colors, Lin Hao will still be his good son who is well-behaved and sensible. After learning the reason why his son was arrested, Bai Yuelan just felt it was absurd and unbelievable. Her eyes widened and she screamed. What? Xiaohao molested a vegetative patient? Detained for 3 days? Impossible. There must be a misunderstanding here. Xiaohao was 100% wronged. How could he do such a thing? As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than his mother. She knew her son too well. Lin Hao valued wealth and power more than women. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to do such an unreasonable thing at this critical juncture. So there is only one possibility. He was framed by that bastard Lin Tao. Husband, go and rescue Xiaohao. He must be very scared in the police station. Bai Yuelan said with tears in her eyes as she quickly stepped forward and hugged Lin Jianjun's arm. You know our son well. He is so innocent and kind. How could he do such a dirty thing? This must be a frame-up by Lin Tao. That kid. Choked up? I obviously love him like my own son. Why is he going so far? Bai Yuelan cried and vaguely pointed out Lin Tao's despicable behavior. Simple? Kind? Listening to the words uttered by his wife, Lin Jianjun found them extremely harsh. If it were in the past, he would have believed it blindly and would have cursed Lin Tao a long time ago. But after listening to that recording, Lin Jianjun felt a sudden sense of distress in his heart. For the sake of Lin Hao and his son, he finally drove Lin Tao away. Was it really worth it? Sudden. Lin Jianjun looked down at his little wife and felt terrified when he thought about it. Does Yulan know Lin Hao's true identity? Or in other words, the mother and the son are actually the same. Both have another side that they are not aware of. From the beginning to the end, I was the only one being fooled around like a fool? But looking at my little wife's tearful face, Lin Jianjun dispelled his own fantasy. He and Bai Yuelan have known each other for many years, and she has always been so virtuous and good at managing the household. How could she be such a scheming woman? Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? At this time, Bai Yuelan finally noticed the man's strangeness and raised her head to ask blankly. It's okay. Xiaohao's problem is not serious. He will be able to come out the day after tomorrow. Lin Jianjun quickly shook his head, indicating that Bai Yuelan didn't need to worry. Compared to this, the most important thing now is to quickly raise 3.5 billion. What? Lin Tao wants to add more money, and it's still 500 million. Bai Yuelan exclaimed again. At the same time, his hatred for Lin Tao grew heavier. This bastard. Not only did he frame his own precious son, but he also made such unreasonable demands. Just as despicable as his bitch mother. Husband, what should we do now? Do we really have to pay? That's 3.5 billion. Although I am worried about my baby son. But Bai Yuelan also understands that things have their priorities. The most important thing now is, the issue of share transfer must be resolved first, as that will be the basis for my son to inherit the Lin family in the future. She was unwilling to give up and just gave Lin Tao 3.5 billion for nothing. It was obvious that this money originally belonged to his son. You have to give it to me. That rebellious son gave me a deadline. If I don't give it to you within 2 days, I will sell the shares to someone else. In order to avoid any more trouble, we must gather the money quickly. When talking about the 2-day appointment, Lin Jianjun gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, he thought of the Bai family. Yuelan, can you please borrow some more money from the Bai family? I can't borrow it. My brother has already taken out all the savings of the Bai family over the years, and 100 million of it was borrowed. Bai Yuelan frowned, looking embarrassed. She is very clear about the current situation of the Bai family. In order to gain more benefits from the sales of beauty ointment, Bai Jinglong took a risk and used the whole family's strength to collect 400 million yuan. But now he really can't squeeze out a single drop. Borrowing? Lin Jianjun narrowed his eyes slightly. With no other options left, He had other ideas in his mind. Yuelon, who did your brother get the loan from? Can he borrow hundreds of millions at once? He borrowed the money from Tiger Lord. Husband, do you want to? But Tiger Lord's interest rate is very high. Speaking of Lord Tiger, Bai Yuelon couldn't help but shudder. The other party is a well-known figure in the underground world of Shanghai. I heard that there is a big family behind him to support him. In this area of Shanghai, you can basically walk sideways. If you borrow money from Tiger Lord, it is basically impossible for you to become a deadbeat, because he will try every possible way to get money from you. When Bai Yuelon learned that her elder brother had borrowed 100 million from Lord Tiger, she was almost scared to death. If they can't pay it back, the Bai family will face a devastating disaster. Seeing that Lin Jianjun now had the same idea, Bai Yuelon felt very resistant. That's all I can do. Just use it for emergency use first. As long as my ointment is released, I can make back the few 100 million right away. Lin Jianjun had also heard about Tiger Lord's cruelty and felt a little uneasy. But when he thought of the capital he had used to turn his life around, he suddenly felt emboldened and filled with enthusiasm. Besides, who is Lord Tiger? There's nothing to be afraid of. As long as my Lin family seizes this opportunity and becomes a first-tier family, I won't care about even Lord Tiger. Listening to Lin Jianjun's bragging, Bai Yuelon felt contemptuous. But when I think of beauty ointment, it makes perfect sense. She had used that thing before, and the effect was truly amazing. As long as it is launched on the market, it will definitely cause a sensation among the girls. By then, with the monopoly of capital, it will be easy to make a fortune, and paying back the money will be just a small problem. Think of this. Bai Yuelon stopped hesitating and took out her phone to start dialing. Hubby, wait a moment. I'll call my brother right now and ask him to help us connect with Tiger Lord. 10 minutes later, in the Bai family restaurant, everyone was enjoying a luxurious dinner. Bai Hai was holding a big lobster and his mouth was full of oil. Seeing my father hanging up the phone with a serious expression, I couldn't help but ask curiously, Dad, who called you? Bai Jinglong put away his phone but did not hide anything. Your aunt. She said Lin Hao was framed and detained for 3 days. And Lin Tao asked for more money. He wanted 3.5 billion to sell his shares. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked at first. Then the 3 brothers of the Bai family, who were sitting in a row, started cursing Lin Tao out loud. Damn! So cruel. That bastard must be crazy about money. He's taking advantage of others' misfortune. This is too much. For the sake of money, they are pushing their own father to the brink of death. Last time he hit me on the head with a bottle, I knew this bastard was not a good guy. Fortunately, my sister did not agree to his confession at that time. The edge of the dining table, Bai Susu, who was eating quietly, looked up in surprise when she heard this. She is still wearing a white dress today, and her temperament is extremely pure. Hearing that her cousin Lin Hao was detained, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. In the matter of Lin Tao adding money, she thought that what the other party did was not authentic. It was clearly agreed to be 3 billion. How come it rose to 3.5 billion after just a few days? Isn't this a breach of promise? Lin Tao, how did you become like this now? You used to be so gentle and full of justice. At this moment, Bai Susu felt deeply disappointed. The other side. Hearing his son's indignation, Bai Jinglong slammed the table and said unhappily, What are you arguing about? You still have the nerve to scold others. If you are that capable, you can also learn from Lin Tao and get 3 billion for the family. Under the scolding of his father, the 3 brothers were all silent and dared not refute. They could only eat their meals in silence. At the same time, they were very confused and didn't understand why their father scolded them for an outsider. Dad, did your aunt call you to borrow money? But we don't have any money to lend her. Hearing his beloved daughter's question, Bai Jinglong, who had always been a daughter slave, immediately changed his expression and responded with a smile. Well, your aunt's family can't afford the money. They want me to introduce Tiger Master to them. Master Tiger, does my uncle also want a loan? Alas, this is the only solution now? Bai Susu was surprised when she got a positive answer. She had occasionally heard of Tiger Lord's name. I heard that he is a demon who kills without blinking an eye, and his favorite thing is human kidneys. When she heard that her family was borrowing money from Tiger Master a few days ago, she wanted to stop it. But my influence was insignificant, and ultimately I couldn't stop my family's decision. Bai Jinglong and others are ambitious. Everyone placed their hopes on the future of the Lin family, believing that it would surely be able to rely on its newly developed beauty ointment to become a new first-tier family in the Magic City. When the time comes, if one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. The Bai family can also benefit from this and be promoted to the second-tier family they have long dreamed of. While Bai Susu was daydreaming, Bai Jinglong's voice came faintly. Susu, have you been in contact with Lin Tao recently? Brother Lin Tao hasn't contacted me for a long time. Speaking of this, Bai Susu is a little unhappy. In the past, Lin Tao would take the initiative to contact her from time to time to ask about her well-being. But this time she waited for a long time but didn't get Lin Tao's call. Originally, she thought that as long as Lin Tao apologized, she would forgive him for beating her brothers that night. Then you can also take the initiative to contact him. Lin Tao is a good kid. I am very optimistic about him. You young people should communicate more. Besides, he likes you. This. After hearing what her father said, Bai Susu was suddenly confused. She still remembers not long ago. Bai Jinglong had been trying his best to stop his relationship with Lin Tao, so why was he? His words imply that he hopes she will take the initiative to contact Lin Tao. At this time, even the three brothers of the Bai family, who had remained silent, noticed something was wrong. Bai Hai touched his shiny bald head, looking a little dissatisfied. Dad, what do you mean by this? How can you let my little sister take the initiative to jump into the fire pit? What's so good about that bastard Lin Tao? Bai Jiang scratched his short hair, looking unhappy. Are you trying to match my little sister with that bastard? Him? How can he be worthy of our little sister? Especially since he's going to marry into the Su family and become a gigolo. Bai He shook his flowing long hair and said in a cold tone, That's right. It's a disgrace to us men. He actually wants to be a live-in son-in-law. How can such a loser be qualified to stand by my little sister's side? Listening to the contemptuous words of his three sons, Bai Jinglong raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, Just because he has 3.5 billion. The three brothers of the Bai family. The father's short words instantly silenced the three brothers. 3.5 billion. That is money that the Bai family might not be able to save even if they use it for 10 years. This can still be used freely, which is completely different from the company's fixed assets. Now Lin Tao and Lin Jianjun are falling out again. If he married into the Bai family with money, the money in his hand would become a dowry and belong to the Bai family. Then, in terms of assets on that day, the Bai family would be promoted to a second-tier family. Think about it this way. The three brothers of the Bai family suddenly felt inexplicably that Lin Tao was their brother-in-law. It smells so good. Dad, brothers, what do you take me for? Humph, you've pissed me off. I won't pay any attention to you guys. Even if Bai Susu was dumb, she could see what everyone in the Bai family was thinking. She threw down her bowl and chopsticks in shame and fled from the table. When I returned to my room, I still think back to my family's words from time to time. She suddenly realized that she was not as averse to marrying Lin Tao as she had imagined. Could it be that I also have a crush on brother Lin Tao? Bai Susu was a little confused. She has never been in love and doesn't know what it feels like to like someone. But brother Lin Tao was so good to me before. Even if we can't become boyfriend and girlfriend in the end, I will save him from the Su family. Bai Susu clenched her fists and looked determined. After these few days of understanding, she also knew that the reason why Lin Tao married into the Su family was because he replaced the groom position that originally belonged to Lin Hao's cousin and was forced by his uncle to marry into the family. As for the deep affection Lin Tao showed that night, Bai Susu felt that it was not genuine. After all, a vegetative person cannot move or speak, and needs someone to take care of him or her eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Lin Tao and Susan had never met before, so how could they fall deeply in love in just a few weeks? How can this be unscientific? Even if Sister Sue is the most beautiful woman in Magic City, she can't still be so charming after becoming a vegetable. So, Brother Lin Tao is actually lying. But why? Suddenly, Bai Susu seemed to have guessed something. She covered her cherry lips with her hands, and shock flashed in her eyes. She got it. Lin Tao did all this? Could it be that all this is to make me jealous and get my attention? Chapter 44 by Susu comes to visit. Lin Tao is surprised. Why is she here? The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Tao went out early in the morning as usual, bought a bunch of violets, and returned to the Su family. Good morning, Susan. Lin Tao, good morning. Susan was in a very happy mood when she heard the familiar greetings and smelled the familiar fragrance of flowers. Immediately following, she felt her little hands being wrapped in warmth again. Ding! The host and Susan put their palms together and are awarded 1.7 seconds. It seems that it will be harder to increase the price as time goes by, but this is normal. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Tao was not discouraged and decided to keep trying. Especially when he found that the number on the points panel had reached 40,000, Lin Tao became even more excited. I just feel that I am only a little bit away from the day when I become the invincible, immortal emperor. Then Lin Tao calmed his mind and started today's massage process. After 1 hour, when Lin Tao finished the massage and took a breath to rest for a while, Oni-chan. As soon as he heard this creepy name, Lin Tao knew who the visitor was. As expected, the next second, the door was pushed open. A little Lolita girl wearing Lolita clothes and her signature twin ponytails walked in. As soon as she saw Lin Tao, her eyes were full of twinkling little stars. Oni-chan, I'm here. Have you prepared any new songs? After these few days of hiatus, your fans almost flooded the comments section. With red eyes, they begged you to release new songs. By the way, let me report. All the songs you sang before are now occupying the top 10 hot searches on major music apps. Your number of fans on the entire network has skyrocketed and has exceeded 10 million in just a few days. Now you are also considered a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. Surrounding Lin Tao, Chun Kurson chattered and reported excitedly. Her hostility towards Lin Tao has now disappeared without a trace, leaving only full admiration. Only those who have been surfing the internet for a long time know this. How popular Elle is on the internet nowadays is already a legend in the singer circle. Even her Chin family group gained a large number of new download users because the song was first released on Bilibili. Market value skyrocketed. After learning that Chin Kurson managed Elle's account and might have a close relationship with him, her parents and relatives surrounded her again and again, asking about Elle's true identity, wanting to sign Lin Tao to their own name at any cost. But I promised Lin Tao to keep it a secret. So Chin Kurson finally gritted her teeth and protected the identity of Elle. Not revealing one's identity is Elle's bottom line. He once said that if you dare to force me to expose his identity, he will give the song's first release rights to other platforms. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Chen Enterprise was instantly silent and no longer dared to make any unnecessary moves. After all, L is now a reliable traffic password. In this era, traffic represents money. For a group like them that focuses on the internet industry, Lin Tao, who can continuously attract fans for the platform, is like the god of wealth. Who dares to offend him? I can only tell Chun Kurson to please Elle and promise that the Chun family can meet all her requests. No problem. I have a good relationship with Elle, so leave it to me. As a little daughter with nothing to do at home, it was the first time that Chin Kurson was praised and paid attention to by so many elders, and she was so happy. The other side. Lin Tao was not surprised by what the little loli said. He also took a look at the rankings on major music apps these days. I can only say that with the level of entertainment before the time travel, any song that came out could really blow this world away. Under Chen Kurson's expectant gaze, Lin Tao stood up and picked up the golden guitar in the corner. He thought for a moment before finally deciding on the song to sing today. What song are we going to sing today? The song is called Rakshasa Sea City. Rakshasa Sea City? Is this name meant to praise a certain city? Chen Kursin had a bewildered look on her face. She was obsessed with the two-dimensional world and rarely paid attention to the three-dimensional world. It is not clear whether there really is a place called Rakshasi City in the three-dimensional world. On the hospital bed, Susan, who had been paying attention to what was happening around her, was now extremely curious. Rakshasa City? If I remember correctly, this should be a short story written in classical Chinese by Pu Songling, a novelist in the Qing dynasty. It tells the story of Ma Ji, the son of a businessman, who drifts to a city where beauty and ugliness are reversed, and the various stories that happen. Does Lin Tao want to turn this story into a song? Just when Susan and the other person had their own guesses, Lin Tao has already plucked the strings of the guitar and started playing and singing. In an instant, some melody arrangement similar to a renzuan sounded in the room. Rakshasa country is 26,000 miles to the east. Cross the 7-stroke and 3-inch yellow muddy land. Just because there is a river there. The river flows through Go-Go Camp. The fork pole of the Go-Go Camp is called MANHUA. What is this song about? The little girl listened to the profound lyrics, and her head was full of black question marks. Maybe it's because of life experience. She listened to the strange and alternative tune and felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Finally, she concluded, this song is not good. The songs I sang before, with simple and pleasant melodies and easy-to-understand lyrics, are much better. A young man came from the west. His name is Maji, beautiful and graceful young and Dashinga son of China, only for others to sail on the sea and fight the wind and waves. A dragon wanders in a dangerous place and ends up in a bad place. He saw that this Rakshasa country was always upside down. The song continues to play. Unlike Chen Kursin, Susan was listening to the song carefully on the hospital bed and had some thoughts in her mind. Judging from the melody alone, she didn't like it very much and couldn't appreciate this duo style. But according to her intuition, this song will become popular. She is not sure how long it will be popular, but it will most likely become a hit in a short period of time. Because the lyrics do have some depth, some thoughts, and some irony about reality. For most ordinary people, they may be able to resonate with the lyrics. Of course, even if there are a lot of praises, there will surely be a lot of criticisms. This is a song that could cause huge controversy. But Susan didn't care about this. What she was curious about was what Lin Tao had experienced. How can even such a song be created? This is already considered an unconventional move. Ordinary musicians simply can't create such a song. Just when Susan wanted to wake up quickly and ask Lin Tao about his songwriting inspiration, Lin Tao's singing and playing had come to an end. That horse owner is a bird. It is the fundamental problem of human beings. Ending with the last line of lyrics. Lin Tao put down his guitar and looked at the little girl not far away, with a smile on his face. How do you feel? It's so awful. This is probably the ugliest song I've ever heard. Chen Kursin did not hide anything. She pulled her ponytails wildly and expressed her true feelings. She doesn't understand. She really doesn't understand. Lin Tao created before were so nice. So why is the one he created this time so different? Oni-chan, you haven't run out of talent, have you? No. URL, known as the last rising star in the entertainment industry. You cannot die. Looking at the little girl shaking her head exaggeratedly with a face full of despair, Lin Tao just found it funny. Everyone has their own preferences. Maybe this song can surpass all the previous songs and become a huge hit? Cut. Upon hearing this, Chen Kursin's face was full of disbelief. Is this the song? It's so bad. Who would like it? If it becomes popular, I'll do a handstand and have diarrhea live. Okay, you have to keep your word. In response, Lin Tao just shrugged and motioned for me to wait and see. The angry little loli gritted her teeth and pounced on Lin Tao, trying to strangle him with her twin ponytails. Outside the door, Lu Wan suddenly opened the door and walked in. Mr. Lin, Miss Bai Susu is here to visit. She said she wanted to come and see you in Mississippi. Bai Susu? How did she get here? Hearing this name, Lin Tao was extremely surprised. thank you all for your gifts. I feel your enthusiasm. Many people gave me gifts today, adding up to more than 10 yuan. Thank you all. I can give you chicken drumsticks. Chapter 45 Chun Kursen's Math Problems by Susu's Disappointment, Susan's Peace of Mind. Mr. Lin, do you need me to send Miss Susu back? Forget it, Sister Lu. A guest is a guest. Just bring her up. Although Lin Tao was surprised, he was still prepared to listen to Bai Susu's purpose. After Lu Wan nodded and left the room, Bai Susu? Isn't that Oni Ai-chan, your former lover? Chen Kursin was originally looking confused, wondering who the visitor was. Lin Tao angrily. Great. I didn't expect that you already have me and Sister Susan, but you're still thinking about the mistress outside. Scumbag. Since she has been close to Lin Tao recently, Chen Kursin has made a special effort to look up Lin Tao's past. And this by Susu was also within her sphere of understanding. Lin Tao. What a scumbag. I am a gentleman. You are slandering me blatantly. And what the hell is it with you? My future daughter-in-law is Susan. Please don't have weird ideas like a threesome. I have no interest in your little grapes. He no longer paid any attention to Chen Kursin, who was pouting and looking angry. Lin Tao, with a frown on his face, sat back in front of the bed and took Susan's hand. Deeply said, Susan, please don't misunderstand me. I have no interest in Bai Susu, just as Ma Yun has no interest in money. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. In my eyes, the stars in the sky are not even 1/10,000th as important as you. Damn it. A scumbag is a scumbag. Such corny words just come out of his mouth. On the side, Chen Kursin was stunned. I just feel that the man's mouth is like a deceitful ghost, totally untrustworthy. But it's for my best friend. Chen Kursin decided to have a good time with Bai Susu, and she would never let her best friend have the possibility of being cuckolded. What Chen Kursin didn't know was that compared to her suspicions, Susan herself trusts Lin Tao unconditionally. After all, during this period of time, the other party has already proved his character with practical actions. If Lin Tao is really the kind of man who thinks with his lower body, how could he possibly stay by his own bedside all day and never leave him? Even when giving yourself a massage, the movements are very formal. But Bai Susu's coming was beyond my expectation. She should be here to see Lin Tao. After all, Bai Susu and I have only met a few times at a few cocktail parties, so we are not familiar with each other. In my impression, she was a very innocent little girl, ignorant of worldly affairs. If Lin Tao could be with her, perhaps, is also a good choice. If he could really fall in love with another woman, then when I wake up one day, I will be able to bless him well and turn around and leave with peace of mind. In the dark prison of consciousness, Susan muttered to herself. But when she thought of the scene of Lin Tao standing side by side with another woman, she suddenly felt a strong sense of loss and indescribable pain. Snap! Just then, the sound of a door opening caught Susan's attention. Along with it came a soft and gentle call. Brother Lin Tao. This is Bai Susu is here? It's a pretty nice voice, and you can tell she's a cute girl right away. Boys should like this kind of coquettish and soft voice. Noticing someone coming in, Susan instinctively turned her attention over, her mind wandering. She is very conflicted at the moment. I hope Lin Tao can find a more suitable and excellent girl, but I can't suppress the inexplicable bitterness in my heart. The other side. Lin Tao and the other man also noticed the girl who came in. Her skin is as white as cream, and her lips are red and her teeth are white. She was wearing a snow-white princess dress with an exquisite bow on her chest. With a faint smile on her face, her overall temperament is as beautiful and wonderful as a girl in first love. As soon as I entered the door, she smiled sweetly at Lin Tao and waved hello. But what made Bai Susu a little discouraged was, faced with her special attire today, Lin Tao just glanced at her and continued to look straight ahead, returning his gaze to Susan lying on the hospital bed. On the side, Chen Kursin was shocked when she saw the girl coming in. What a beautiful girl. I really want to stick with her. Apart from Sister Susan, this image and temperament can basically attract both men and women. Calm down. I was almost fooled by her. This woman might have dyed Sister Susan's hair green. Chun Kursin woke up and quickly pulled her ponytails hard, feeling the stinging pain on her scalp. She instantly regained her clarity of mind and entered the legendary sage mode. Immediately, he frowned and stared at Bai Susu with a sense of crisis. Not good. What to do? What to do? Based on my experience of watching countless two-dimensional anime, this pure girl with the temperament of first love is simply GAGA, killing boys of different ages. She is definitely one of the top types of girls who can attract boys. How could this bastard Lin Tao possibly stand it? It's over. Just when Chun Kursin looked as pale as death, she suddenly looked down and found Bai Susu's steamed bun, then looked down at her own little grape and Susan's pineapple on the bed. Everyone knows. Small grapes plus pineapple, steamed buns. Not bad. 2 against 1, the advantage is still on our side. After comparison, Chun Kursin breathed a sigh of relief, and confidence flashed in her pupils again. Brother Lin Tao, I heard that cousin Lin Hao was detained. Was it because of molestation? I want to ask if there is a misunderstanding here. How could my cousin do such a thing? Seeing that Lin Tao ignored her, Bai Susu felt aggrieved, but still took the initiative to speak. He has already confessed his crime and accepted his punishment. What's impossible? Lin Tao didn't even raise his eyelids and asked instead of answering. But my cousin is such a nice guy, such a simple-minded guy. How could he do such a thing? So what you mean is that I framed him? No, that's not what I meant. I just want to resolve the conflict between you brothers. I'm doing this for your own good. Haha, listen to me, thank you. Because of you, the less Han giant Buddha can retire early. Lin Tao was too lazy to waste time and urged after a sarcastic remark. What is your purpose for coming here today? Don't waste my precious time. Noticing Lin Tao's face full of impatience, Bai Susu couldn't help feeling aggrieved. What happened to brother Lin Tao? In the past, he was never mean to me. Adjusted my mood. Bai Susu then opened her pearly teeth and advised earnestly. About my uncle. My uncle has been very busy these past 2 days. He has been unable to sleep all night in order to collect the remaining money for you. At present, he has sold almost everything that the Lin family can sell. Yesterday, he even asked my father to act as a go-between and borrowed 300 million yuan from Tiger Lord. You should have heard of who Master Tiger is. It will be dangerous if your uncle can't pay it back. Brother Lin Tao, you should just not take that little bit of money. If you continue like this, your uncle will really cut off all ties with you. Listen to my advice. There is no father in this world who doesn't love his children. Your uncle also loves you deeply in his heart. As the saying goes, there is only one good father in the world, and a child without a father is like a weed. Do you really want to have such a quarrel with your father just for the vulgar money that you can't bring with you when you are born or when you die? How about letting me help you? Well, as long as you believe in me, I will definitely find a way to resolve the conflict between you and your family. Bai Susu said a lot of truths, trying to influence Lin Tao with love. In her eyes, there is no child who does not long for the love of his parents. Lin Tao is definitely no exception, he is just too shy to say it. Lin Tao was so good to me in the past. This time, let me help him. As long as I can find a way to connect the dots, I will definitely be able to make brother Lin Tao reconcile with his family. By then, Lin Tao who dotes on me will definitely come back again, just as Bai Susu was happily imagining the future. Lord Tiger? Oh, that's Zhao Hu, the one who became the protagonist's loyal younger brother after being slapped in the face by the protagonist's pretense. That was indeed enough to make Lin Jianjun suffer a lot. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, and a hint of gloating flashed in his eyes. Are you done with your nonsense? Then leave now. Don't disturb me while I'm giving Susan a massage. I glanced at the time on my watch. Lin Tao took off his shoes, got on the bed, held Susan in his arms, and began to prepare for the massage. He was too lazy to pay attention to Bai Susu. As for this Yandra female supporting role in the later period, let the protagonist himself deal with it. Ah, this? seeing that Lin Tao was indifferent to his words. Bai Susu's eyes suddenly dimmed. She didn't expect Lin Tao to become so cold. Does he really not care about family affection at all? When the two chatted at the beginning, Lin Tao clearly yearned for the affection between family members. Why is he so ruthless now? I was wrong. This woman doesn't seem to be suitable for Lin Tao at all. Too blindly arrogant. With only a vague understanding of the whole story, they accuse others from a moral high ground. He also said, "I'm doing this for your own good." I'll really be grateful after hearing that. This is not just innocent, this is stupid. In the dark prison of consciousness, Susan, who was monitoring the entire conversation, immediately gave up the idea of bringing the two together. Lin Tao needs is someone who can trust and help him, not a self-righteous, naive person who will only hold him back. I don't know why. Coming to the conclusion that Bai Susu was not a good match for Lin Tao, Susan felt inexplicably relieved. Chapter 46, Bai Susu's Self-Transformation. It turns out that brother Lin Tao still loves me. The brilliant golden light filled the room through the window, bathing Lin Tao and the others. I didn't expect. Brother Lin Tao is really good at massage, and he does it so well. But why have I never heard him talk about this before? When did he learn it? Lin Tao, who was seriously and skillfully helping Susan to clear her blood circulation. Bai Susu was very curious and surprised, especially when I heard that it has been recognized by Mr. Ding, the National Medical Master. Admitting that this massage technique is unique, it is possible that Susan will be even more surprised when she wakes up. After all, once a person becomes a vegetative state, there is basically no cure. This is a recognized fact in modern society. Who would have thought that Lin Tao had a way to revive a vegetative patient? Did he hide it so deeply? Why wasn't there any sign of this before? Just when Bai Susu was slightly shocked and looked at Lin Tao with a different look, she looked at him with a new respect. Sister, if you are okay. Ahem. I think you can leave first. Staying here may affect Lin Tao's massage process. Bai Susu turned around in surprise and glanced at the girl who spoke. She is very short, with a lowly figure of about 1.5 meters. She was wearing a Lolita outfit and had 2 ponytails, and she looked very cute. Who are you? In fact, Bai Susu noticed the other person as soon as she entered the door. But she thought that the other person was the Su family's maid, who was responsible for taking care of Susan together with Lin Tao. But now it seems that this is not the case. Me? I am a pretty cure warrior who is both beautiful and intelligent and loves the second dimension. Chen Kursen. The little loli is very proud of her own name. She kept shaking her head, and the alopecia on her forehead trembled and hit the air as her forehead moved. Then he pointed to the sky with one hand and loudly announced his life motto. I am going to be the Magic King's woman. I will use my magic to create a world with only the second dimension, so that modern people can feel the beauty of the second dimension. Ha ha ha. The room was filled with the little loli's arrogant laughter. Lin Tao, Susan, Bai Susu. Faced with the little Lolita who was already in the late stage of Chinibyu, everyone was silent. Their skulls were so embarrassed that they seemed to be blown off. Haha, then do your best. Bai Susu smiled awkwardly and could only offer encouragement. I will. Chen Kursen nodded seriously and then realized that something seemed to be wrong. Aren't you planning to drive her away? Lin Tao and the other person who were sticking close to each other on the hospital bed. I don't know why. Whenever she saw this scene, she always felt a little dazzling and her heart was choked with anxiety. And this feeling is something she has never felt before. Hesitate for a moment. Bai Susu took a deep breath and seriously stated the real purpose of coming to the Su family. Brother Lin Tao. Actually, the main reason I came here this time is to apologize to you. What are you apologizing for? Hearing this, Lin Tao couldn't help but pause and looked up in confusion. What does she have to apologize to me for? Could it be because of what happened at the birthday party last time? Just as Lin Tao was surprised, Bai Susu looked serious and said solemnly, I mean your marriage into the Su family. I didn't realize it at the time. It turns out that you and your uncle's family already have such a deep conflict. If I had noticed it then, I would have definitely tried to help you, and maybe you wouldn't have gotten into this mess with your uncle and the others. I'm sorry, that's one thing. The second thing is that I didn't accept your confession at that time, and I'm also sorry. If I had agreed to you at that time, maybe my uncle wouldn't have forced you to marry into the Su family for my sake. Bai Susu had tears in her eyes and her face was full of guilt. She felt that Lin Tao's misfortune of marrying a vegetative patient was all caused by her, and she blamed herself extremely. Looking at Bai Susu, who was immersed in self-admiration, Lin Tao was dumbfounded at first, and then speechless. This woman is outrageous. Really too narcissistic, right? You think too much. I married Susan completely of my own free will. I couldn't be happier now. I don't need your apology. If that's why you're here, then you can leave now. Lin Tao spoke in a cold tone and ordered them to leave. But the more Lin Tao denied it, the more Bai Susu became certain of her own thoughts. It turns out that Lin Tao still has her in his heart until now. Otherwise, how could he say something as obvious as, "I'm very happy," just to comfort her? Who can be happy if they marry a vegetable? His life is basically ruined, and he can only stay by the bed every day to take care of his eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. How can I be happy? Lin Tao is just trying to cover up his mistake. As for driving me away, well, it's just to make me feel better, so I don't feel too guilty and sad. Now, Bai Susu has a complete enlightenment. She was deeply moved and shocked by Lin Tao's unreserved love for her. Perhaps such a man. It's not like I can't give him a chance to pursue me. Bai Susu thought to herself, tears of emotion flashing in her eyes. Brother Lin Tao, please stop comforting me. Although Sister Su was very outstanding before, she is now a vegetable who cannot eat, drink, defecate, or urinate. How could a normal person voluntarily marry her? But this is the 21st century, and I think we all have the right to pursue free love. You really don't have to obey your family's arrangements and force yourself to marry a vegetative patient. If this is the case, you will never be happy in the future. Especially now. You have such a big conflict with your uncle and others. Even if you leave the Su family now and pursue true happiness, they can't stop you anymore. Bai Susu explained it with emotion and persuaded him with reason. She really didn't want Lin Tao to be confused and ruin his life. Obviously, he could have more and better choices. Even if I do this, I still feel a little sorry for Sister Susan. But she is just an ordinary person, and sometimes she can be selfish, so she can only choose to make those closer to her happy. Brother Lin Tao, I rejected you before because I felt that the relationship between us was more like that of a brother and sister. I don't want our family relationship to deteriorate and end up with us not even being friends anymore. But after these days of turmoil, I found that I still have a good impression of you. And I feel like you've really changed. You're no longer the shy boy you used to be. Now you can give me a lot of security. So I want to give each other a chance. If you want, you can pursue me again. I will try to start with you as closer friends. As the saying goes, sincerity can move metal and stone. As long as you have patience, you will be able to move my heart one day. Speaking of this, Bai Susu seemed to have used up all her strength. Her face turned red all the way to her ears. She covered her cheeks and didn't dare to look Lin Tao in the eye anymore. This was the first time she said such bold words to a boy. This is really embarrassing. And am I too bold? I am a girl. How can a girl be so proactive? In Bai Susu's mindset since childhood, this kind of emotional problem is definitely initiated by boys. While boys are pursuing girls, they should test them carefully so that they can choose their true Prince Charming. After all, love is sacred. It is a lifelong event, so it must be managed slowly before it can bear fruit in the end. Just as Bai Susu was secretly applauding herself for her courage today, on the hospital bed, Lin Tao was completely dumbfounded. I sat there for a while without reacting. What? Fuck. Outrageous, too outrageous. What the hell? Give me another chance to pursue you again? I still have to be patient and slowly touch your heart. The girl is so humble. Lin Tao's mouth twitched violently. After traveling through time for such a long time, This was the only operation that made him feel out of line. He finally understood why Bai Susu's personality became so pathological in her later years. It turns out that the other party's thinking process is different from that of ordinary people. Damn, mistress. You really want to cheat on my sister Susan, and you even said such a bitch thing in front of her. Uncle can tolerate this, but Annie can't. Killing the mistress is everyone's responsibility. Look at my rubber machine gun. Now, the little girl was completely angry. She didn't expect Bai Susu to be so excessive. Actually poaching people in front of her and Sister Susan? This is absolutely unbearable. Watch me execute justice. Chin Kurson shouted the second-year line, rubber machine gun. He quickly swung his fists back and forth, rushing towards Bai Susu. Ah! This scene frightened Bai Susu to her core. It was the first time she encountered this kind of chase. She was so scared that she screamed and ran around the room. Seeing this, Lin Tao hurriedly stopped her. She didn't care about Bai Susu, but she just didn't want to affect Susan's treatment. Under his scolding, although Chin Kurson pouted her lips, she still stopped her ultimate move, machine gun, and reluctantly let Bai Susu go. And at this time, the panicked Bai Susu had already fled the Su family. She looked back in horror from time to time. I was relieved when I saw that the middle school girl didn't catch up with me. That bad kid didn't catch up? That's right. Just now, I seemed to hear Brother Lin Tao scolding the other party and protecting me. Sure enough, Brother Lin Tao still likes me. Realize this. Bai Susu's heart was suddenly filled with joy. When she smiles, 2 cute dimples appear on her cheeks. Then he trotted towards the gate with light steps. She has confirmed Lin Tao's feelings for her. Then you just need to wait until the bad kid is gone and then come over. As for now, Bai Susu just wants to share the joy that Brother Lin Tao still loves her deeply with her father and brothers. I believe that they will be happy for themselves after knowing this. What? In 3 days, Su Fan will arrive in the Magic City. The other side. Lin Tao had just recovered from the farce when he heard a piece of surprising news from Chen Kurson. Susan's brother, the legendary Destiny Child, is about to appear? Chapter 47. Susan is frantic. Susan wakes up with her little toe. Quick. Look. Damn it. My mother just sent me a WeChat message saying that her friend's son will be arriving in 3 days and asked me to prepare for the blind date in advance. Chin Kurson had a sad face. She pulled her twin ponytails left and right and shook her head frantically. Can you believe this? This is my biological mother. I'm only 18 years old. She looks like she can't wait to marry me off. But I'm really not interested in 3-dimensional boys. How can a cute little girl like me be buried in the grave of marriage? Aw, I'm so annoyed. Lin Kurson was grinding her little canine teeth frantically, and she was getting more and more crazy as she spoke. She pulled her long ponytails and banged her head against the soft bedding in front of the bed. Opposite her, Lin Tao lowered his head and remained silent, as if thinking about something. He had already figured out the whole story through the information revealed in the little girl's crying. Su Yang, or Su Fan. He arrived faster than expected. According to Lin Tao's original speculation, it would take at least 10 days for Su Fan to arrive in the Demon City. And by that time, there is a high probability that he would have already taken the Lin family into his pocket. But unexpectedly, the time suddenly moved forward to 3 days later. Could it be that I caused some kind of butterfly effect? Never mind. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, judging from what happened between me and the Su family these days, we are the most affectionate couple in Magic City, and the dowry is 3 billion. My eldest brother-in-law is such a person who values family ties so much. Unless his personality collapses, he won't be able to refuse to acknowledge me as his brother-in-law, right? Lin Tao stroked his chin with a smile on his face. He had already started thinking about his plan of lying down behind the protagonist when he arrived. Let's just give up. You want to ask what to do if you run into trouble after playing badly? Then, close the door and zoom in on my uncle. Just as Lin Tao was imagining a bright future, Chun Kurson was ready to face death and held Susan's hand on the hospital bed. He solemnly swore. Don't worry, my dear sister. You are the only one who can be intimate with me, and I will never cheat on you. My eyes, my hands, my feet, and my grapes all exist for you. This time, I will punch Sufan and kick my mom. If I never come back, then I will never come back. But my dear sister, you will definitely wait for me. Wait for me to return triumphantly. Wait for me to wear a brocade robe, hold a 9-ring staff, and ride a shared bicycle to marry you. Susan. Lin Tao. Huh? I can barely tolerate you competing with me for my wife, but you should listen to what you said next and think about it carefully. Is that a special code, something a normal human can come up with? Let go. Don't touch my wife. Lin Tao slapped the little girl on the back of her hand, and while she was in pain, he snatched back Susan's white and tender little hand. Seeing this, Chun Kursin was angry but dared not say anything and could only glare at Lin Tao. But remembering the last agreement, she put on a flattering smile again. Oni Ai-chan, last time you promised to help me get rid of Su Fan in the name of friends, right? I'm saying I'll go and get some reference for you, and if the guy is bad character, I'll help you get rid of him. Oh, that's fine too. I'll let you know the specific time then, okay? I'm leaving first. After saying, Chin Kursin waved goodbye, then pulled her own twin ponytails and ran out of the room while saying whoosh whoosh whoosh. She wanted to go home immediately and make a plan for Su Fan. The tentative name of the plan was Dog Sufan, Retreat, Retreat. After Chin Kursin's swoosh, swoosh, swoosh screams faded away completely, silence returned to the room. Susan's little hand was once again held by Lin Tao's claws. He looked at the girl's beautiful face, suddenly grinned, and asked with some evil taste, Susan, you said that Ko-Xian was dating this guy named Su Fan. His last name is also Su. Could he be your relative? If I bring him and Ko-Xian together, will you and Ko-Xian be even closer? Of course, Lin Tao, who was just entertaining himself, was destined to get no response. Or in other words, he didn't have the ability to eavesdrop, so he couldn't hear a silent response. How could they be relatives? There are so many people with the same name in this world. At most, they might have been from the same family 800 years ago. But if the other party can really change Kursin's sexual orientation, then I will be very happy. Otherwise, Ko-Xian, I treat her as my best friend, but she keeps craving my body. What can I do? But you seem to be very concerned about Su Fan. Do you know him? In the dark consciousness space, Susan kept talking to herself, but again got no response. She was extremely depressed, but soon it was filled with joy again. Because through the massage recently, Susan suddenly found that she could control her body. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, and Susan was ecstatic, seeing the hope of waking up completely. The movable part is little toe, the smallest toe, but I'm not sure if it's an illusion. Maybe I felt like I was controlling my little toe, but from the outside it didn't seem to be moving at all. And it's so tiring to control. The feeling in my little toe comes and goes, and it seems to lose it again after I move it for a while. I really want to know if I am really conscious again, if I can really start to control my body. Lin Tao, look at my feet. Why don't you look? Quick, look at it. Aren't you guys always talking about jade feet? Show off in my mouth. Jade feet and everything will only hurt you. I don't mind if you look. Look, and then tell me if the toes really move. Quick, look. Susan was desperate for the truth. If you can really confirm that you have moved, it would be a huge step forward. For her, it was a huge boost of confidence. After all, the little toe can move. This means that other parts of the body will hopefully recover slowly. It represents the possibility of complete recovery. It can also inform the outside world and convey the message of its own existence. What makes Susan helpless is, she almost broke her little toe by wiggling it, but no one noticed. Outside world. Lin Tao was sorting out the plot of the novel in order to cope with the series of plans after the protagonist's arrival. He was looking down in deep thought and didn't even notice the slightly trembling, crystal clear little toes not far away. At this time, A breeze blew in from the window, lifting the corner of Susan's clothes at her waist, revealing a large area of snow-white and attractive skin. Is he going to find out? Look down, look down. Look at my toes. Quick, look at it. In the cage of dark consciousness, Susan shouted and prayed at the top of her lungs. Finally, perhaps her sincerity moved the heavens. Susan sensed that Lin Tao had let go of her hand, and she bent down and stood up. So she desperately controlled her little toe and tried her best to make it move. In the outside world, as she had hoped, her little toes began to wiggle. Just when Susan thought, this time it's safe. Hula. A sheet covered her from head down, and she felt warm. This was accompanied by Lin Tao's righteous words. Don't worry, Susan. I had my eyes closed just now. I didn't see anything. You don't have to be moved. Who says I'm a gentleman? The wind is a bit strong, so I'll cover you with a blanket. Be careful not to catch a cold. I care about you so much, you must be very touched now. Puff. I am not touched at all. Chapter 48 by Jinglong's Warning. The Big Man Who Is About to Dominate the Magic City. By Family, Small Villa, Reception Hall. By Jinglong and his 3 sons were asking by Susu, who had just returned home and was lying on the sofa eating an apple. Susu, are you really sure that Xiao Tao is still deeply in love with you? Of course. I am sure. Absolutely and for sure. Bai Susu took a bite of the apple, looked at the uneven bite marks on it, and responded with a smile. At this time, she was still wearing a pure white dress. The dimples on her face haven't disappeared since she left the Su family. She exudes a joyful atmosphere, like a little angel who knows nothing about the world. After all, she is just a little girl. After learning that Lin Tao still likes her, Bai Susu's joy came from the bottom of her heart. Especially in front of Susan, she felt a sense of pride that she could finally hold her head up high. Because I don't know when it started. Susan is known as the most beautiful CEO in Shanghai and is known as a perfect woman with both beauty and wisdom. It is well known in Shanghai and even in other provinces and cities. Countless young talents flock to the Magic City just to see the beauty and win her smile. This makes all other high-quality women in Shanghai pale in comparison to Susan. Even like Bai Susu, the other 4 beauties still kept their distance from Susan. After all, as long as they appear in the same place at the same time. Even if that person is extremely stunning and charming, everyone's focus will still be taken away by Susan. Susan is like a beam of dazzling light, shining at the top of the pyramid of many women in Shanghai, unshakable. Even Bai Susu, who has always been ignorant and never fights for anything. As a woman in the Magic City, she also admired the dazzling light above her head, but she couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy. This is human nature, an instinct that no one can avoid. Now that she knows that brother Lin Tao likes her, the slight desire to win in Bai Susu's heart was satisfied, and she felt a little proud, as if she had won a piece of candy as a child. In that case, Susu, you should spend more time with Xiao Tao. Dad is very optimistic about you. Learning of Lin Tao's feelings, Bai Jinglong breathed a sigh of relief and then burst into laughter. He knew that the 3.5 billion that could change the fate of his family might already be within his reach. Ouch. Dad, what did you say? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Hearing Bai Jinglong's teasing, Bai Susu's cheeks turned red, and then she thought of her bold confession at the Su family, and suddenly she felt very shy. But when I think about the fact that in a while, Lin Tao will officially marry into the Su family, she became a little anxious and asked her father what to do. Why are you worried about this? Xiao Tao was forced by your uncle to marry into the family, so he must be full of resentment. Now that you're sure Xiao Tao likes you, why not just get him to leave that vegetative person? Compared to my precious daughter, if Xiao Tao is not blind, he would never choose that useless person who can only lie in bed and wait for death. Hearing this, Bai Susu frowned and glared at her father. Dad, don't talk about Sister Su like that. She's already very pitiful to be like this. Yes, Dad was wrong. Bai Jinglong touched his daughter's little head with a doting look on his face. Immediately, He looked serious again and warned, Susu, even if Lin Tao still likes you, you can't immediately agree to be his girlfriend, okay? Boys are all cheap. The easier it is to get something, the less they know how to cherish it. You have to set 99 and 81 tests for him first. Wait until he proves his sincerity before giving him a chance to be your boyfriend. 4 by Jinglong's patient guidance. Bai Susu touched her little head and seemed to feel something was wrong, but she quickly dispelled her doubts. I have always listened to my father since I was a child, and it is impossible for him to harm me. That must be right. Yeah, I see. Bai Susu answered obediently, nodding her little head like a chicken eating rice. Then let me think about what kind of test to set up. After saying, Bai Susu was full of excitement. She stood up barefoot and trotted towards her boudoir. Dad, do you really want to let my little sister, a beautiful flower, be stuck on that pile of cow dung, Lin Tao? I think my little sister is upset. I think she has bad intentions towards Lin Tao. Are we really going to let it go? Damn it. A kind and innocent child like my little sister is actually being touched by that bastard Lin Tao? Did he save the Milky Way in his previous life? Until Bai Susu's back completely disappeared. The 3 brothers of the Bai family were originally standing aside and watching. At this point, there was nothing to worry about, and the 3 of them spoke out their inner thoughts. In response, Bai Jinglong raised his eyebrows and said only 2 words. 3.5 billion. The 3 brothers of the Bai family were immediately silenced. The 3 of them looked at each other. Then, they all succumbed to the stench of money. We have decided to make Lin Tao our brother-in-law. At this time, Bai Hai touched his shiny bald head and asked with a frown, but now Lin Tao and Lin Jianjun are in such a mess? If we accept Lin Tao, it will be difficult to explain to Lin Jianjun, right? Beside him, the second brother, Bai Jiang, had a short buzz cut and was stroking his chin, feeling very troubled. So we need to make a choice. Should we choose my uncle or Lin Tao? As soon as the words fell, Bai He, who was facing the phone screen and fiddling with her long hair, immediately answered casually. Second brother, only children make choices. Adults will definitely want them all. That's easy to say. What if my uncle has objections and doesn't want to take us off? 10 minutes later, the 3 brothers discussed the final result of how to deal with this matter. Dad, what do you want to do? By Jinglong. After so much discussion, the answer finally came out is, if you have any problem, ask Dad for help. Hey, let's make plans on both sides. After all, it was his own child, so Bai Jinglong could only sigh helplessly. Let Susu keep Lin Tao hanging for now, and see if we can trick him into handing over the money himself. If he hands over the money, it will be difficult to get it back. During this period, we just need to let Susu keep it a secret. With your aunt covering for us, Lin Jianjun won't know. Bai Jinglong smiled slyly as he thought of his beautiful daughter. He didn't think Lin Tao could resist such charm and temptation. As for Lin Jianjun, let's wait until he holds a press conference and the beauty cream officially enters the market and see how it responds. We have already lent 500 million to the Lin family. That's the money we borrowed from the family. We have to get our money back first, otherwise the company will be in trouble. Let's pray that what Lin Jianjun researches is really as miraculous as he said. Thinking of the upcoming press conference, Bai Jinglong still felt somewhat nervous. After all, he invested too much money into it. Even now the company is already a bit out of pocket due to lack of funds, and is waiting for the Lin family to save it. And there is that ruthless guy Zhao who borrowed a full 100 million yuan. If we can't pay it back, he might kidnap our whole family and take them to Ganjiatsi in northern Myanmar. At this point, Bai Jinglong can only bet all his hopes on the upcoming press conference. Of course, based on his many years of experience, the Bai family's chance of taking advantage of this opportunity to soar is as high as 90%. Basically, it has secured the throne. The 3 brothers of the Bai family were instantly delighted to see how confident their father was. My originally anxious mood suddenly became much more stable. Just as we were about to go our separate ways and go to the bar to continue playing music and dancing, Bai Jinglong seemed to suddenly remember something. He slapped his forehead and called his 3 sons together. Wait, I heard that a big shot is coming to the Magic City soon. Remember to pay attention if you can make friends with this important person. Even if our by family didn't have 3.5 billion in Lin Jianjun's help, we could still soar to the sky and soar again and again. Big shot? What kind of big shot has more power than the Lin family, a second-tier family? Looking at his father's serious eyes, the 3 brothers of the Bai family all looked confused. I also heard about it by chance from a special channel. That important person seems to have the surname Su. Anyway, you all remember it. For the next month, anyone with the last name Su should stay away from me. I don't expect you to make friends with big shots, but at least don't bring disaster to my Bai family. Chapter 49. Susan S. Waiting. Lin Tao, go home quickly. I miss you. The next day, the sky was bright and golden. Good morning, Susan. Lin Tao, wearing comfortable sportswear and holding a bunch of violets in his hand, entered the familiar girl's boudoir. He first placed the violets on the bedside as usual. Then he sat in front of the bed and took Susan's hand. Ding! The host and Susan put their palms together and are awarded 1.7 seconds. Or 7 seconds. As expected, the further you go, the harder it is to gain favorability. Lin Tao muttered to himself. But this was already within his expectations, so he didn't feel that disappointed. 10 minutes later, Lin Tao stood up and said goodbye. Okay, Susan, I have to leave for a while. Today is the day that my stepfather and I officially signed the share transfer contract. So I have to rush to the hotel where we agreed to sign the contract. Your grandfather is still waiting for me downstairs? After saying that, Lin Tao turned around and prepared to leave. And at this time, in the dark cage of consciousness, hearing the sound that Lin Tao was about to leave, Susan tried desperately to control the little toe of her right foot. She had a strong intuition. I really seem to have regained some control over my body. Lin Tao, hold it in first. Please check the position of my feet first. Can I move? I really want to know now. Hurry up and look at my feet and tell me. Are my toes really moving? Quick. Look. Feet. Susan cried out in her heart. She really wanted to know whether it was just her illusion. Or did Lin Tao's massage really work? I don't know if the prayer worked. Susan sensed familiar footsteps. She had clearly walked to the door of the room, but suddenly turned back. Is he finally going to be discovered? If you knew that I was conscious and could control my body, Lin Tao, Grandpa, Ku Xian and others will definitely be very happy. It seemed as if I could already hear the crowd's cheers of joy. Susan was in a much happier mood. Immediately, she mobilized all her leg strength again and controlled the sensation on her little toe. Now, little toes as white as jade. The arc slowly rises and falls, just like an ancient brothel girl waving to attract customers. Come on, Mr. Lin. Just when her little toes were trembling and she thought she had successfully seduced Mr. Lin for her master. Brush. A white light covered its head, and everything went dark before its eyes, and it became blind. I almost forgot. It's been a bit cold these past few days. I have to cover you with a blanket, otherwise you will catch a cold. Lin Tao wrapped the girl tightly with a sheet, leaving only her beautiful head exposed. Then he clapped his hands in satisfaction, humming an unknown ballad and strode away. I dried up the silence and regretted being so impulsive. Snap. As the door closed, the room returned to deathly silence. Only the girl on the hospital bed was left silently accusing. Damn you, Lin Tao. Do you really want to piss me off to death? Why can't I see it? Are all boys so careless? And why did you cover me so tightly? It makes me feel a little hot now. What do you think I should do? Seeing another missed opportunity, Susan complained harshly about Lin Tao in her heart. But as time went on, she suddenly fell silent again. So dark, so quiet. I really can't get used to this situation. In the past few days, Lin Tao was almost like a conjoined twin, always sticking to Susan's bedside, chatting with her to keep her company. Even though everything he said received no response, he still kept talking to himself tirelessly. But what Lin Tao didn't know was, Susan responded silently in her heart to every word he said. Although this behavior is a bit ridiculous, although Susan herself knows, Lin Tao to hear her inner thoughts and respond. Lin Tao's efforts seriously in her own way. It was precisely this silent way of conversation that made Susan gradually forget the past, that hysterical feeling of helplessness and despair. Now, the young man who accompanied her by her bed all day is gone. Susan finally remembered that, the fear dominated by darkness and silence. Fortunately, Susan now has hope to support her and the warmth in her palms. She was no longer alone. Lin Tao, come back early. I miss you. Hydrological special dividing line. Xiaohao, don't worry. You'll be released this afternoon. Once we sign the share transfer contract, we can come and pick you up from prison. Magic City Police Department. Meeting room. Lin Jianjun and his wife were looking at their son across the transparent glass with heartache. Woo-woo. Mom and Dad, please take me out as soon as possible. I'm so scared here. Lin Hao's eyes were dull, and he looked extremely haggard. The moment he saw his parents, he could no longer suppress the fear and grievance in his heart and began to wipe away his tears. He lived in fear for the past 3 days. At first, he was detained in the same detention room with a dozen social troublemakers covered in tattoos. Originally, Lin Hao didn't care. He just wanted to survive 3 days, which would be over in the blink of an eye. But who would have thought that those burly men would find his fair-skinned, frail, and scholarly appearance very appealing? On the first day he entered, he was forced to pick up soap. They were also ready to tackle him together and force the full body slam on him. Fortunately, Lin Hao was careful and took out his hidden toothbrush in a hurry, waving it around desperately. Only then did the belated police arrive and put Lin Hao in solitary confinement in another room. Otherwise now, maybe the chrysanthemums are already gone? Recalling the horrific experiences of the past few days, Lin Hao was so scared that he trembled all over and couldn't help choking up. He wants to go home. This miserable appearance immediately made Bai Yuelan heartbroken. As the saying goes, mother and child are connected by heart. She couldn't control her tears for a moment. The mother and son looked at each other through the window, both in tears. Okay, stop crying. Be a man and be strong. I'll come pick you up this afternoon. Be good, don't cry. Daddy is here, and Daddy will protect you too. Seeing this scene, Lin Jianjun also felt uncomfortable and hurriedly comforted her softly. No matter what Lin Hao is like in private, he has always been his most beloved youngest son. In addition, he has already fallen out with Lin Tao, so he will have to rely on his son Lin Hao for support in his old age. That's why he didn't care about Lin Tao's instigation and thus distanced himself from Lin Hao. 10 minutes later, with the repeated assurances of Lin Jianjun and his wife, Lin Hao's eyes were red and he looked back every few steps. In the end, he was carried out of the meeting room by 2 policemen on his left and right. When her beloved son's back disappeared, Bai Yuelan could no longer hold back and hugged Lin Jianjun beside her, tears streaming down her face. Hubby, tell me, why is Xiaohao's life so miserable? Sobbing. Okay, it's okay. Don't cry. Be good. Lin Jianjun held his young wife in his arms and comforted her softly. After a moment, thanks to his dog-licking efforts, Bai Yuelan finally felt much better and burst into laughter. At this moment, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the large clock hanging on the wall out of the corner of her eye. Oh no, hubby, we're late. Seeing that it was already more than half an hour since the agreed time, Bai Yuelan couldn't help but cover her mouth and scream. It doesn't matter. The king always comes last. Besides, what's wrong with asking them to wait? It's just a good way to give them a warning. Lin Jianjun glanced at the big clock with a nonchalant look on his face, under Bai Yuelan's sweet words and coquettishness. Only then was he dragged out of the police station without haste. At the front door, there was a brand new rented van parked there, and several men in suits and leather shoes were standing around, eagerly waiting for something. They are all from the legal department of the Lin Group, responsible for the handover of the share transfer contract. Seeing Lin Jianjun and his wife appear, several people bowed 90 degrees and shouted, Hello, Chairman. Hello, Madam Chairman. The sound was so loud that passers-by stopped and watched. Yeah, get in the car. This also greatly satisfied the vanity of the couple. Lin Jianjun waved his hand in a pretentious manner, signaling everyone to come over and help him get into the car. As a result, several workers were oppressed by capital. Only one car door can be opened. Two people helped Lin Jianjun into the car. The remaining three, they wore black-framed glasses, opened their arms vigilantly, and surrounded Lin Jianjun and his wife, fearing that they would encounter any danger. This behavior, which was even more grand than that of a national leader, immediately attracted a lot of ridicule from passers-by. Fuck, who is this idiot? Why is he pretending to be so cool? Ha ha ha. If you want to show off by driving a van, you should at least rent a sports car. Awesome. He hired a few extras to help him get on the bus. People who don't know him would think he is a cripple. Family members, I'll just smile first. This is outrageous. When I saw it just now, I thought it was some national-level dignitary. I didn't expect it to be a bunch of small-time scoundrels. Hey, how can you talk like that? They have bodyguards. Be careful of that slicked-back-haired man. The bodyguards will make you bleed within 5 steps of your body. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Listening to the pointing and talking of people around him, Lin Jianjun's face suddenly darkened. His original intention was to make those inferior people look up to his wealthy life with admiration. Unexpectedly, it backfired and instead attracted a wave of ridicule from the public. Before he could lose his temper, Bai Yuelon stepped forward, hugged his arm, and gently advised. Okay, husband, why bother about what others say? Humph, that's right. These lowly people are not worthy of wasting my time. After all, it was in front of the police station. Lin Jianjun didn't dare to cause trouble, so he could only curse a few times and then got into the van. As soon as the couple closed the car door, they were disgusted by the simple environment inside the car. Are you sure this car isn't for beggars? Lin Jianjun immediately became unhappy and angrily yelled at the bald middle-aged man in the driver's seat. You idiot! Why did you rent this kind of car? Isn't this lowering my status? Hearing this, the bald middle-aged man replied timidly, But, Chairman, the company has no money on its books. It's not enough to rent a better car. Even this van was rented by us brothers who pooled some money together. The bald man answered while stealing glances at the pretty Bai Yuelon. In her mind, she had already raped the other person 1,000 times in front of Lin Jianjun. Fuck, you evil capitalist. How dare you scold me? Look, I am mentally raping your wife and making you wear a big mental green hat. The other side. After hearing from my subordinates that the company was running out of money and couldn't make any money, Lin Jianjun's mouth twitched and he fell silent. He was afraid that if he continued asking, the bald man would ask him for car rental money. In order to raise 3.5 billion, he almost emptied the company's cash flow and sold all his valuables, including cars, houses, stocks, etc. Now I have to borrow money from loan sharks to barely get the money together. Now, he is penniless and extremely poor. He is afraid that the savings of the workers around him can surpass his. Go. Why are you looking at me? Really? You have no sense of time? Don't you know you're already late? What if they get anxious waiting over there? Hurry up and drive. In order to quickly get over the topic of car rental fees, Lin Jianjun used his authority as chairman to scold angrily. Yes, yes, boss. I'll drive right away. The bald man nodded and bowed, looking extremely humble. But when he turned around, the corner of his eye glanced angrily at Bai Yuelon's chest again. In this moment, Lin Jianjun was cheated on mentally for the 10,000th time. As the car starts, Lin Jianjun and his group headed towards the agreed location. After this matter is resolved, we must immediately hold a press conference and launch the beauty ointment to reap the profits. Nowadays, Lin Jianjun placed all his hopes on his company's most proud product, judging from his many years of experience. With this, the Lin family's chance of Peng Fei being promoted to a top-tier wealthy family is over 95%. As the old saying goes, one day the great rock rises with the wind and soars up to 9,000 miles. The rise of the Lin family is unstoppable. My name, Lin Jianjun, will surely become a new generation legend in Magic City. As for that rebellious son, haha, I will give him time to catch up until he is completely out of sight and regrets his decision